Oh, hi. Figured it out. Let's tweet this out. Uh, just doing this for the first time. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. Haha. Doing this for the first time. Okay. Oh, wow. Got a bunch of people on here already. Oh, wow. So, whoa, bro, look at how many people are requesting shit. I don't know half of these people requesting it. I'm wondering, who should I let on first? Who's on first? You got a bunch of people follow me. Holy crap. Wow, a lot of requests. Hey, let's start off with, all right. So is there any way that people can comment on this? Can I see comments? Or, I'm curious. All right, I'm gonna start. The first person here is SB. So I'm gonna add you as a speaker. I'll add the top row as a speaker. Okay. Hello. Hello. So SB, Ellie Smith, and Haley have been added as speakers. Okay. What's going on?
Not much at all. Just laying here. What are you doing?
I just walked my dogs, and now I'm just looking at my dogs.
Beautiful.
Great. How's everybody's Sunday? Good?
Great. Just got back from Ohio.
Oh, that's awesome. You know, I'm going to Ohio next weekend. I'm going to the
Really?
Fest. Yeah, I'm going to Columbus. Never been there.
Great. I was in Cleveland seeing Elton John with my mom.
Oh, wow. Kind of jealous. I love Elton John.
Yeah, it was a great concert. He
Yeah,
sounded so good for his age.
yeah, I mean, he's a genius.
For sure.
Yeah, but what I'm going to go do in Ohio, though, isn't nearly as. I'm going to the Juggalo Fest, so it's going to be a little bit.
What? That's
Yeah.
honestly kind of cooler.
Huh?
That's honestly probably cooler than an Elton John concert.
I've never been there. I've never been to
I'm
anything Insane Clown Posse's ever done. The cool thing though is I got tickets to go hunting for Bigfoot with them, so that's gonna be
What?
yeah.
I didn't know Bigfoot lived in Ohio.
Me neither, but I guess we're gonna find out. You know, you're gonna
That's kind
see
of cool.
Bigfoot. Yeah, never been to Ohio. Like, what are some good things to do in Ohio?
There's a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You can see A Christmas Story house if you like that movie.
Oh yeah, that's in Ohio.
Yeah, I went there today with my mom.
Oh wow, that's in. But
It's
that's
in Cleveland.
is Cleveland near Columbus?
I honestly don't know.
I gotta see that because I was going to the Jake Paul fight the next day, but that got canceled.
Uh,
So I have to like figure out my ticket. So I may end up spending an extra day there. So I may end up going. I mean, if Cleveland is near Columbus, then I may end up going.
I don't know how far Pittsburgh is from Columbus, but it's kind of like 2 hours away from Cleveland too. If you want to go to Pittsburgh and do stuff.
Yeah, I'm just on a tight schedule. I may only be able to be in Ohio. I don't know if I can go traveling around like that, but
Yeah.
I'll eventually go to Pittsburgh. Like I actually, this is a direction that I've been trying to take the channel is just to go like to different events and like do kind of like coverage of them, like like cool events and things that are happening. Um, kind of like what I did with the Ace Fest, but for things that are happening all around the country. I was excited to go to that Jake Paul fight. That looked like it was going to be a fun thing, but got canceled. But I think the Juggalo Fest should be good too.
Yeah, I think that'll be really cool. And I definitely think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, 100%. I've watched. I haven't watched too many videos of people covering them, but it looks like people are like super hyped up for it. I actually got face paint. I'm gonna paint my
That's
face.
what I was just going to ask, if you were going to be suited up.
Oh yeah, I got the merch. I'm going full Insane Clown Posse fan. I'm going full Juggalo, even though I don't much, but I'm a fan that day.
Yeah, Juggalo Noodle.
Juggalo Noodle. We got two other people here who aren't talking, so I'm wondering if they want to be on. Or...
I was
Hello.
surprised. Oh,
Hey, what's up?
I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. I apologize.
Oh no, you're not interrupting.
yeah, not at all.
Well, while I'm here, if I could just give a small plug There's primary elections on Tuesday in Arizona, Kansas, Missouri, Michigan, and Washington. So if you're listening and you're in those states, please go vote.
Is there a link
Yeah.
people can follow where they can find all this information too? Maybe I can tweet.
Vote.org. Vote.org and put in your address and you can find all the information that you need.
Love that. That's great. Vote. Yeah, like local elections are more important than ever now, with everything
Yes.
happening and how they're like gaslighting all these like pushing everything back by saying we're pushing it to the states, and it's just a way of softly removing.
Well, if you need a good story to cover for today, I'm actually in Missouri, and an Uber driver exposed one of our local legislators who's running for Senate for cheating on her husband with another legislator who's also married and has the receipts. Very interesting story that I've been following today.
Oh, that's crazy. Can you here? How can I?
I can give you the username of the girl who tweeted about it.
Okay, yeah. Let me see. I don't
Her
know.
username is at Hannah Brashers, HANNAHBRASHERS.
Let me see.
Oh, just kidding. I lied. It's Annie Schulte. That's who tweeted it originally.
And that's Schulte is SCHULTE.
Correct.
Okay, let me see if this. Okay, all right. Nothing came up. I don't know if.
Oh. It's at ANNIESCHULTE.
Oh, I think it's just searching. I don't know if it's because. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I was like in a different window because of the space. So this is the first time I'm doing this, so I'm kind of think I see it here. Oh wow, this is crazy. Yeah, I'll look into it after the.
Fantastic. Well, I have to hop off because I actually work in local elections, so I have a ton of work to do before Tuesday, but it was great to chat with everyone.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate all the information you gave us. Thank you so much for your work. You volunteer, or you actually like get paid to do it?
I work at the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yes, for sure. Thanks, everybody who's going to get out there and vote on Tuesday or whenever your primary is.
All right, get to it. Okay, so Ellie just unmuted.
Hi.
How
Can
you
you
doing?
hear me? I'm very well. I'm listening from the UK.
Hey,
And the England women's team was just in the Euros final
oh,
and won, which was absolutely amazing. So I feel like any of your British UK listeners are going to be very happy right now. But other than that, it's been a very chill Sunday. Not really much going on. What about you?
I'm doing great. I mean, I'm happy. I think I saw a highlight from the football game. It was like I think there was. I just saw a small clip of it. It was like somebody fouled somebody, and like she got up and she was like, "Fuck you!" Like something like that was kind of funny. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like European football is British footballers, German footballers, it is quite like heated. It can get a bit scrappy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was definitely the vibe. But it is huge because obviously Europe follows football.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, what you would call soccer. So
Yeah.
it's really big news that England won. But I feel like that's literally it, and I don't really have much to contribute. There isn't any political voting situations happening in England for a while, so I can't tell people to vote, I'm afraid.
Well, congratulations to England for winning. Is this the first time that England won?
Yeah, this is England's first win like since the 60s.
Yeah.
And obviously England is like a massive, like soccer is our main sport.
Yeah.
It's what like everyone follows. So this is the first win for England for 60, well, since the 60s. So 50 plus years. So yeah, it's very exciting. But to be honest, I feel like I haven't got much more to contribute to this chat. What were you hoping to get from this chat today?
I don't know. I mean, it's middle of the day here in Los Angeles. I just walked my dogs. I'd never done this. I thought it'd be cool to try it out.
Okay. Well, it feels like you've got a lot of people listening. Maybe other people want to be speaking.
Yeah, we can add a couple more people. So I'm gonna add the next one in line.
Cool. I will let you add more people, but it was lovely speaking to you.
So I'm gonna add the next 2 lines. So let's see, of people. Okay. Hold up. All right. So that's.
Hello.
We got 7 people on here now. What's up?
Hey, Dennis or DefNoodles. So we can talk about.
Oh, what's up? Oh, yeah. I remember I met you at the.
Hey, yeah. So can we just talk? Since Nick DeOrio, I don't know if he's in the chat anymore, or in this little thing, but why is he so obsessed with you? Because here's the thing, you haven't said shit. Like these guys or boys, they've been like talking shit for days, right? For months, and you haven't really said anything here and there. And finally, when you say something, their minds go crazy. They're like, "Oh, DefNoodles, he said this." Oh, and I'm just like, I mean, you're just speaking.
It's very interesting you say that because that's exactly. I mean,
yeah, like
some of these people have videos about like they have over 30 videos they've made about me over like the last 6 months and tweet about me like every few days, like several tweets, and I don't respond. And yeah, I mean, the way that I respond, I would say it's the way that I don't know if it's like the best way to respond, but it's how I know how to respond.
Yeah, like people are like, I understand why some people are just like, oh my gosh, no, DefNoodles is taking it too far, because like you typically you don't respond like this before, but now like bitch, you're responding, and they're all like crazy, like oh my gosh, DefNoodles is gonna be done, and I'm just like, you guys, y'all are worse. Augie, Nick DeOrio, all of them are way worse. So it's just funny how they're like acting all, I don't know, it's performative. I think a lot of this is just a performance. A lot of this is for online, for views and laughs. So I guess that's what this is.
You know what it is too? I'm an easy target because a lot of say is like ironic and sarcastic. So it's easy to take my words out of context. Like I've said this on my podcast like numerous times. It's easy to say I'm like super tongue-in-cheek, super sarcastic, super ironic, and so it's easy to blow out my words and make it seem like I'm absolutely insane. Like the weirdest reaction though is like people who are like, "Oh, I can tell you tweeted this while having a mental breakdown or whatever," and I'm like, I'm just chilling at home.
Right.
Like seriously, I'm petting my dogs and like, you know, I'm having a great fucking day. You know, at the end of the day, so it's like I don't understand. There's like a little bit of pushing this to be more dramatic than what it actually is. Like making things way more than what it is, like removing context of certain things and just making things appear as they're something that they're not. And in reality, like at the end of the day, I don't honestly, I appreciate you saying all the stuff you're saying, but like it's been happening for the last like almost 2 years, honestly. So
hey, Def, would you mind if I talk next after you're done? I apologize for cutting you off.
Yeah, of course. So it's been happening to this extent for like the last 2 years. So to an extent, I kind of got used to it. So I kind of don't even give a shit anymore what people are saying about me. That's really the point that I'm at. And like honestly, I've been trying to build out this venue that I got. It's like it's my office space with a venue. And since the end of last year, I was looking for spots. I found this spot in like April, I think, or maybe end of March. And I had to like do a bunch of renovations. And now we're like finally setting up the stage and all this stuff. But the plan has always been to do my show like live and to have a space where we can do live comedy shows and my friends can perform and I can work on my half hour and like do all this other stuff. And I just thought like, you know, like people like to talk a lot of shit on the internet.
No, I think
like why not roast battle? And like you can say it to each other's face, and you can stream it on your channel if you want. It's gonna get streamed on mine either way. And you know, at the end of the day, it'll be entertainment. Like I came up doing roast battles in New York. I've done a lot of them. I think they're like super entertaining. They're a lot of fun, and you get to say a lot of shit that in the context that like, you know, is the context of like a show. So you know, you get to essentially say shit to somebody's face that you have to back it up, essentially. You know what I mean? Like you don't just get to stay behind a keyboard. And that's what I find interesting. Instead of just this back and forth on commentary, like I've responded, I've made so many videos responding to people and like saying, you know, like correcting things that people said about me. And like at the end of the day, I was just like, what is this even for? What is all this even for? You know, so
Hey,
I was
Jeff.
just, let's do this in person. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry. Hey, first off, Dennis, just want to say, first off, my name is Zaina. My Sage Mom is my name. How are you doing, by the way? I know a lot of people have been on your case. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
That's good. I'm good, actually. I'm chilling right now, but I just want to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind me asking, just for clarification. So, I've been following you, I think, since last year, and what I loved about your commentary was like you were kind of like making fun of the commentary community in a way, like that Minecraft room and the cat headphones. And what I appreciated was like the humor of how much we take things too serious when it comes to internet drama.
Yeah.
So that's like what made me follow you, and I thought that shit was fucking funny. And I actually defended you because it seems to me like the bigger you get, the more people try to throw rocks your way. You know what I mean? So when you were blowing up, I defended you. Like Keemstar is a jackass. I think we don't have to argue about that. That dude's a jackass. And I defended you, especially when he made that shit ass joke because he thinks he's funny about, because pedophilia is a serious thing. I don't know why suddenly with the internet culture that shit seems to be like a checkmate where people get to, you know, call each other pedophiles and think that's funny. When I was a kid, pedophilia meant like a jail sentence. Like we got a danger in the community. Like it was a serious thing. But then I watched Papa Gut and I saw the two of you interact and it went south. I think we could both agree that it went south. It didn't go anywhere.
Oh yeah.
And I think hold on one second.
If you want to, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I genuinely, I would go back and watch it, Dennis, because I genuinely think that Papa Gut was coming from a good place. I don't think he was trying to come at your neck.
I understand.
And I think,
can I just clarify something in that situation? Like, I agree with you 100%. Like, that wasn't honestly my best moment. And I'm going to be completely frank with everybody right now. However many people are listening to this, I am not a debater. I have no aspirations to be a debater whatsoever. I'm going to explain my thought process going into that, because there's a lot that I've never said about it, that I just made my video, like, you know, like there was the apology video afterwards and then I moved on.
Oh, wait.
But there were certain things.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, Def, I'm almost done, I promise.
Okay.
Papa Gut, have you watched his videos before that debate?
Honestly, not really. I wasn't really that aware of it. I didn't think that much about it.
Yeah. That's okay, because Papa Gut is a very open-minded person. I know people say open-minded on the internet. That's bullshit. A lot of them just try to bait you into a debate. But honestly, Papa Gut is very neutral. Like, I see him talk shit about Ethan Klein sometimes, and then I see him take Ethan Klein's side, just to give you an example. Yeah. I see him give people benefit of the doubt. I think with you, he didn't know you too well, so I think he was trying to, you know, do open-ended questions. And because of your history with the internet, I think you jumped the gun a little bit and got a little bit defensive when he wasn't really trying to do that. He was just trying to talk. And now with all this going down, I feel like this could have been avoided had you just like gave him the benefit of the doubt and let him have his say, because he really wasn't trying to come after you. That's a good man. Like, he speaks up against racism, sexism, all those things that you personally stand for. And I think that you're just better than that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're way better than you think you are. Yeah. And the internet is a tough place where people want to knock you down when you're high. And you can't fall for these baits, because what you're doing with Papa Gut right now, I think is pretty disrespectful. Granted, I see the back and forth on Twitter, but it could have just been so much better had you just give him the benefit of the doubt. Now you're calling him a pedophile as a joke, but it's like, my brother, like, we're all rooting for you in this Keemstar shit, and it's just, it's kind of hypocritical when you're calling Papa Gut a good man, somebody who's known on the platform for calling out pedophiles, and you're calling him, like, you're making fun of him crying, and we got a problem with men not expressing their emotions. That's how men commit suicide. I'm sure you understand what it's like to be a man and have people demean your emotions. You're making fun of that, and I just think you're so much better than you think you are, but you're undermining yourself when you do stuff like that. Because Papa Gut is a good guy, and he was giving you the benefit of the doubt. And to see you play him like that, I think that shit was kind of whack. And I respect you for going up there and putting yourself on the spotlight, because that's hard. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. That's hard to put yourself out there in a platform that you're not familiar with. But I wish you would have just gave Papa Gut the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, I appreciate.
I just wait before Def says anything. I just wanted to say, because Keemstar is in the chat. Eat shit, Keemstar. You suck.
Yes.
For real, I'm sick.
Yo, that's funny. So,
Def, I just want to know why that went south. Like, what was going through your head during
So,
that talk?
if I explain my headspace going into it, because I'm going to be 100% frank with you right now. I didn't I knew very little about him, as I said, but going into that conversation, I had a very negative impression of him because he had made, I think, 2 videos about me, and I'll explain. It may take me a second, so bear with me. So, the first video he ever made about me, which somebody sent me, and I watched it, and it was just he was commenting on the Sniper Wolf situation. So for those of you who don't remember, end of last year, Keemstar accused Sniper Wolf of ghosting a cancer patient, and he went on a crazy rant for like all of Christmas, right, against her, and like made videos and like just made a whole lot of things. I looked into the situation. I actually spoke to Sniper Wolf and I got her side of the story. And she said, "Look, this is what's happening. I'm with family. I'm trying my best to set everything up, and I'm going to do what's right by her." And I was like, "Okay, so it feels like there's an unfair targeting of her right now, right?" So I made a video showing the other side, right, of this situation and showing some of the hypocrisies of what Keemstar was doing in his coverage, right? And in the middle of all of that, I also demonetized my video because I was like, I don't want to make money off of this. I added a fundraiser, which we raised, I think, close to $1,500. I don't remember off the top. You can probably go on the back on the video. It says it right there. And I didn't even mention this in the video, but I donated some money to her GoFundMe. I don't remember how much. It's probably up there if the GoFundMe's still up. But this is what happened afterwards. Papa Gut did his reaction to it, and I usually don't have an issue with like people talking about my content, even if it's negatively. But one thing just kind of seemed a little dishonest to me because he said that I was just he was extremely negative. He took Keemstar's side, extremely negative about my commentary on the situation. Didn't give Sniper Wolf even the benefit of the doubt, and me knowing that she was trying to do what was right, and she ended up doing what was right, and contacting the girl. So like it just felt a little disingenuous in his coverage. Also, interestingly enough, he said I was virtue signaling by demonetizing my video. Didn't acknowledge the fact that I raised $1,500 for a foundation. At one point,
Dennis?
he pulls up the GoFundMe. Hold on, let me just
Wait, let him finish.
So at one point, he even pulls up the GoFundMe and it shows my donation at the top, and he doesn't even acknowledge it. He closes it very quickly because it goes against the point that he was arguing that I was just trying to virtue signal, right? That I should have monetized my video and done it in that.
But my question is to
So
you is,
yeah,
how does that? You know who you are. No, anybody
of
on the
course,
stage, anybody in your real life, nobody's gonna know who you are but you. You are the person that will know yourself the best.
100%.
These internet people are gonna be yada 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 yada. Papa Gut does that asshole shit to everybody. It's not personal. You understand what I'm saying? And the
I
fact
get
that he even
so this is where it develops. So there's another stage to this. So um, afterwards, there was I guess like a month later, there was the EB family situation, right? And I did my best to cover it. I don't do like deep dive videos where I get into every detail, but there were aspects of it that I could have been more thorough, and I acknowledged it. Like later on in a post, in a community post, and then as well, even in the beginning of my conversation with him. But he made also, again, a very negative video, like essentially calling me a racist because I didn't like talk about the same things that he talked about. And I responded to it, and my response is how I usually respond, which is like I'm just used to like kind of going at people's necks. That's really how I go when I get in that mode where I'm like in the video. It's like, I'm looking for jokes. So it's not really, I'm not a debater, like I said. Anyway,
I don't think he was trying to
later
debate
on,
you.
I understand.
But I don't think he was trying to debate you. I think he was trying to get your side of the story because
Yeah.
you had actually compelling points, right? Like that whole EV situation was kind of weird, but you made some compelling points. I think that he was just trying to get your side of the story, but you in the beginning of the video, you were doing well. Like you were just saying like, yeah, I made a mistake, and you were apologetic about it.
Yeah.
And Papa Gut was even saying, oh, you don't have to apologize so much. It's not that big, because he wanted to make you feel comfortable. And it's like when he gave you just a little bit of pushback, it just seemed like you got on your walls came up and it all went to hell.
So that's a good observation. So there's another aspect to it too, that after that video, he DM'd me, and then he shared that DM all over his social media. And for the next 3 days or something, because he reacted to my response to him, right? And he shared the DM, and I started getting, I think it may have gotten a few thousand messages, honestly. I got a lot of messages, a lot of comments, a lot of people telling me to talk to him. And I was just like, I feel like, we had like, that was a good back and forth. I don't want to bring up more, but there was just one day. It was like nonstop notifications. I was trying to film my podcast. I was in the studio. I was like, okay, I guess when I get home, I'll just like do this, right? So I got home, I called in. I had something to do afterwards. I ended up like missing it, but anyway, I sat with him and we talked, and it just honestly, like I said before, that wasn't my best moment. I'll recognize it. I'm not really a good debater. I went in there with the idea of just, let's come to an agreement, and then let's move on. But I think,
to cut you off, but I think that's what went wrong, is because you went into the mindset of it's a debate when really he was just trying to get, because because you said you didn't really watch most of his videos. Sorry to cut you off, by the way, but because you didn't watch most of his videos, he actually agreed with some of your points. He said, you know what, I didn't take into consideration, because Papa Gut said that she was crying and it wasn't that traumatizing, but you rightly called him out for that. And he acknowledged that was wrong. So it wasn't like he wasn't listening to you. He was. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, this whole thing is, I'm going to be honest, this could have all been avoided, because, again, I look at you as a respectful commentator, but just like recently, it's just like, it seems visually, because optics are important, like whether we want to acknowledge that or not, that optically it's just looking like you're burnt out and you're not being articulate with why you're angry, because this is the most context we've gotten, right? Like, hey, you know what? I went in there and I thought it was a debate. You know what? It wasn't a debate. We were just trying to have a conversation. And you did that. But it's the follow-up, like, memeing him crying, memeing him being upset, because he takes that stuff serious. Like, would you admit that he takes pedophilia and all that serious? Do you think Papa Gut takes that serious?
I don't know enough about his platform. It does seem, from what you're saying and from the conversation that I had with him months ago, that he does. I mean, but I don't really watch his content like that much.
What I would do if I were you, because like, here's what I used to say, like, in order for me to get enemies, I have to know my enemy, right? Yeah. And I don't think guys should be enemies. That's not what I'm saying. But I think that you're too smart to not go in there without knowing stuff. Because if you know ahead of time, you know what you're doing when you get in there. Like, okay, obviously this dude's an asshole. I'm not going to waste my precious time. I got money to make. I'm not going to join this debate, quote unquote, to get set up. Because you got to be smarter than that, because you are. And had you watched Papa Gut's videos beforehand, I think you would have gotten the context that he's a talker. Like, I don't see him mistreat pretty much anybody. I think there was one time he went off on a actual racist.
I think we're starting to go in circles here, guys. I think we're starting to repeat over and over. I've got a quick question in another direction. Is there any way, Dennis, where the beef can be mended? Is there something that can be done where maybe you guys aren't best friends, but
100%. There's a way. I mean, my DMs have been open this whole time. I haven't, out of all the people who talk shit about me all the time, and I don't say anything, not a single one of them have ever reached out to me. I mean, I take that back for a second. Nicholas DeOrio reached out to me 2 days ago. He reached out to me 2 days ago. I don't even remember what he said specifically in the DMs, but he reached out to me. So that was the only person who reached out. And his reach out was like, hey, I guess I'll be over there for VidCon or whatever, and it's fine. So, but yeah,
I know you said you're not a debater, so would you like talk off air with these people and try to patch things up? I don't think these people have it out for you. Like Nick DeOrio, I think, is in this space just listening. We could bring him in and maybe we can help mediate between you guys. I don't think you're as different as you think.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't hold a grudge against anybody. To me, what you have to understand too is that there's an aspect to the show that I end up playing into different things. And like honestly, I don't know how many of you heard the first ever interview that I did. I did an interview. I think I posted it yesterday with Vulture, and I remembered it because it says so much about I say all of this. Like I essentially just started talking about news and trending topics because I wanted a reason to have jokes. That's honestly all I want to do. I don't really care about any other aspect. I'm really single-minded about I want to be have a way to talk every day, have jokes to tell. That's really what it is, and it ends up being a whole bunch of different topics because it's all this stuff that's happening, and and of course there's some aspects that I end up talking about the news. There are some aspects that are more serious that I don't joke about, or that I find some other way to comment on. But it's I'm honestly. Like I said, I'm not really a debater. I just think of everything. My mind thinks of jokes. That's all it does. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody.
Are you gonna do the man on the street interview like you said you were gonna do about Papa Gut if he looks like a pedophile?
Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna do it because it seemed like. I mean, what do you think? You think I should do it?
No, I don't think you should do
not.
it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Do not do that.
Well, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna do it.
I think it would be kind of funny, but that warrants maybe a harassment strike there, don't you think?
I mean, I don't even know what would happen. You guys don't understand. I'm surrounded by people all day.
He said he would sue you.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I don't think you guys understand. I'm just all day joking about shit with my friends and
So then my question is why can't
that's all I think about. So
then my question is then why is Keemstar getting a lawsuit if he's joking around allegedly? I don't like Keemstar at all.
I'll outline the difference between what I said and what Keemstar's statement is, and I'm only doing this. I shouldn't be talking about the lawsuit at all, but I've already said this publicly, and I stated this publicly months ago. So the difference is Keemstar's account. You go read the top of his account. It says the most trusted news page on social interactions or whatever. He bills himself as a newsman. He said on multiple occasions, I've sent people to jail, to prison for these accusations. So he makes a post which there's no differentiation whatsoever on whether it's news, on whether it's a joke. It's straight up presented as hard news. In fact, he uses hashtag DramaAlert on it, which is what he usually uses. Hold on one second. Let me just finish and then we'll get into the question. So he uses hashtag DramaAlert, which is usually what he uses when he's presenting breaking news, right? And you go in the replies, you go in the quote retweets, and there's even a guy who has a law channel. It's on LawTube. He went through all the replies, and even as he's going through the replies, he's like, wow, a lot of people believe this. So he was even, he was like, they could have used a whole lot more of these replies in their initial filing. That's fine. I mean, that's other stuff that goes on to it. But that's the difference between that and what I'm doing is essentially for anybody who has a background in roasts, anybody who's ever watched a roast battle, the most basic joke you can make about someone is, A plus X equal Y, right? So somebody, they look like this, so they're that, right? And that's essentially what it was. It's not an accusation. I'm not saying he is one. I'm just saying he looks, and that's essentially the difference. Also, if you go back to my interview, back to the all the way back to 2019, I say that my show is a parody of Keemstar's show. I'm parodying his show. I'm parodying Perez Hilton. It's a parody. So essentially, I even say I shouldn't, I'm not a journalist. I don't want to be taken seriously as a journalist. That's not the point with what I'm doing.
So then why isn't that reflecting upon the commentary community about your, like, why is it the commentary community, like, they universally almost don't agree with that, what you're saying?
I can't make people agree with what I'm saying. I can tell people what I'm doing, and whether or not they believe it, it's up to them. But this is the intention. It's been since 2019. You go back to that interview. It's a 2.5-hour podcast that I talk with, and it's the biggest comedy podcast in the country. I mean, they had David Sedaris the week before I was on it. So it's like,
but my question is like, if Papa Gut and you like already have history, and now you're on the internet saying he looks like a pedophile, that looks vindictive. It doesn't look comedic to me. It seems more vindictive than comedic.
I understand. It's the way that I respond. I mean, honestly, it's just, I think of the memes and the jokes, and that's what comes out strongest. Like I literally at one point, I don't know how many of you have been following me for a while, but one of the first jobs I had in this space, I was working at Univision. I had a job in a, like, they had several YouTube channels and Facebook pages. Like, one of the things we did every day, we had at 9 o'clock in the morning, we had an hour and a half meeting where we decided all the memes we were going to post all day. Like, for years, I've been doing this. This has been my job, even for like corporations. So that's how I think of shit. Like I said, I'm not like a debater. I don't have any aspirations to be. In my interview with Vouch or Voosh, I always say his name wrong, but I told him, like, dude, we talk about this politics and stuff, but it's always like the more comedic aspect of it. You know, it's great to have like commentators who are so informed like you. Like I don't have any grand aspirations to be a great orator.
I have a question. Yeah. I have a question. So, would you be willing today sit down with Papa Gut, sit down with Keemstar? Would you be willing to sit down with those two individuals to squash all of it?
I mean, I'm in the middle of a lawsuit with one of them, so I'd have to check with my lawyer first.
But if you checked with your attorney and all that jazz.
Yeah, I'd have to. I'm in the middle of a lawsuit with one of them, but I'm willing to squash my beef with anyone. And honestly, I don't even have beef. It's just like, at this point, I'm just running with it because it's what I'm getting. Like, you got to understand. Like, I think somebody mentioned, or even you mentioned earlier, you said, oh, these people have been making videos about you and commenting on you for months, and now you're just finally responding. So I'm running with what is there, right? So I'm responding to what is actively being given to me. And I'm responding in the best way that I know how to do it. And I'm not saying it's
but the thing is, Dennis, is that you gotta let these motherfuckers fall on their own sword. You don't have to do a goddamn thing. The thing is when you get bigger, these motherfuckers are gonna start throwing rocks. So it looks bad upon you when you're responding to every single tweet. Because listen, like, I'm sure there's people here who've been, I've been called all sorts of shit on the internet. I'm not even big. I got called fat. I got called stupid. I got called all sorts of shit. You gotta let them motherfuckers talk their shit and like let it go, because at the end of the day, you got bills to pay, you got a show to run, you got employees to take care of. Fuck them.
Well, here's the thing. I'm never a true believer in someone telling me what I can and can't tweet, but I will say this: I do think that at the end of the day, you're gonna be bigger, way much bigger, and I do think that those people who want to debate you, they know you're good with, like, even though you don't do like the long docs, they know that someone who's good with video, they're not going to be as good with debating, and that's how they get you. You know, that's how they're all.
I completely disagree with that. No, man, you gotta let that. I'm just saying, because I'm a big fan of you, because I love your satire. I got your satire. If that makes you feel better, like I did, like the Minecraft house and the cat ears, and even when you stopped doing that, I could tell it was satire. But when you do this shit, it's not good. It's just not funny. Like, because it's actually emotionally hurting somebody. Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest, like, just keep it real with yourself. It's vindictive. Like, you honestly had beef with Papa Gut. Shit went south. It happens. We all take L's. It happens. Like, we're human beings. We make mistakes. But the problem is that, like you're saying, you're going to do on the street interviews to see if he looks like a pedophile. Like, I hate to sound like a 5th grade teacher, but how would you like it if somebody's on the street doing that shit to you? You know what I'm saying? You got to think about stuff on a different perspective. Like, you got to be I hate to tell you, the bigger person, you know, because you're an entertainer, right? So if these they're going to make videos of you. They're going to do it because you're a bigger content creator. You just got to be like, all right, I see it. It's what it is. And then I'm just going to move on with my content.
Yeah, I agree with you. That, honestly, it's been what I've been trying to do, is just take the high road. I guess it got to a point where I was just like, I'm going to start responding. And I started responding and, and to an extent, I did take it a bit too far. That's usually what happens, if you just get caught up in the cycle of responding, to everyone. You end up at some point or another going too far.
And I've been there. But like, I think it's
pretty
you start by taking down those T-shirts
down.
You've
had to constantly remind people that you're a comedian every time something comes up. When you say this stuff, it's not obviously a joke. I mean, it's not funny. I don't know.
Well,
someone said that. I hear that, and it doesn't sound like a joke. You tag the FBI. It's not obviously a joke to me. And you keep saying, "Oh, I'm a comedian. I'm a comedian. I'm a comedian." That's not an all-purpose pass. Get you away with everything. Like, there's still consequences.
I mean, I'd love for you to enlighten me as far as the consequences so far of me tagging the FBI and saying that somebody looks like. If anything, I think that Sage has illustrated rather nicely that I'm the only one who's been hurt by doing that. So essentially, but I would love whatever consequences just so I can learn more and understand more of your perspective.
The consequences you're assassinating his character.
Okay.
I think that's pretty obvious.
Uh-huh. And who necessarily took what I said seriously enough where they responded to it to that effect?
I mean, you'd have to go look in the replies and the quote tweets. I'm not going to go do that legwork for you.
I understand. From what I've seen from the quote tweets and the replies, I don't think absolutely anybody took it seriously. And you feel free, anybody who wants to go through right now and screenshot the replies and
Venice,
if I'm wrong.
I think those T-shirts need to be taken down because again, that's just I don't think you mean to intend to, but that's kind of like low-key harassment. Like with the cry about it shirts, that's just not classy.
Mm-hmm. So you'd like to take them down? All right. Well, then you made a good case.
Yeah, take them down.
I'll take it down right now.
Just for your sake too, because again, like you talk about legal stuff, and by the way, I'm so sick of this YouTube era of everybody fucking suing each other. Like, it's just childish. Like take them damn T-shirts down, and honestly, like, you'll be back up. Trust me. I don't see you as somebody who's not unreachable, but again, like them damn T-shirts is just that was like, okay, we're going too far now. Like, because Papa Gut, I promise you, hand to God. Take the time whenever, I know you're a busy man, watch his videos and you're gonna be like, oh, that's who he is. Okay, so that's who Papa Gut is. Because I think that's the first mistake is you went in there with no helmet. You didn't do your research, and like whether you like to be portrayed that or not, people do look for you towards the news. Like, I know you do it comedically, but people do take what you say serious.
Well, I appreciate it. I just took the tweet down, just so you know. I appreciate everything.
Yay!
I'm gonna add the next line of people here. Feel free to say.
Can I just speak? Because I've been waiting patiently, for just a chance. I don't really want to interrupt anyone, but I'd just like to add something, just like very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I just want to say I'm kind of really disappointed with your behavior in the past couple of days. Mm-hmm. I honestly think you're much better than the behavior that you've been showcasing, and it's honestly just like really disappointing for me to see, because I mean I had like one brief interaction with you a couple of years ago when I asked you not to use a certain news source because just like a whole thing, and you very kindly said, yeah, I'll take the tweet down, I'll find a different news source to quote my news from. Mm-hmm. So, I always had the impression that you were like a pretty good guy. But in the last couple of days, just like the language and the behavior that you've been using has just been like so disappointing and just mean and vindictive. And I kind of feel like you're hiding behind like, oh, it's a meme, it's a joke, it's satire. When really a lot of the things you're saying, whether you realize it or not, like not only is it nasty, but it holds a lot of weight. You're making like pedophile jokes, you're making fat jokes, you've been calling people like bitches for showing like emotion and you've been conflating the word bitch with like weak, and as a woman I don't appreciate that. And I know there'll be people listening now who are going to be like, oh, that's such like a lefty point of view, but that's the way I feel as someone who experiences misogyny on the regular. And yeah, I could keep going on, but I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I may have taken things a bit too far, so.
Yeah, and I just feel like, I mean, hopefully you're fine and everything, but I feel like getting into this mindset where you're chasing like clout and stuff by doing all these outrageous things. It's just not very like healthy. And I don't want to see like you suffer because of that, because you're going to become the people who you detest.
Gotcha. Yeah. So let me just clarify one thing. I'm not chasing clout at all. This is like, in fact, it's the complete opposite. It's
actually, I mean, well, you've been boasting about how you've been getting like more interactions and how you've been trending and things like that as a result of this, and how you're not going to stop because like all these like outrageous things you're doing is giving you like engagement and boosting you.
I mean, anybody who sees my tweets and sees how they're performing knows that it's the exact opposite. And the trending, I haven't trended for anything good. So I was being extremely sarcastic when I said that. All you have to do is sometimes if my statements don't make sense when I'm tweeting something, probably because I'm being extremely sarcastic or satirical with it. Because if you've been following closely, you'll see most of my tweets aren't getting as much engagement, especially the ones where I'm doing this kind of stuff. And I may have trended 3 times over the last few days, but it wasn't for anything good, you know. So
I got a question, Dennis. How hard was it? How hard was it from? Because I feel like maybe I'm misinterpreting your feelings. How hard was it to be like from another country, right? Like you're from Brazil, and then come to the States and have to make a living. Like, does that have any way of like burning you out? Like, how hard was that to?
I mean,
do you think?
You're asking me how, there's a whole lot of shit that happens when you move from a different country. My family doesn't live here. So I'm essentially by myself as far as like everything. I've been completely broke. Like just before the pandemic, I was on food stamps. I was like completely broke, was relying on a lot of favors. And thankfully a lot has changed. But yeah, it is what it is. I think there's this stereotype in America for immigrants that you're like constantly hustling and working and doing this stuff. And it's just been ingrained in my kind of my DNA. Like I've accepted the fact that I don't have the time to stop. And it's always been like that. When I lived in New York, it was actually worse because, now I have the ability to work from home. But when I lived in New York, I was like all over. I was like in Brooklyn the beginning of the day, then I was in Queens and back in Manhattan. It was just crazier. But yeah, it is what it is.
So my question is like, who's your support system? Because like you said, like your parents, your family's like out of the country. Like, who's your support system when you feel like you're not balanced? Because everybody needs a support system.
Oh yeah, I have
when they feel off kilter.
I have I can call my parents. It's not the same thing as having them here. I can call them and talk to them. I can call my other family members in Brazil. I can call. I do therapy sessions. I know people were like memeing, saying that I was doing therapy because of Keemstar, who's now posting laughing emojis. But I've been doing therapy consistently for like years, and I've done several types of therapy. And for anybody who listens to my podcast, I talk about it pretty openly. That wasn't the only time that I talked about therapy. I recently talked about doing hypnotherapy, which is like fucking amazing. I highly recommend it to anybody who ever wants to do it. Like, there's so many different types of therapies that can help you with so many different things. So that's I have that. I have my friends. I have people that I every day, people that I work with that that I collaborate with off camera, off my public stuff, and I have friends. I have my dogs. I have like a pretty balanced lifestyle as far as like what I do. I make sure
you just look like, maybe I'm wrong, but you look in your videos, you look kind of burned out. Like, I think you said like you constantly work. How is that taking an effect to your content, do you think?
Dennis, are you burned out? Are you burned out? Because
I don't.
Are you?
I honestly, I think the only time I felt burnt out in this whole process was beginning of this year, maybe. And that was because I was doing so much and like looking into this move. And I was like, it was so much stuff that I was having to look at. And I was launching my podcast. So it was like a lot of new stuff happening. But honestly, like right now, this is like the best I felt in like 2 years since the pandemic. Because I'm building something new that's cool that I'm like slowly sharing with all of you. So there's like, you haven't seen all of it, like I just posted a studio tour on the Patreon, right? So like people who are on there know, but like outside of that, like I'm still building everything out. There's like a lot of other stuff that I'm doing with other creators offline. That's only going to be online probably in like 2 years that I can't even talk about, So it's very fulfilling. It's like I'm essentially doing what I've always wanted to do, and that's what's driving me. Like that's why I don't feel as tired ever.
Yes, that's what's up.
My fear is that you might have like some yes men around you, because I watched your podcast with Christian Walker, and it doesn't seem like they put much input into what they're doing, just as just to look out for you, because you need somebody who's going to keep you in check, whether you want to hear it or not. Because again, like I just feel like again, you want to be a better person. I don't get that impression that you don't want to be, but I just feel like you need a circle around you. Like again, like I'm subscribed to you. I follow your tweets, and again, I just as a member, like you know what I'm saying. Like you just need somebody to keep you in check and say, hey man, like you're a little bit out of bounds. Like me telling you to take those t-shirts down.
I think Tiana, anybody who's watched the podcast, I have Tiana and there's Steven and there's Leah as well. Leah is usually there, like fulfilling more of like she usually does more like plays characters, so it's more of an entertainment aspect. Steven is like sometimes he talks about his perspective, other times we're like joking around. But Tiana's still finding her footing, but you'd be surprised. Like she is actually super real. She helps me a lot with like I bounce things off of her, and she gives me great ideas. You got to also understand, like I'm putting this team together. So a lot of the people that are joining now, like some of them don't have that much experience on social media, so they're like learning and building their own stuff as we go along. But I definitely appreciate and understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, especially like when you're starting and you're finding your footing. So I'm glad that you gave him that opportunity. But like, I feel like Christian Walker, like I feel like you accidentally set yourself up to fail, because that guy was making all these political points. And I think you said earlier, you're not a debater. I just don't think that interview looked too good. And again, I know you're just getting your foot into the podcast game, but I feel like you would be better, like for right now, if you're not a debater, just do more entertainment stuff. Like get a YouTuber who's not political to talk to you, like not Christian Walker. You know what I'm saying?
I like the podcast. I do think that Christian Walker is a fucking douchebag, and I do think that he was kind of like not necessarily controlling the conversation, but just very like I felt like there needed to be more voices, more spoken. Like he was trying to shut up one of the girls, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like it's your podcast, so she should be able to fucking talk. You know what I mean?
And you know what's funny? So I'll give you some background, because I don't think we mentioned any of this, but Christian, I think I set it up maybe 3 days before, and he was like in DMs, super nice. He texted me afterwards, was super nice. But when he got there, he was so like confrontational in an unexpected way. I thought he was just gonna, we were gonna talk about his weird, absolutely outlandish and bigoted point of view, but not in such a confrontational way. I don't know if it read in the like on camera. His veins were popping out of his fucking head. He seemed like he was going to jump across the table. And
so he was putting on a show?
Yeah, he was putting on a show. And but I was genuinely interested in confronting his ideas, but in a way that wasn't confrontational. I didn't want to, like we met before, I had a previous conversation that didn't go so well. So I didn't want to repeat that. I also wanted to just, have a conversation as a group so that we could essentially, like let him talk himself into a hole, and then like pull out things that are, the real, essentially.
I think next time, like you guys should have your questions and be like to the next guest, hey, we're going to ask you this question. So, because I hated the way how he completely shut that girl up. I was like, whoa. So I think next time, but yeah, he was, I mean, I don't know, I'm not going to call him a good guest. Like he was entertaining, but.
Yeah.
I think, Dennis, I think you should also go, like I put the tweet above, like, again, I think that I think Papa Gut is a good guy. I really think you should just go over your tweets real quick, read them back, and kind of just reevaluate some things. Again, I'm not saying bow down to your enemies. I would never tell you that. Fuck them. But I'm just saying, like, just be the, like, you get on your hustle and stop, like, with the unnecessary bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, I guess, my main point, because it just seemed like it got out of control so fast when it didn't have to.
Gotcha. Let me add a couple more people to the conversation. I'll look at this, the tweet. This, the photo, yeah.
Dennis, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so you know the article that Kat made.
Yeah, which article?
The one about Addison Rae's dad.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wrote a tweet that basically said that, and I just want to clarify, like, I'm not a fan of Kat or anything, but you basically implied that she'd called Addison Rae's dad, like, a pedo, essentially, for dating a 25-year-old. Personally, I think it's creepy that someone his age would go near someone who's 25, but I don't think in any bit of that article that she actually, like, said that or implied that. That was, like, basically you saying that. And, like, how is a young woman basically, like, I'm 27. Am I, like, a geriatric or something?
No.
Or am I a young woman?
It wasn't specifically to the article. The tweet was specific to the tweet that she posted promoting the article. And
okay, so what did the tweet say?
Says, like you said, she says young woman. And to me, that, often in the media, they'll use words like that to infantilize a woman. She's 25 years old. She's a woman, right? Now we can go into the weeds and talk about, like young woman is technically this age to this age, but it does kind of, by saying, okay, this guy's 40 or something old, and then he's going after young women. Like there's a certain language that's used in media, and somebody.
Oh yeah, totally. Like I'll acknowledge that as well. The media do that, and I think that's wrong because I think it undermines the severity of the situation when the victims are underage. But like Addison Rae's dad, as far as I know, this girl was like 25, wasn't she? Like I said, I think it's creepy. But and I just I know you'll probably say, oh, it's satire, it's a joke, but I just don't think it's very funny because it's like it's kind of like slandering Kat for when she didn't even say that.
In my thread, I said all that. I said, like this guy's clearly going through a midlife crisis. He's acting real creepy. So yeah, I agree with you 100% on all that. It's more use of the word young woman. I highlighted it, and I highlighted the parts that I thought, made that point. So there's like a specific language. Like somebody even replied, I think, to that tweet, or they sent me a message later talking about how the opposite is used. Like, let's say that a politician is like caught with a minor, they'll often use young woman as a term to describe the minor, to like kind of soften the blow of the allegation. So it's like it's a term that's used very like, in a way that can be seen in many different ways. Like just say woman. Like, the fact that you're trying to infantilize her almost it leads to that implication.
Yeah, but like as I said, Kat wasn't doing that, and like I said, I do acknowledge the media do that, and it's wrong. But Kat was not doing that, and as one of the other speakers said, some people do look at you as like a legit news source. Like some people don't understand or realize that your channel is an attempt at comedy.
Understood.
So as I said, I just think like the behavior and stuff, like just maybe. And I mean this like in the kindest way possible. Maybe just like think a bit more because it's not coming across good, and I worry you're going to get yourself into trouble soon because like it's a joke, isn't like a cop out.
I'm technically in trouble now, right? That's what.
Yeah, true.
So,
and like I'm sure you'd rather not spend your day like arguing with like randoms on the internet.
Yeah, honestly, I have somebody else who takes care of my Twitter during the day. But yeah, a lot of like the posts are coming from someone else. But it's like when I'm online, I'm looking at everything.
Yeah.
You don't need to do that sometimes. Like that's not good for you. You're a bigger creator. So like I said before, like they're gonna sling arrows regardless, even if you do something 100% correct. But Def, I hope you don't mind. There's a speaker that wants to come up. Irish Badass.
Where is it?
Irish Badass.
Let me go through.
Can I just say something adding on to what she was just saying?
Yeah.
Like I understand that not just that you want to say, but that you are a comedian and there are no boundaries, that, and everything's a joke. But what like I don't really understand, or I think that people are having trouble with, is how you square that with aligning yourself with the social issues that you do choose to align yourself with, which I think is good, and I support those issues. I think you generally support them too. And like I know Papa Gut does like a lot of work for similar social issues. Like someone was saying earlier that you guys would probably get along. You know, he cares about a lot of things that you claim to care about. And like that's what I think is kind of like what you were saying before, where you're like, what's the harm? I think it's harmful to say, like, essentially to make jokes about pedophiles, not to say like, oh, there's things you can't joke about, but just in the sense you can joke about whatever you want. It's a free country, but like words have consequences, right? And if you want to say like, screw the left, they're too sensitive, who cares? Like that's perfectly fine, and you can take that position. But if you're also going to take the position that you care about these things, it's kind of contradictory. Like, what if Papa Gut, who does use his platform to help save kids and to, you know, take down predators, maybe someone sees your tweet and they don't want to work with him because they say, oh, this guy had an accusation of being a pedophile, and then he doesn't get that opportunity, and then someone is hurt as a result. Like, shouldn't that be something that you care about?
So yeah, I just think there's a little, difference. It's not really, what I posted wasn't a pedophile accusation. I never even said that.
I didn't say it was an accusation. I said it was a joke. I said it's a pedophile joke. But it's still the matter. And again, you can joke about whatever you want, and you can say, screw people, they're too sensitive. I can say whatever I want. And that's perfectly fine. But at the same time, if you're also going to say, I care about these issues, you have to draw your own lines. And if like pedophilia and kids getting hurt and are these things that you care about, then you know what I mean? Like if you're truly funny and you're truly a comedian, I'm not saying that to say that you're not, you should be able to find jokes elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like, why do you have to joke about something that could potentially hurt an issue that you claim to care about?
Hey, Dennis, real quick. Sorry to cut you off, Smarty. I got a DM from one of Keemstar's goons. They want to know if Keemstar can come up there. I think he wants to talk to you.
Keemstar wants to talk. Yeah, that's fine.
It's just gonna.
I know.
Can I jump in for just a few seconds?
So hold on 1 second. I know. As soon as I bring him on, it's gonna derail the conversation. So let's wrap this up in like 4 minutes, and then I'll bring him on. Okay.
All right.
That was just my point. Is I think that's what people are having trouble squaring. Is that like those things don't really match?
Can I make a couple of quick points before you pivot to the next thing? I want to kind of just say something, because it's often said that politics is a form of theater, but it is often said that comedy and being funny is perhaps the most elusive form of theater. And I would say that numbers don't really lie. When you look at 147,000 people following someone, they're doing something right. When you're looking at, and Kim, I'm going to pick on you. 2.7 million people following somebody, they're doing something right. I just want to put that out there. And the other thing I want to say about material, and I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback on this immediately, is that it doesn't make a difference where you are in terms of being out in front of the public. You can be doing something like me, you can be doing something like Def, you can be doing something like Kim, but the things, you have to try material. You have to try points of view. You have to see what kind of response you get back. Anyway, back to you, Def.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to say something. Yeah. Michael, the primary's in August 2nd. What the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing here? The Kansas primaries is August 2nd. Why aren't you campaigning? Why are you in a fucking Twitter group chat with DefNoodles and Keemstar? What kind of fucking dumbass bullshit is that? And
may I respond, or may I respond?
Yeah, you can respond.
Or do you just want to make your point and just be abusive and insulting?
Oh, abusive and insulting! Are you gonna cry like a bitch? Are you gonna cry like a bitch? I don't even live in Texas.
Dennis,
why are you gonna cry like a bitch?
Dennis, can you kick him off, please?
I just removed them. Okay, so it's derailing the conversation a bit.
Yeah,
I'm going to add Def. Okay, if you don't mind, I'm going to respond to that.
Okay.
The reason that somebody like me, who has a fine and performing arts background, is in a room like this is because click on Def's profile twice. Take a look at the number. 147,000 people are plugged into his platform. Why wouldn't I be here? Look at Kim, 2.7 million. Why wouldn't I jump into Kim's room? I'd have to be a stupid politician if I didn't do it.
Michael, I really think that you should background check and maybe look into the people that you're speaking to before you commit to having a platform like that and trying to spread a political message. Because if I could recommend one thing to you as someone who wants to be a senator, it's don't go on a Keemstar live stream. I don't think that's going to be conductive to your goals, but also good luck.
It's not just a following number.
It's not going to be conductive to your goals.
Excuse me. You have about 7,000 people following you, and to me, that seems to me like you know a thing or two about this. I've been doing this for about 6 months when the Twitter Spaces started working, and I'll be honest with you. I'm one of these people. I'm like, well, boomer grandpa-ish. I mean, figuring out what Twitter Spaces is and isn't has been very difficult for me. But I have to say, I'm very impressed by the fact that Def has been able to get the kind of audience he has and the kind of thing that Kim is doing.
I'm sorry,
but not all followers.
Hold on.
Okay, so I want to respond. I want to respond respectfully. I want to respond respectfully to little. I don't want to say that because I think it's demeaning, but I want to speak. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. I really do. But I think that when you've achieved what you achieved, which is, I mean, you've got some clean numbers there. Those are solid numbers. That's close to 7,000 people that are following you. You're doing something right. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry to be disrespectful. Let's get it back on track.
Hold up, folks. I appreciate
strange emphasis on numbers. I mean, Hitler had a lot of followers.
I feel like we're getting a little derailed here.
Yeah,
I appreciate where it's going. Michael, I appreciate you stopping by. Everything you said was great. As far as jokes go, I'm used to, dude, when you do stand up long enough, you're used to, in a 5-minute set, for example, doing one. It doesn't work. You just move on to the next one. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Exactly. You move on to the next thing and see if it works.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I'm going to bring on Keemstar. This shit is going to get completely derailed.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Dennis, see, that's what you're doing. You're already jumping ahead, right? Let him talk. I know you guys have history, but you're doing it again. Just, you got this, okay?
Well,
just let him be up there.
I understand what you're saying. They just have certain expectations. That's what it is, based on,
Don't overthink it. You're a smart man. You got this. You got it.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes. I'm interested. I just want to say this to all of you. Enjoy the show. Let's see where this goes.
Oh God, Keemstar. Ugh.
Come on, guys. We got this. Come on. He's smart.
Yeah. All right. There you go.
Why, hello. I've heard my name mentioned multiple times, and no one
absolutely
would let me talk back. Mike, it's nice to meet you.
I think we actually have done some podcast work before. I believe. I may be wrong.
I know you already shared a stage with me, and your career wasn't ruined. So little B incorrect. Def, I know we have some legal issues that we need to settle. So let's try to avoid that conversation for both of our sides. But I've seen you recently messing up on the internet. And I think that you need, a brand new pair of rollerblades, and you need to go rollerblade 5 miles a day. Thoughts?
I mean, dude, I just took my dogs on a 45-minute walk. I'm getting ready to go and exercise. So if your suggestion is to exercise, hey, I appreciate it. I'm on it.
My suggestion was more rollerblading. Rollerblading is good. You can feel the motion. Mm-hmm. You can get into the groove, and you're just soothing through the streets of LA. I think you need rollerblades.
Yeah, I support Kim in recommending Venice Beach.
I love Venice Beach. Hey, I can't wait to go there. I don't live near Venice. It's like a 45-minute drive. I live in WeHo, so that's.
But how long of a rollerblade ride is it?
How about
WeHo's not quite the same. You really need that Venice Beach kind of action to get what Kim is talking about.
Do you think you've hurt people? Do you think you've hurt people, DefNoodles, recently? And if everyone else could be quiet, it's a conversation between me and him. I know you want to jump in and have your 2 cents.
Let me ask you, do you think you've hurt people?
Oh, dude, with my 15 years in the internet, like, you're going to hurt people. You're just, that's part of the nature of the business. I mean, look at Jenna Marbles. She literally didn't do anything wrong. The nicest content creator on the planet. But some people claimed online that she hurt them. So, I mean, that's going to happen. But recently, with the controversy that you're in, do you feel like you've hurt people?
Like you said, it's inevitable to not hurt people. Even when I'm trying to not hurt people, I can do something that does. I mean, you go back, I think 3 months ago, I made a joke. I reacted to this show, the Grand Cooking Bake Off or something like that. And this woman brought like stale bread, right? And I made jokes about stale bread. And apparently that day I heard a whole bunch of people who are fans of stale bread. So yeah, I mean,
I think the best apology that you could put forth is a Twitter video of you rollerblading. That would let the entire internet know that everything is good with DefNoodles now.
So we're rollerblading in Venice. Be specific, Venice Beach.
Venice Beach. Is that inspired by your videos running in the middle of the woods?
No. I pulled a bunch of people. We've been doing all different types of, data gathering to try to figure out what DefNoodles could do to get out of this situation. And the people together, according to my data over at DrumAlert, suggest that DefNoodles uploads a piece of content of him rollerblading.
Gotcha. I get that you're memeing right now. I don't know what the inside joke is between you guys. You guys decided it on a DM, but hey, that's funny.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm wondering if you will get down with the rolling blading.
Mm-hmm. Hey, whatever you say, man. If you can run in the woods, then I can do whatever you're telling me to do.
Why is it so passive aggressive? Is it because of the lawsuit?
You have a 24-hour window, DefNoodles. 24 hours. We got to see a piece of content of you rollerblading.
I don't have rollerblades, and I'm going to Ohio.
You can rent them in Venice Beach, right, Kim?
I believe so. And I think we should ask the people here, if you would forgive DefNoodles if you saw a piece of content of him rollerblading, put any emoji up, the heart, the laughing emoji, any emoji, Look at these emojis through the chat. The chat is exploding with emojis right now, DefNoodles. This is the ticket. This is how you get out. We need to see you rollerblade.
Look, if you want to call me
in Venice,
because I'm wondering if you're actually being serious or this is some kind of meme that you're trying to put together, and I can understand what's going on through your head. That's totally fine. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, tomorrow I'm doing a massive build in my office. Like I'm going to be busy all day, and then I'm getting ready for a trip. I'm going to Ohio. So, I mean, I can figure something out, eventually. I don't know. I can't tell you I'm going to do it tomorrow because I have things lined up. I run a business. You run a business. You know that. So.
All right. Well, it looks like he's not sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I tried.
That's what you wanted to do all along. That's funny.
I don't get the joke. I don't get it.
The joke was
we're just trying material out. That's all we're doing.
The joke was he was trying to pin me into a corner to get me to do a video under his conditions, and then if I said no or yes or whatever, he wins either way. Because if for some reason I accept this thing, then it's like I'm
just making a joke.
Apologetic.
Yeah,
Dennis, it was a bit.
It was a joke. I was just being told by one of his peeps that he was just trying to play with you, I guess.
Yeah. Joke.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's a typical Keemstar because what he wants to see you with rollerblades, do a video so then he could talk about it on his channel and do the whole thing. I would never take him serious for anything.
Whatever it is, I just thought it was funny. I hope. I mean, this may end up being brought into court. Who knows? I mean,
right.
That'll be funny evidence to have to listen to this. talking about the rollerblade stuff. So yeah.
Don't let them
should I bring more people in?
Yeah, just don't let them get into your head.
It's not. Trust me, it's not in my head. I just think it's we're honestly, we were having a conversation, and it turned into that. Like I said, it derailed in a way that it wasn't expectedly derailed. So whatever it is. Anyway, I'm gonna bring more people on. I'm gonna bring in the next person who's here. I'm doing the first lines.
While you're doing that, can we ask where you're going in Ohio? Are you going to do anything fun in Ohio?
I'm going to the Juggalo Fest. I'm going to Columbus, Ohio, to the Juggalo Fest to cover it.
Oh, so you're actually going to be working it?
I'm not going to be working it, but I'm going to be there, filming content for my channel. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yo, why the fuck is this Michael guy here, man? This is so odd. Just listening to this the whole time, yeah? The one thing I don't understand is just bruh, this guy just cares about numbers, man. He literally sees somebody's numbers and he goes, oh shit, they must be doing really well, man. That's not how it works. You've got to be doing good stuff to get the numbers in the first place. They don't just exist. You have to actually make content for a long time and have people like it, and then there you go. Sometimes people don't like your content and they follow you to hate you. That makes no sense, bro. This Michael guy is actually brain dead.
Your numbers are pretty good, Drew. I don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what we're talking about. You've got about 23,000 people following you.
Bro, I have a YouTube account, where I make YouTube videos about weed. Yeah, my videos get 100,000 to 1 million views a video. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. You don't just you don't just think people are cool because they have
very well the
subscribers
numbers
or they have
mean
followers.
something.
Numbers, they don't mean anything, bro. Anything. Doesn't mean you're a good person.
They
doesn't
do.
mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean anything.
They don't mean anything if you don't do something meaningful with them.
What? No, you don't have to do anything meaningful.
I love that, Smarty. Was that Smarty? Smarty, that line was terrific. Are you? That line was great.
What? That you don't have to do anything with your followers? You don't. If you make videos or you make any content and people follow you, they follow you because of the content you make, and that's it. They don't care who you are as a person. They don't care what you do. They just watch what you do and they think what you create is cool. That's it. That's literally it. There's no extra thing about it. You don't have to be doing anything good with anything. You could be doing bad stuff. Who cares? If the people watching like it, then who cares? If it's not hurting anyone else, who gives a fuck?
So
Smarty. Yeah, I love what you said, Smarty.
Michael, I appreciate you stopping by. I feel like the conversation is becoming about you. Maybe you should start your own Twitter space, just so we can finish talking about the other stuff that we've been discussing.
Dude, the one thing that Michael guy needs to do is actually look into people on Twitter who are about what he does, and he needs to get into a space about things that actually revolving around politics or something. Because being in a Twitter space with 400 people trying to clown on you, Def, I don't really think that's going to do anything. So I'm a dip. Def, I actually agree with Keemstar. I think you should get into rollerblading. I think that'd be sick. I'd love to see you do a sick 360. Maybe smoke a big joint at the same time. I rate it. Safe for man.
Appreciate it. All right, so I'm bringing in the next person. I brought in 2 people.
Hey, Dennis, how are you feeling real quick, by the way? I just want to see how you're doing.
I'm good. How you doing?
Buddy? I'm good, bro. Shit, just chilling.
Hi, I didn't expect to get approved.
Yeah, I'm having the first 2 lines.
I'm just a big DefNoodles fangirl.
No, I appreciate that. How do I say your name, right, Loki?
Yeah, my name is Rilo, and I just put Loki because I like Loki.
Oh, yeah, I like Loki too. Loki is one of my favorites. Too bad he got killed.
Yeah.
Oh God, too soon.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't have anything important to say. I just wanted to say that I could talk to DefNoodles. As lame as that is.
No, don't say that. I mean, that's not lame at all.
I think you're awesome. I love your content. I've been watching you since forever.
Really?
You're so cool.
Wait, okay, I'm not DefNoodles.
I also don't like Keemstar, and I know he's listening, so Keemstar, you suck.
Oh, he's still here?
He's listening.
It's an internet presence. I mean, don't be,
Well,
right.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know either. The personality that I get
I just
through
been
public
through
things, and when you put yourself out there a certain way, people are going to feel a certain way, whether that's who you truly are or not.
just be careful of the way you present yourself online if you don't want people to feel negatively towards you.
Right.
Yeah, I'm definitely like, I think this conversation has been good because it's I really like the points that Sage and like other people have been making so far. So it's
Would you mind? Sorry to cut you off, brother. Would you mind deleting that tweet above that I tagged? Because again, like we had that conversation. I just think you're better than that.
Let me here we go.
I agree.
Oh, man.
And to be honest, I don't even know who Papa Gut is, so I can't say anything on that.
Who's that?
No, he's a good guy. He's like you missed it. We were talking about how he didn't really see his concept beforehand, and he kind of went in there with not knowing really who he is and his intentions. So I think a lot of that confusion, a lot of that confusion came from just not knowing who Papa Gut is. But again, I think Papa Gut's a forgiving guy. He's a smart man. I do have faith that Dennis and Papa Gut are going to work it out.
Well, that would be great. It's always best to work things out with people, especially if you're in the public eye,
Yep, do you as like a obviously a big fan and like someone who you just said you didn't know who Papa Gut was, and you like Dennis and you find all his stuff entertaining. And I'm not saying it's not entertaining, but I'm just saying someone with that perspective, did you, when you saw that tweet, did you find it like funny, or were you kind of like a bit turned off? Were you like, oh, what's he doing about that? Or did you get the joke?
I got the joke. Like I pretty good at detecting Dennis's sarcasm after watching him for so long.
I just want to know why pedophilia is funny though. That shit's not funny
at all.
That's serious.
Yeah.
No, it's not funny per se, but you got to think when it comes from a comedian, comedians make these kind of off the wall jokes and statements that I mean, I'm into comedy. I'm I've been making jokes and acting for years, and people that are like that, like-minded like that, they kind of get it. Not saying that it's particularly right,
left,
but it's a touchy subject for everyone. I can definitely agree, and I definitely don't condone it or think it's funny in a real aspect.
Dennis,
I think
Dennis, I would definitely just listen to Papa Gut's videos, and you're gonna put more I said that like 8,000 times, but it's really gonna blow your mind how open-minded he is.
Okay. I think that one thing that
well, thank you for having me. I'm gonna mute myself and continue listening, but I'll be right back.
Okay. I think one of the things that Rilo mentioned is like also in the I think when I'm posting this stuff, I'm thinking of it in the context of like a roast, So I guess on the internet is I was even having a conversation with about this with Steven. I think I saw he was like listening in the other day, and like how on the internet it's so broad that people don't see it from the same point of view, when you're posting things like that. So definitely there's like the broader my audience gets, and the more it is like the broader people are broader interpretations are going to be of what I'm saying. So it's it can happen that even though I'm posting something in the context of a roast, it can be a landmine for a certain people.
Do you think that were you really trying to roast people, or do you just felt like you were a little bit pissed off and vindictive, and you wanted to get back at them?
This is the thing. This is one thing that that Papa Gut even brought up in our discussion, right? He said, "Well, you make jokes only about people you hate." Like that's a very limited scope of comedy. Like I'm not motivated by hatred. That's like it's so weird to put comedy on that like level, to say that jokes only come from a hateful place. It's like very weird. Like you can joke about literally everything. Like there are a lot of people, a lot of comedians who only make self-deprecating jokes. Does that mean that they like completely hate themselves because they only make self-deprecating jokes? I mean, no. I mean, everybody has things they don't like about each other, or about themselves. But it's say that coming from a vindictive place. Like honestly, if I were trying to be vindictive, this is literally the worst way that I could do it. Because not only am I like, these tweets aren't getting engagement, and people are like getting angry at me, like it's not doing its function.
Well, don't you think,
Mike? Go ahead, Smarty.
I was just gonna say, like, in a roast battle, I understand, like, that's in a format. Like, that other person came in a sense, like, they're to be roasted. Like, when you're reaching out on Twitter, like, I understand you're a comedian, but the people you're reaching out to aren't necessarily comedians, and they aren't necessarily, like, their audience doesn't necessarily know you or, like, why you're interacting with them. So if you're going at someone who's, like, into a social cause, and you're making a joke about that social cause that could be very hurtful to that person, and they're like, whoa, what? I'm not, like, in a roast ring. Why are you coming at me like this? This seems, defamatory. Like you were saying, the people in the replies of Keemstar's tweet, even if he meant it as a joke, you were saying people weren't taking it as a joke because they don't come to him as a comedian. Like, people don't all come to Twitter for the same thing. It's a lot of, like, overlapping things. I think it's better if you keep it kind of in an arena or make jokes about other subjects, not necessarily other people.
I think it's important to also acknowledge that, like, at this point, I've been doing this and interacting with some of these, commentary folks for a while now, and I've said that this is where I'm coming from, and if people are going to continually, that I'm interacting, like, just say that, no, this is not a joke. What you're saying is not a joke. If they keep labeling that, then that's almost on them. Like the fact that I've said before, this is, like, as far back as 2.5 years ago, that I was like, this is meant to be a joke. This is
right, but it's still a problem. So what's not clicking? Like, maybe you need to adjust.
Wait, hold on, Smarty. Wait, Smarty. Wait,
I'm back. Sorry about
my
that.
My thing is like, so I watched Papa Gut's response to your tweets, right?
Yeah.
And I think we all know that he was upset about it. Like, he kind of poured his heart out, talking about, like, the victims he talks to, the things he had to hear, and how much it stressed him out. The response to it was not appropriate. Like, I think we know about boundaries, right? Like, he was pissed off about it, and I'm glad that you did the right thing and took those T-shirts down. But, like, you got to look at it at that perspective. Like, at that point, it's like optics, right? Okay, so you're not obviously joking anymore. This is beef, right? Because if someone's upset and crying about sexual assault victims, it gets upsetting.
I understand what you're saying, Sage, but a lot of what people are saying are, like, you're being vindictive. They're placing intention on things that I've already said what they are, like. And as far back as 2 years ago, the most consistent thing that I've said throughout my career and over the last 2 years, whenever it comes to these interactions, it's like, this is a joke. Like, I'm coming from a place of a joke, and people.
But you've already said though, with this voice chat, thing. I don't know what you call it, but you already said that you would talk to Papa Gut if, like, you know what I mean. You said you would do those things if necessary, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm open to talking to anybody. Like I said, I don't hold beef. Like, at the end of the day, like, people know how I react to them. It's always been consistent the same way. So it's like, at some point, and whenever people are like, oh, you're doing this, I respond in the exact same way. So at this point, it's almost like you either acknowledge that this is who I am and this is how I do things, or you just continue to ignore it so you can keep creating conflict. You know what I mean?
Wait, I'm sorry, Dennis. Like, sorry, go ahead, Lucas. You got it.
Yeah. One thing I'm thinking is what about, like, just people that just come across your tweets, right? Like, you say, like, everybody knows this, like, everyone understands, everyone I interact with, but there's so many people who are going to read your tweets and see these things that say, like, this guy looks like a pedophile. And again, I understand, like, you're not directly accusing him of being a pedophile, et cetera, but at the same time, you're spreading this message to such a wide audience that may not have the context and the understanding that you're joking, you're making a joke, especially when it's, like, on your Twitter account. Like, some of them are obviously jokes, but at the same time, you have tweets like, oh, serious, Bill Russell just passed away, or clapback, Chris Rock responds to Will Smith. And it's like, where's the joke in that? Like, people are looking at you as an authority on the subject, whether you intend that or not.
This is a very interesting point that you brought up, and I've been talking about this too for the last 2.5 years, and it goes back to the when I talked about my influences being Stephen Colbert, and, like, even in this interview that I plugged a couple of days ago, that I said that I did back in 2019, I talk about this, about how people would watch The Daily Show or even Colbert back when he did the satirical show on Comedy Central, thinking that was actual news, and Colbert was actually a Republican. He was actually that person. So it's common with news parody. It's not an unusual phenomenon. It's common with news parody for people to take the information at face value without understanding that there's satire or something behind it, because it has two uses, right? There's the informative aspect, and then there's also the ironic, satirical, sarcastic, comedic aspect behind it, right? So this is, I understand what you're saying, and at the same, with that said, what happened to me, because we also talk about a very specific moment, that there was a tweet from Colbert when he was doing a show that went viral for very similar reasons that a lot of my satirical tweets go viral. Like the people think that the way I'm presenting the information is like serious. It goes all the way back to this Charlie D'Amelio vaping tweet that I did, that people completely misunderstood the joke in it, and it blew up out of proportion, right? So it happens very often, and honestly, the broader and the bigger my platform gets, it's going to keep happening. It's like part of the growing pains of doing a comedy show that's based on topics that are happening as they're happening.
So I got a question for you. So like I just want to like I'm on your side. I'm not somebody who's trying to bring you down. Don't ever think that I got your back. But think about it. And
I don't think.
Yeah. So like put it in this perspective, right? So like you were like, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say you were joking about Papa Gut looking like a pedophile, right? And let's just say you really meant it as a joke, and then all of a sudden you have a video pops up that's saying I'm not saying this, but Papa Gut has a video title said DefNoodles is a bad person, right? And you're watching that video. He's upset about it. He's upset about the insinuation, even as a joke, that he's painted as somebody who looks like I don't know what a pedophiles come in all shapes and sizes, races, etc. Right? And you got Papa Gut, who's very upset about the experience that he has. Mm-hmm. I mean, put it to my perspective on why it's funny right after that video where he's upset that you continue to make not only that, but make a T-shirt of him crying about the experience
I didn't watch that video, but jokes are jokes. They've always been jokes. In fact, I was watching yesterday the Whitney Cummings interview with on H3, and she talked about the roast that she did, and how when she did the Carrot Top roast, they had to cut around the reactions because he got really offended by the jokes, and they still published the roast. So it's just what it is. Like comedy, there's an aspect that Joan Rivers was terrific at. It's an aspect of there's insult comedy. There's such a thing as that, and so at the end of the day, I didn't watch that video. I saw somebody shared a clip of him. It was like of him, like it looked like he was crying. Like Steven can attest to this. We watched like maybe 20, 30 seconds of it, and then we got back to work, and that was it. I got a screenshot, and that was it. I didn't like sit through and watch. Like I don't really have.
I think we're getting to the problem, right? Yeah. Like this is my second time hearing you say I didn't watch or I'm not familiar with X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And I think that's causing you issues, right? Like because he was dead serious about that video.
That I cover, I don't have time to keep sitting and watching videos that other people are making, commenting on my content. I honestly don't, because like just today, there are like 15 videos that people made. Like I just don't have time in the day to sit there and like watch every single one. Like it's just not viable to me. How am I gonna,
So then if you don't have time, like I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but then why talk about it, right? Like, all right, maybe I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna chill and do my work. And instead you kind of went on the defense.
Flooded all of a sudden, flooded with comments about stuff. And then I see a clip that somebody shared or tagged me on, and I'm like, that's it. Like I don't have time to sit through, like, I don't know how long it was. I don't even know, like 20, 30 minutes. Like I have my bills to pay. Like I'm not going to sit there and watch someone else talk about my content all day because
you're giving the same energy as Jeff Wittick not reading the article about the David Dobrik thing on the A3 podcast. Like, if you're going to be speaking on someone, I do think there is a value in hearing them out and seeing what they have to say.
I absolutely understand. This guy, though, you got to understand, he's published like 50 or 30 videos in the last 6 months. Like
it's definitely not 50 videos on you. There's definitely not that many.
He's done a lot.
I think no. Wait a minute. I watch Papa Gut all the time. He gives you actually a lot of a benefit of the doubt. He goes like he's getting jumped, right? I think even at one point he took your side because a lot of commentators were at your neck. I think like Cabos and Optimus and all them.
So many videos. Like this guy has a video. I think a couple days ago, that he published about like my Christian Walker reaction. It's like 2 hours long. Like I'm gonna sit through and watch a 2 hour. Like I lived that. I did what I could in the moment. Like I'm gonna react to every single part. Like there's no way that at the time, like people were just talking about you look burned out. Like, I'm trying to get 6 to 7 hours of sleep a day. I'm gonna do 2 hours.
We're taking your, no, we understand that, but I mean, look at it as somebody who's a viewer, right? Not at the point of view of as a content creator, but as a viewer. You watch Papa Gut and you watch your, DefNoodles, right? Yeah. And you're watching the whole video of Papa Gut breaking down why what you were doing was wrong. You watch all of it, right?
If he could have very easily like DM'd me and said, "Hey, this is XYZ, blah 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 blah." He put it in like a 3 hour. I don't have time. I don't. I'm being very honest right now. Like the guys, like you go back just this past week, it may have been like 4 videos that he did on me. So like
I think that comedy is very diverse, and there's a lot of people that aren't going to get each little nuance of what kind of comedy is coming off. And I don't believe there's any maliciousness or vindictiveness to anything you've said or tweeted.
I disagree. And
you're doing your job, and I personally don't think you owe anybody an apology just because they don't get the joke.
I disagree with that because, I mean, the back-to-back of you and Papa Gut, especially with that interview, I mean, can you see how people put that puzzle together? You do an interview with Papa Gut, it doesn't go right, it happens, we take L's, we move on. Suddenly, go ahead.
Like, honestly, it's been literally months since I did that video with him. If people think that I'm holding on to a grudge, like I have so much stuff that happened in my life. You can even ask Steven is here. He can attest to this. We literally talk about him zero throughout the day. Like we saw that clip and we immediately moved on with our days. That was like literally it. And then it was like.
So then, how did it get back up then? How did the two of you start beefing again on Twitter? How did that happen?
I would see people like comment things or send things, and I was like, oh, I could do a joke off of this. Oh, I can respond. Oh, people are reacting like this, so I can make this kind of joke. That's literally what my thinking is going into all that. Like I can meme it like this, I can do it like this, or oh, this is like a funny screenshot or whatever, So
I think the point though is that like self-admittedly, and again, I'm just trying to push you back so you can see the viewer's point of view, right? That you said that you didn't know much about Papa Gut, and I think at the end of the day, that shot you in the foot because if you knew Papa Gut's content, and I understand that you don't have time. You don't have to respond to these people. You really don't.
No, you're 100% right.
The you went in there with no.
I did it because I was getting flooded DMs for days to do it. That's why I thought.
Dude, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, fuck them. If you don't fuck them if they can't take a joke is insane. Fuck them if they can't take a joke. But Papa Gut was not one of those people, and I just feel like that went south because you just didn't do your due diligence, and that's just the truth. Like. And I say that as somebody who I care about you. I think you're somebody who is a good man. I just think that you're letting these content creators, right, just get into your head when you don't have to. Like, just let them fall on their own sword. Fuck them.
Gotcha. I mean, look.
Yeah, don't let them get into your head. Don't let them live rent free up in there. That's not cool.
I wish I had time to keep looking at everybody. Like I have a very specific like business model. There are people that I cover consistently. So that's usually the stuff that I'm looking at, the stuff that I can actually make videos out of and comment. And honestly, I'm not seeking drama or anything, but if I see that there's a certain reaction that people are having to that moment, my comedic instinct is to jump on it. There's a concept in improv. It's like jump on the bomb, right? And it's like, you just jump on something and you try to extract the joke as quickly as possible, So that's
what about what did you think about Optimus's Twitter video on you? Like how did you take that?
Well, I thought that was pretty funny. I didn't watch the whole thing, to be honest with you. I watched like the first minute and a half, and I saw he was like just coping, and then I scrubbed through it. I also saw that he like shared my stand-up, and he put like what do you call it, like words on top of it saying that there are 3 people in the room. And I'm like, I just thought it was hilarious. I thought it was pretty funny because, the whole reason I explained this earlier, the whole reason why I want to do the roast battles is because I want to have this face to face. And to me, that's just like that whole video. It was just serious cope and excuses to not do what he does over the internet to someone's face. Like to me, the most cowardly thing you can do is like, come on my live, come on my live. No, do it in person. Like, say it to somebody's face, because a lot of these guys are internet tough guys. They like to talk real fucking big. But we're gonna put that to rest. We're gonna start doing things for
And but my thing is my question is to you is like, how does it make you feel when commentary channels come after you? Like, what goes through your head when that happens?
Like I said, I don't have time to like watch all their videos. There's like so many videos. Like maybe I'll say something in the morning, like when we walk into the office, I'll say, "Oh, people are making videos about me again." Then like we move on to the next thing. You don't understand. My day is like, I wake up at 5:30 in the morning. From 5:30 in the morning to midnight, I'm like go with like packed nonstop with stuff. Like, you know, that's usually how it is during the week. So I don't have time to even like think about this stuff. So when it comes across, like somebody tags me on it or DMs it to me, then I look at it as much as I can physically do, because I'm not going to sit and watch a 2-hour video of something that I lived through. You know, like
So then my question is why do you think you maybe should take time to now, like, do you think that people are trying to antagonize you by tagging shit to you, and then it's like, and it's kind of fucking you 100%.
Up? There was one guy on that I had on Instagram who followed me on Instagram. He would literally DM me every screenshot of anything anybody said about me on Twitter. And at one point I was like, all right, I can't see this anymore. So stop like looking at it. There are people who do that. They're just like seeking out to get a reaction from me. And from time to time, honestly, if I feel like there's something interesting that can be done from it, and then I do it. But I don't. I think a lot of people get confused. Like, honestly, I don't think of even the views. To me, it's like the comedic value of something in the larger context. To me, it's like, how can this be fun and entertaining to people? That's what I'm thinking 99.9% of the time when I'm putting something out. Like, I don't think of like, you know, how am I gonna get the most views out of this? If I was thinking about that,
you know what I say to that? You know what I say to that is, then you got to show it online too, because I hate to tell you this, but like, with great power comes great responsibility. And you know, it sucks for you because I know you want to joke around and dick around, but the thing is that unfortunately with the platform that you have now, it's kind of like you gotta move differently, right? Like,
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. I feel like if you're a creator, you don't have a responsibility. You're just doing your job. Responsibility is your personal problem, not the creators.
You
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Especially when a lot of people do
at least
look at
that's
death
how I
as a
feel
news source.
with my personal self. I don't hold anybody accountable for my feelings other than myself.
I think we're talking about
Amen.
I just don't think I think you missed some of it. But what I'm saying to you, Dennis, is that like, we got a lot of, you know, I don't want you to bow down to your enemies. I don't want you to ever think that. But I'm saying that you got to move differently.
Can I just say one thing? That term, like, I don't even understand it, because that's a binary. We've been talking about this on the podcast too. Like, the internet forces everybody into such a binary of being enemies or being good versus evil. Like, honestly, I think people take this shit way too serious. Like, bowing down to your enemies. Like, what? I understand.
No, I said I meant the opposite of that. I don't want you to ever do that.
Well,
bow down to nobody.
Of like, what does it even mean? It doesn't, like, theoretically.
Let me elaborate.
You know,
let
like,
me elaborate.
Whether I get a W or an L online, it's all just like, in the grander scheme of things, really not that important. Like to me, the important things are like, and I'm going to be 100% point blank right now. Like, our country's taking fucking steps back, right? That's important to me. Like, whether I take an L or a W on the internet, like that to me, it's never really made a difference. Like, it never really, as far as the money that I make, same is coming in every month. As far as the influence that I have, you know, may shift up and down, but that's usually how it is.
Dennis, let me put it to perspective. Can you, like, so as a viewer, I watch Papa Guts all day. I get what you're saying with you don't have time, and I absolutely, I can't imagine that you do have time. But I'm saying he's upset, right? At the tweet. And then you do it again when he's upset about it, and then on top of that, you make a T-shirt with his face crying. Can you point to me on how, like, that?
I feel like we're going in circles. I feel like
it is circles, but he's not getting it. But that's because
on a semi-related
Try
note, I
talking to
Oh,
think
Rich
Crystal
it's
Luck's
Walker.
in the house.
disingenuous to act like it doesn't hurt your career or it doesn't hurt, money, engagement, all of that. When you start to reduce your own credibility by saying these things, then you've lost followers from this straight up, and it's not going to help your career in the long term.
It goes up and down. Followers go up and down. I mean, I've been doing this. I've seen like one of the first scandals that I was ever quote unquote involved in. We were making a video for Flama. That was the Univision's their like social media page. We made a video where we had somebody from Puerto Rico say in the video that people in Puerto Rico like to put tangerines in their coffee. And she said that everybody did this, but in reality, only her family did. And we published the video, and people from Puerto Rico flipped out. They were like, "Nobody does this. What are you guys saying?" So that it was like shit's gonna happen, regardless of how well intentioned or good. I'm trying to put stuff. There. I have a modus operandi. I have a way that I operate, and at this point, people should know already what. I want to give Steve a chance though, because it seemed like you wanted to say something earlier. Steven.
I mean, where to even start, man? I don't really even know where to begin with this shit. But I like what Loki was saying. I mean, comedy is a very interesting dynamic to bring to the internet because it's not going to be taken in the light that it was actually given. And with having fans, I think is very finicky anyway because well, I mean, John Lennon was killed by a fan. I don't want fans. I want supporters. Like I don't care for fans. I've been doing stand up for 13 years. I'm not here to get famous or get money off of stand up. I have a pierce agenda, and that's it. I like to do comedy, and that's it. And that's the bottom of it. I've
That's the
been getting
important
dragged.
thing.
I've been getting
Enjoy.
tagged.
Sorry.
I'm just saying, I've been getting tagged in the drama for the past 4 or 5 days. I don't know anything about Papa Gut. I didn't know anything about internet culture. I was not even online. If you look at my social media, I was not even caring about social media because I just figured, hey, I'm actually out here in the streets making people laugh where it actually counts. But when you apply this to the internet, things get completely taken out of context. And like it becomes bigger than the actual people because what I'm seeing is like it's not even about Papa Gut or Dennis. It's about who people align with and like if you're on this side or if you're on that side. And Papa Gut and DefNoodles are not even really at the center of it. You got thousands of people in each other's comments. I got like people who got Dennis's picture on my page, just bots, like 30 of them, just commenting on things. It's like no one's coming after them. No one's gonna say anything to them. No one's gonna say, "Oh, why are you guys, talking shit?" or "Why are you guys taking this out of context?" or "Why are you guys making these jokes about these guys on YouTube?" They're yada yada yada. It's like, yo, I don't care about none of that shit. But the moment that Dennis makes a joke and tags the FBI, I thought that was. You think the FBI is sitting around trying to validate people's tagging on Twitter? Like the fact that the FBI has a Twitter is a joke in itself. Do
They
you
have
really
too
think?
many things
You
to
think?
do to
You really
care
think?
about Twitter.
You really think they over here like taking these? Like it was a joke. It was a
Steven,
clear joke. It was a
Steven, my,
clear
my
joke.
question to you is, Steven, can you tell me the joke about putting somebody's face on a T-shirt saying "cry about it" when he was crying about the hurt he heard about with his victims when he
Yeah,
had talked to
yeah, yeah.
victims?
And I think any grown adult, especially male men, know that experience. Have someone related to them that has that type of scenario going on, who's been through sexual assault directly or indirectly. Everyone on this chat has dealt with that. Like that is a soft spot in anybody's reasonable logic, life, and mindset. Now, if you're an adult and you see how the media works, this dude is making channels or he's making YouTube videos for his as his career. Anyone knows, like, I'm not bowing down to white tears. Okay, you crying online, I'm thinking you signaling something completely different. If
What
you're
is wait, wait,
sad,
wait, wait. What
like,
does white tears have to do with him being upset with victims of sexual assault? How did that turn into that?
because he's a white man crying, and it probably has a different effect if it was a black man crying or a black woman crying.
Steven,
Amen to that.
Steven, are you the one of the co-hosts of the of his podcast? I think you sound familiar. I apologize. I'm newer to
Preach.
the podcast.
Yeah, I'm on the podcast. I mean, yeah, I'm on there, and it sounds like you guys follow Papa Gut religiously as well, right?
I follow both. I follow both DefNoodles and I follow Papa Gut, which just makes it more odd as to how they started beefing. So I think you missed a lot of context too, Steven. But I say this with all due respect. I just feel like you're
I
sounding
did
kind of
miss
like
a lot of
yes man.
context. I did. Like I said, I'm not on the internet. I've been getting dragged in a Papa Gut tweet for the past 6 days. I never heard about the guy.
Right. But so I think we're getting to the bottom of the problem is that we don't quote unquote know, and we quote unquote aren't doing our research. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
That's very relevant to what we're talking about right now.
It is relevant.
It's not, because is anybody
correcting
Papa Gut?
Yes.
Yes, actually.
Why
yes,
y'all over here? I got people in my DM mad about Christian Walker. I'm like, go talk to Christian Walker. How do we platform the dominant narrative? How the hell do we platform the narrative that's already dominant?
I'll tell you exactly
white
how that
supremacy
happened.
runs the globe.
Steven, I'll tell you exactly. I'm okay. Again, I'm Black Lives Matter all the way. I don't know how we're getting into that conversation. Let's move forward,
I don't know what
right?
that even means, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what it means in a second. I think the problem is that with DefNoodles Twitter, Dennis, I like to refer him to his natural name because we're going to talk like humans. The problem is that as an audience member, we're seeing a whole slew of him being called, he's looking like a pedophile. Fast forward, as an audience member, we're also seeing Papa Gut cry because he's offended, which he should be, and he takes the seriousness of sexual assault very serious. Earlier, Dennis said he didn't watch the whole video and he wasn't too familiar with Papa Gut, which destroyed a lot of context to what Dennis should have needed before getting into anything with Papa Gut. So when you say that you don't know anything about the internet, no disrespect, it shows, right? Because we're missing
context.
I'm
fine with that. I'm okay
that's
with that.
his priority.
Just like what Dennis said.
Listen. I have no problems going toe to toe with fans or people who work with him, because I want Dennis to win. Like,
I'm not trying to go toe to toe with anybody. This is the thing. Like what Dennis said about,
but you can't fill
you
his head
remember
with yes
you remember
shit.
when he said jump on the bomb? You remember when he said that
yes.
in improv? Like that's exactly what it is. Like I had nothing about Papa Gut, so Dennis jumped on the bomb that came through whatever this Papa Gut drama is. He's like he said, the video that they're talking about happened 4 or 5 months ago. I don't even think I was on the show when Dennis did the interview with Papa Gut.
Then you missed
but
another
it
video.
also kind of seems like you jump on the bomb and then it explodes and you're like, why are you hurting me, bomb? Because you jumped on it.
I don't
know.
I just want to add one thing about the context that people are saying. I think yes, context is important, but I think we're still able to have conversations about the greater scheme of things without having the full context. It's not because Steven has built his career very successfully as a comedian outside of the internet that he can't understand what's happening, because it's the same dynamics play out through society.
Again, it's the Jeff Wittick 1-for-1, dude. You can't just say, "Oh, we don't need context. We just need the headline." Like, you need more than the headline. You need to understand what's going on before you speak on a subject.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying, but it's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you don't need the headline. I'm saying Steven can still have his point of view regardless of the context. He is currently living through the situation. He is giving his point of view of being tagged in all these threads and having all these people talk about it and getting DMs. So he's actively sharing his point of view of the situation based on what he's lived through so far. So we shouldn't be discounting what he's saying just because he hasn't been watching every single Papa Gut video that he's made about me. Because, folks, like I said, I
don't think we're not trying to say that. We're not.
I don't think anyone's saying.
Most people don't have time to watch every single video. That somebody who puts out a lot of videos. Like I try to watch my favorite creators. Like I get to watch them maybe once every 3 days, a video that they post that I like. I don't even get to watch my favorite creators because of the work that I have to do, because I have to watch a whole bunch of other people as well. So
I feel like this conversation got with, like, because Steven was being asked about the shirt and all that, the shirt that you made, and then he was being asked about being compared to, like, I guess Jeff Wittick and how he should know to defend you. Basically, that's how I was understanding it. So I just feel like there was so many different questions, different angles, and he was kind of answering it. But how I understood it was that he's a comedian. He's getting tagged in all this. So he has a right to like respond because of what he's observed so far. Not that he hasn't, watched every single Def Noodle video. I think that's how I understood it.
And he's also somebody who's with me a lot. I mean, we were just yesterday shooting something. We're like almost every single day of the week together for long periods of time, either talking, shooting the shit, or filming stuff. So, he actually has context to outside of like, there are a lot of people making assumptions about how I'm reacting to stuff, what I'm saying, and this and that. Oh, he's having a meltdown and blah, blah, blah. And this man is actually with me. He sees me. He knows me. So that's where it ultimately comes in, because people try to throw or project the intentions onto what I'm saying, but he actually knows where I'm coming from. So
people need to remember that you guys are living your life. We're only seeing a small, minuscule portion of it. So nobody that's not directly involved can fully grasp the whole picture, but yet they still have these deep, passionate feelings about it.
So my question, Dennis, for the comedy portion, what was the comedy portion? So we got Rich Lux in the room. You said he was like part of the alt-right pipeline. Was that like part of the joke too? Was that a joke, or was there...
to this? But I'm happy to explain it, because a lot of people made videos and they talked about it, and there was a whole big discussion. I never said that Rich Lux was a part of the alt-right pipeline. You go watch my video. I say, congratulations, Rich Lux, for falling down the alt-right pipeline. That's a metaphor. He fell down the pipeline, the alt-right pipeline, into the show of an alt-right guy. That was what I was saying. I wasn't calling him alt-right, but I'm not gonna like make videos and explain like the semantics of something when there are like 30 people making videos saying that I said something. I'm not gonna waste my time doing that. Like I said, I have better things to do. People can take my words as they take them. If I have to explain every single word that I say, I'm going to spend the rest of my life just addressing statements instead of providing people what they want to see from me.
And so, sadly, that's the social climate. Everybody wants you to do that, and you can't.
Yeah. Right, like especially with like and I'm just trying to get clarification, especially like with the H3 stuff. Like, why do you think people think like you're Ethan Klein's kind of like
like
puppet a little bit?
Ethan, I met him. He's a very nice guy. We got along great. I met the crew. The crew is amazing. I love everybody on that show. They're so great. They've always been so kind to me every time I met them. And honestly, let's be fucking real about it, but there is a chasm in the commentary community. There's two sides. There's you hate Ethan side, and there's you hate Keemstar side. And there are a lot of channels who are on the side of Keemstar who constantly and prolifically put out content just shitting on Ethan regardless of what he does. And I've gotten some heat just as a result of my association with Ethan, and I don't give a fuck. I like Ethan. I don't think any of the criticism that people are throwing at me just for being associated with Ethan is really that crazy. It's like, a lot of people jump to conclusions about stuff without actually even knowing the person, projecting their intentions into stuff. And honestly, it's like, if you respond to all of it, the conversation is going to be never ending. There's like other more important things to talk about. So, that at the end of the day, people can call me H3's lapdog all day. I don't care. They can say that all day long. It's like, to me, I don't hide it. I like the guys at H3. They're great. They've always been so kind to me, and I agree with them on a lot of stuff. So that also goes hand in hand with it, So that's that.
Yeah, I just feel like with like I think the segue was because Rich Lux made a criticism regarding what Ethan said about like he I think he apologized for it, but like Rich Lux was like trying to address it, and then instead of pivoting to like what Rich was saying, somehow that conversation got derailed into a conversation about the alt-right pipeline. Like, how did you make that connection?
So the conversation didn't necessarily get derailed to that. What happened was Ethan made those comments. They apologized and they discussed it on the podcast and clarified it, right? At the time, I got a lot of shit for just like, saying, look, this is like, Ethan isn't a bad guy, like he made a mistake. I got a lot of shit for saying that, like, he's not homophobic, he's an ally. And what ended up happening afterwards was that became a source of drama for like weeks, right? There are people making videos about that situation for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And I kept seeing it pop up, and the situation had already resolved. And sometimes people would draw it back up because it gets clicks. You know, people are interested in the drama. It keeps feeding it, and it keeps resensationalizing it, right? So I saw, I mean, in Rich Lux's case, I saw him maybe make 5 videos about it. In my opinion, if you one video situation, that's fine. If you start 2, 3, kind of close to it, when you get to like 5, 6, 7 videos covering the exact same situation over again throughout weeks, it gets a little like you're just trying to really get clicks, right? So by the time I saw that people like what's his name? I forgot, the founder of Vice, who is one of the founder of the Proud Boys. If anybody remembers, who's on here now, he made a video. He's been completely deplatformed. He's been, he like literally, like is as close as you can get, if not a full neo-Nazi. So he made a video where he used a clip that was shared by Keemstar and that had Rich Lux's, watermark on it, that was getting reshared every few days, was getting reposted. And he took that and he presented it on his show and completely recontextualized, so that Ethan had actively deplatformed people and made a bunch of shit up. And I responded to all of it. And I said, look, this is not true. This is what happened. This is what happened. Responded, like debunked a lot of it. And then towards the end, I mentioned the whole thing. Look, this is what happened, because it kept, my whole point was the story kept getting resensationalized and reposted so many times that it fell all the way down the alt-right pipeline. It was the metaphor of it falling. It wasn't that these people are like that. In Rich's case, that he's a part of the alt-right pipeline. That's not what it was. He's not. I mean, anybody who watches his content knows that.
Yeah, I absolutely adore Rich Lux, and he's definitely not alt-right.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like how that clip got involved in like
if you go back to my video, you'll see. I forgot what Gavin McInnes. That's his name. That's the name of the guy. He's one of the founders of Vice. He founded the Proud Boys. He literally is like, has organized a bunch of hate rallies. Like, he reacted to Ethan's clip. He's known for being one of the leaders of the alt-right. Like, so the clip was on his show, had Rich Lux's watermark. That's the only reason why I mentioned Rich, So that's,
Yeah, it just seemed kind of like out of place a little bit. But I see what you're saying, but like it still seemed like really out of place. And I think you like have good intentions, but like the way you like chop things up can like put you up for misinterpretation. But I think Papa Gut said he wanted to talk. Somebody DM me saying Papa Gut wanted to talk.
Okay.
Yeah, he tweeted about it too.
Yeah, let me see if I can get him in here. But no, I just feel like just like you have good, like I said, like the context gets lost. And you talk about comedy, but like comedy is all about setup, right? Like how the comedian, they'll set up a story, and then once the story's set up, then he'll go for the punchline. And again, I'm not saying that you're not a comedian, because again, like I said, you make me laugh, like I watch the videos, but I just feel like some of these things just looks like straight up beef, because the way Papa Gut is mad at you.
If you listen to my interview back with Vulture all the way back 2.5 years ago, you'll see exactly how I'm framing it, because I explained that even the framing of the show is in a specific way to mimic certain tropes and things that are done in commentary. And I don't know if you have 2.5 hours to listen to it, but I explain all of it point by point. And I was listening back to it because I actually had a thought of sharing. It's like I break it down exactly how I frame all that stuff, and how it's because the show itself is meant to be a joke. It's not just the jokes that I'm doing. It's the show itself is meant to be a joke. The whole aspect, I even describe it. I say that I started covering news as a joke. The joke was that anybody would even take me seriously. So there are like macro level jokes and like all these like smaller level jokes happening, but the joke is that anybody would take a dude who isn't a journalist, isn't affiliated with any sort of major news organization. Seriously, as a major news organization, that's the joke. It's commentary on the independent aspect of news coverage. So it's like the joke itself. I don't know if you could say it's like an allegory or whatever, but there's like a whole different macro layer to it. You can go back to Vulture. You'll see that I said the same thing on that podcast.
But my thing is like the criticism that's being asked is like if it's all jokes, then why is it everybody, like almost everybody takes it otherwise? You see what I'm saying? Like, do you think that maybe needs to be tweaked?
I can't force people to see my content in a certain way. This is something that I've been saying around the office, and part of the reason why I want to do live shows, because like you watch the difference between the late night shows when they were doing it at home versus now that they have their audiences back, right? Comedy, you kind of need a laugh track behind it of some sort, right? So that's why I want to transition to doing the live shows very soon, as soon as we get everything set up, so that people are reacting to the jokes as I'm saying it, so there's a greater context of comedy. But at the end of the day, I can say this, and I keep saying it, and there's like literal interviews on the biggest comedy podcast in America where I explain all of this, and people will still try to say, I don't want to see this as comedy. I want to see it as something else. I can't help it. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't go to each one of those persons and put a gun to their head and say, you got to see this as comedy, blah, 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 blah. Like,
and also, like the beginning, it says irrelevant news.
Exactly. Like, the whole premise of the show, of it being irrelevant, is that it is irrelevant in and of itself. It's like a whole bunch of different meanings to the aspect of irrelevant news. But why would anybody care? It's irrelevant.
But you also report on serious topics, so don't you think you're kind of mixing your message? If everything you talked about was just like pointless internet drama, then maybe I'd be like, yeah, okay, he's got a point. But no, when you cover serious stories, you mix up the signals that you're sending out to people. And I feel like, I've said this a couple of times now, when you have a platform, if as big as yours, and it's viewed in the way that people view yours, whether you like it or not, you kind of have to take responsibility for the things that you're saying.
100%. It's not because it's a comedy show that I'm going to be prevented from talking about certain topics. There are plenty of comedians who joke about their trauma and joke about certain things.
That's their trauma, not the people's.
Go back to the Daily Show and even the Colbert Report. Like, there's
okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, I hope if something traumatic ever happens to you, that you must be fine then if people go online and joke about it.
Lily is spilling.
I never talked about my personal life or anything, but in my stand-up, I talk about all the trauma that I went through.
That's your trauma to talk about. You can talk about that however you want.
So here's
when
the thing.
You handle other people's trauma, you should be more responsible with that.
So here's the thing. One of Colbert's most brilliant segments is the one where he's talking about years before the Jeffrey Epstein thing even came to light. He has a 6 or 7 minute segment where he talks about the Jeffrey Epstein allegations. And people are laughing their heads off as he's saying there are all these, all the victims are coming on and all this stuff. So there's
okay.
Limit.
Sorry to interrupt, but I do think you have a good point. Like, you already talked about Colbert. Like, we understand where you're coming from about the jokes in the videos. What about on Twitter?
One little thing. Let me just finish saying one little thing.
Okay.
Is that it's the framing. As with everything with jokes, it's the framing and the target. So Colbert isn't making fun of the victims. Okay, he's not making fun of the victims. He's making fun of the bad guy, essentially Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, that's how you joke about these things. You find the right target. Okay, you can joke about anything as long as you have the right target. So there's a lot of what comedy is punching up, essentially. So you want to punch up. I mean, you can punch down too, and it often happens with comics, especially when you're dealing with roast, but you want to punch up. So essentially, that's how you deal with more serious topics. And that's why I end up covering them, because it's something that everybody's talking about. And, and I'm like, you go through, even we watch any late night show. They talked about the Jeffrey Epstein trials even when they were happening. So it's common to discuss this stuff in a comedic setting, right?
No one is saying that you can't discuss hard subjects in a comedic setting. I think people make, jokes about bad situations like that all the time. But
I think kind of part of what Lily was saying is that your messaging gets confused when, especially on Twitter specifically, there isn't a joke attached. Like when you
and
say
not only that,
Bill Russell
sorry.
just passed away, you're reporting like a journalist. Even if you're not a journalist, you're reporting on a real thing that happened that's serious, and you're not adding anything funny. You're just reporting the news.
So here's the thing. I explained this also going back to 2019. I explained this in the interview. A lot of what Twitter is, I front load. So a lot of my headlines are meant to front load some kind of punchline. A lot of them are the same because that's a joke in and of itself of just the media recycling its own media cycle for the sake of clicks. That's a joke in and of itself. So the joke.
But I feel like we're talking about like what a joke is a lot, and it's kind of like going in circles. I get what you're saying, but I think the point what we're trying to get at is that it's not being interpreted that way. The problem is that like there's just so much beef that could have been avoided. Like you're seeing this come back. So when they come back at you and get angry, do you see them as joking or do you see them as being angry?
Sorry, say that again.
No, you're good. I'm saying, so when Papa Gut responds to you, right, is he responding jokingly to you in your mind, or is he being serious and you're just joking about him being pissed?
Unless he's like on video, I can see his reaction. If he's tweeting something, I have absolutely no idea what state of mind somebody is in when they're tweeting something because it's just words on a screen. It's at the end of the day, like I said before, I can't. As with me, like I put something out. The intention has been described. You can go, there's a backlog of statements that I've made for years explaining how this is, what my intention is behind it. If people want to project their own intentions into it, then that's on them. I can't really tell people, like, especially when I'm communicating to hundreds of thousands of people, I can't tell them, like, look, here, do this. Like, people live in different countries, in different parts of the world, in different parts of the country, in different states. So it's like everybody's going to come to it differently. The intention behind it is still the same. So I know we're like, somebody said, oh, you're like explaining your jokes, but that's the point that we always get to. I don't know if people like who have been following this understand this.
Can I say something really quick?
And it's almost like people like they want me to be a genuine news source. They want me to be like an NBC or something like that, and I'm not that. And I'm happy to say that I'm not that because I'm not. I'm a parody of all of that. I'm making fun of that world. The joke of me posting a serious piece of news about Bill Russell's passing is that anybody would take any piece of news that I published seriously.
I know you can't talk about the lawsuit, but that's the same claim that Keemstar made, is that he's satire, right? And
he hasn't made that claim because he hasn't responded yet. So
right.
May I say something really quick?
Yeah.
So I'd like to give a shout out to one of the listeners and Papa Gut fans for coming at me for my job and tweeting that I'm Dennis's biggest fangirl and kind of coming at me for what I do for a living and tweeting my page. That's really mature of you, and it doesn't hurt my feelings.
Please don't harass people. Please.
Yeah, for real, don't do that. That's evil. No, but what I'm saying, Dennis, is that like I don't want to talk in circles. Like I get what you're joking, like, but the problem is that it's causing you real life problems. And I'm trying to figure out, like, because when you're saying you're calling people bitches and all that other things, it's coming across as like disingenuous when you say it's a joke, because it's going back and forth with people on Twitter. Like when you're adding them and you're saying people in real life, they're not the same in real life. I want you to come to my studio, $15, and we'll have a roast battle.
Promoting my roast, which is part of my comedy business. I'm gonna extend it into roast. I would
love to see.
I want to see folks. I want to see people who talk a lot on the internet face each other and say it to each other's face for entertainment and see if a room laughs.
Yeah, to hell with content creator boxes.
Do you think that all those people? Do you think all those people, like all the commentary people, are necessarily joking? Like, don't you think some of them are actually just serious and are actually insulting you or other people? Like, maybe they're not playing a game. Maybe they don't want that kind of environment.
I mean, whether they're serious or not, I just want to see if they're capable of saying it to the person's face. Because to me, saying it on the internet with behind a keyboard, that's not the same thing. To me, I've I say a lot of shit and I back it the fuck up. I said it to Austin McBroom. I called him to his face. I called him a scammer. I don't back the fuck up. And I'm going to do it on a roast. I'm going to show that everything I say it to people's faces. I back it up. To me, that's the biggest sign of integrity, is to say something and actually back it up. If you're just going to type something out on Twitter and think that, oh, I can say whatever shit and not have to back it up, and then back out when you're actually confronted with a person that whose name you're shitting on, then that's some whack ass shit.
Okay, but so is the environment going to be like a comedy roast, or is it going to be like a fight club? Like how is that going to evolve? Like, are you going to have
celebrity deathmatch?
It's going to be, for anybody who's familiar with how roasts work, it's going to be like a comedy club.
But if you're inviting people in who are like not joking. Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean, if they're not joking, then let them say their statements in front of an audience, and let's see how an audience reacts in real time. Because it's one thing to talk shit on the internet, it's another to say it in front of living, breathing people. And that's what I want to do. I want to translate this machismo, this, oh, I'm an internet tough guy, I'm an internet gangster. I want to see how much of that plays out in real life, because real life is real life.
Good luck, because people are afraid to be the way they are on the internet in real life, because they don't have the balls to be.
Yeah, and that's also part of the point. We're going to weed out who's for real and who's not. I'm for real. What you get from me is what it is. I tell you, this is a joke. I'm saying what it is. If people want to believe it or not, then they don't. I mean, that's up to them. I can't force them to do it. But everything I'm giving you is 100% authentic. You saw it. I fucking confronted Austin McBroom. I did that. How many people? I got so many text messages the next day like, dude, you actually did that? I can't believe you did that. Like, of course, you don't fucking know me if you didn't think that.
That's why they tried to kidnap you in their truck, because they were scared.
Can we get Rich Lux and somebody else who's a YouTuber who wants to talk, who can bring more context into this?
I'll bring in Rich. Who wants to drop out of the chat? Somebody who... All right, I'll just bring
I can go.
in Rich.
I just wanted to say something before I go. It was a while ago, but you were just talking about making mistakes. You were talking about the tangerine thing.
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, I understand you're like, oh, I make mistake after mistake after mistake, which is basically just life, right? That's how every human, that's, to err is human. And I think it's just like, and not to be like your mom or anything, but I think in general, what people want to see, from anyone is just that they're learning from their mistakes and they're not making the same mistake over and over again. That's okay to mess up over and over again, but you don't want to keep making the same mistake. So just to try and take a lesson from each mistake.
I understand. And also it gets to a point where, like, my intentions have been clearly drawn for years at this point. And people either accept them or they have to move on and forget about them.
Okay, but so do you think it's kind of like tripping over banana peel to keep, like you keep saying, like for the past 2 years, I've been saying, like, I'm a comedian. This is like, maybe stop. Like either people get it or they don't. Like, don't keep making the same, like, don't keep explaining yourself.
I keep explaining it because it's not coming through to people.
Okay, so try a different way to explain it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, it's repetitive.
Let me give it a shot. So I'm being my authentic self. Like I said, 100%. This is who I am. I've said, I think in jokes, this is how I think. I'm putting my thoughts out there in the way that I think best. What people are demanding from me is for me to be somebody other than that. And I'm not, it's impossible for me to give people something that I'm not. Okay? At this point, I have enough of a track record on the internet where people see who I am. They see how I react to things. A lot of it is ironic and sarcastic and tongue-in-cheek because that's who I am. There's no way that I can be somebody else. If you're asking for me to be fake, then I just can't do that.
That's not what I was asking for. That's not what I'm asking for. I was just asking you to, like, kind of reflect and maybe consider another option. Like, maybe instead of, like, running up against the same wall over and over again, like, maybe be like, I could dig under, or I could try climbing it instead of just keep running into it,
I mean, I don't know how to do
It's just something to think about. It's not something that I expect you to have, like, a retort to right away. It's just, like, kind of like
you mean, like,
put
thought. Like, a Twitter handle or something in the summary of I only make jokes, or you saying, like, something like that?
I mean,
I'm just saying, like, he's saying, like, I always put the same thing, and he's tweeting an article from, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, if he doesn't want to, like, he's saying like, oh, my jokes are my jokes, I don't want to change them. Like maybe try, instead of then not changing your comedy style, maybe just try changing your response to it, or maybe try not responding, or try this, like just try and like learn, like be like, oh, this didn't work, let me try something else, or let me just stop caring about that.
I do
Don't
that.
change who you are. Be genuine to yourself and to your work. That's not fair of you to ask for him to do.
I'm not asking him to change himself in any way. I am just saying that as a person to innovate. I'm not saying to change who he is. I'm just saying to change if what you're doing isn't working, you should try something else. Not saying his comedy isn't working, his response to things isn't working. He's saying that. I'm not making that a statement. He has made that assertion that like, I don't know why I keep for the 2 years I say the same thing and people just don't get it. So either then stop saying that thing, stop caring about them, try something else. Those are kind of your 3 options, right? Or I guess keep saying the same thing and keep getting the same result, right? Isn't that like the definition of insanity, to do the same thing over and over and expect a different result? Like at this point, you know that's the result you're going to get. So either you want that result or
options
I don't know.
I know what you're saying. I trust me, I ignore
like I'm not trying to be like I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just trying to like speak to you as a person, you know, that if you want to grow as an individual, you know.
I cycle through those things on a consistent basis on how I react and how I respond to stuff. Everything I do it from a place of authenticity. And I don't know how to react any other way. And honestly, I try to improve myself consistently as much as I can, as much as a person humanly can. I am flawed. I'm going to continue being flawed as long as I exist in this world. You know, so, and I'm never going to say that I'm perfect. In fact, I've admitted and said numerous times here that maybe I crossed the line, maybe I went too far, and that's what happens. That's what happens in this business, and that's what happens when you're doing the kind of work that I do. Now, all I can promise people is that I'm going to always be authentic and be myself and give them that in my own unique point of view. I think that, you know, being somebody who grew up outside the country, who has a completely different life experience from what it is like in America, to grow up in America, like I think that maybe a lot of like what I do, it just seems alien to most people, but to me it makes sense. Like the whole, like I still can't believe that in the video where I went to interview Austin and he tried to like kidnap me, like people didn't see the joke of me wearing such a ridiculous, obviously awful like disguise. Like it was meant to be the joke itself, like of me trying to disguise myself by obviously wearing something that was a bad disguise. And we were even joking off camera about how awful it was because people were stopping me like every 3 minutes. Hey, blah, blah. Like it was obviously bringing more attention than if I wore like a better disguise. So there are a lot of things about my humor that don't translate, maybe because I'm not from America. I have a different sense of humor. Like I grew up watching these guys on MTV in Brazil who like did like this kind of outlandish, like, you know, they wore these awful disguises and they did funny shit like that. And that's somewhat what I emulated. In fact, I ended up seeing one of these guys at an ayahuasca retreat once, and that was fucking hilarious. But yeah, like it is what it is. Like I have my limitations as a person. I try my best to bridge the gap, but all I can promise to anybody who follows me and is watching and is listening, whether you love me or hate me, you're always going to get my authentic self, and that's it.
There's not enough authenticity online and even in person anymore. So I appreciate you for that reason. Never change that, honestly.
Thank you. Yeah. I think Rich Lux is here. Does he want to say something?
Yeah, I have one thing to say. Hello, everyone in the chat. I wrote this question down. It says, I understand now even further that you have a comedy gig, and sometimes as a comedian, jokes don't land like we want them to. And sometimes jokes hurt people's feelings. With that being said, would you ever apologize to Papa Gut privately or publicly for making him cry due to your joke?
I mean, I already apologized once. I mean, after our debate, he one of the things he said is he didn't like that I called him an incel. So I apologized about that joke. I mean, as far as hurting people's feelings, I feel like that there's, like I mentioned earlier here, I made a joke 3 or 4 months ago about stale bread, and I never imagined that so many people would be offended by that, and they got offended. So I mean, you know.
But the bread thing isn't personal. Telling someone they look like a pedophile is personal.
Yeah, I don't think he was offended that you called him an incel. I'm just going to throw that out there.
That is totally fine. I see that he tweeted. Somebody pinned his tweet up here, but I've looked several times through here. I don't see him in here. I see Keemstar's requesting once again to be on. I see several people requesting to be on, but I don't see him in here. So, there's only so much I can do. The guy, he said he wants to have a conversation. He's not here. He doesn't, if he wants to DM me and talk it out, that's fine. My DMs have always been open. They're open. I talk to people. I was just booking a bunch of other creators who are going to go this week on the podcast through DMs, so it's like, I'm always talking to people. So there's that. Hello?
Yeah, I feel like first off, I'm so curious to why Keemstar's in this chat and why he's also he's blocking everyone who's like has any ill things to say about him. It's hilarious. It's like what's the point of being on here? I'm curious.
Yeah, Keemstar blocked me, which I think is very
funny.
asshole.
I bet
Not
he
you.
probably blocked me too
I
because I
didn't
said
say
I didn't
anything
like
mean
him.
about him. I didn't say anything mean about him, and he blocked
It's just
the internet needs less.
Doesn't he have a child to take care of?
I know.
So,
and by child, you mean girlfriend?
Say, Rich. I may bring some other people.
Oh, no, that's all. Thank you so much for having me.
I love you, Rich Lux.
Did you understand the whole alt-right thing? Somebody asked me about it. I don't know if you were on here.
Well, I heard you talk about it, and it is what it is. I understand the gig. I was kind of taken back by it at first because I didn't understand your comedy gig, and hearing you say it, I'm like, okay, I get it now. Like, it's all just jokes. But coming from my point of view, I didn't see it that way. But hearing you say what you said today, I'm like, okay, I get it. I get the gig. I get the gig now. Is it offensive? Is it crude? Yeah, I understand that. Somebody's messaging me saying to ask you if you're gonna go rollerblading or whatever. Do you like rollerblades? So there's that. Whoever wanted to know that. But I don't know. I just kind of feel like I in the moment I took it serious, and then because I had sponsors calling me and they were like, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "No, I don't know what that is." So your joke kind of like hurt me in the back end, but evidently it all worked out, so it doesn't really matter. But no, I don't have anything negative to say, just that.
All good. How you doing? You got kicked out of that event. How did that happen? You want to talk about that?
I think I got kicked out of Ace Fest because I was with Madcaster and he was making a lot of videos about the Ace family. And so as we were leaving, we saw you coming in. So I for sure thought you were going to get kicked out. For sure. The fact that
you definitely got kicked.
I was literally on the way back to Beverly Hills and I was like screaming, "They let him in and not me."
But I was at Ace Fest, and so you want to know what happened? I was at Ace Fest too.
It. What? I'm sorry.
What happened was the security, they were just kind of waiting for the first people that were huge, Austin's crew, because after that, they stopped with the cameras, they stopped with everything. They were just waiting, so it could have been anyone. Yeah. But they just happened to notice you because you guys filmed in the car that you were coming. So that's what happened.
Yeah, I don't think it was you. It was Madcaster.
I honestly thought that when you saw Austin McBroom and you asked him, "Can you teach me how to be a scammer?" I thought that was staged with him. And then hearing you speak now, it wasn't.
Nah, it wasn't. Nah, I 100%. I waited 3 hours in line so I could say that. That was like.
Yeah, I saw him in line. He was waiting all on the down low, shades and everything.
Yeah.
That wig was absolutely ridiculous, but I loved it.
Def, you should have some new speakers on, by the way. I've been getting DMs from people asking to ask you to be speakers. Like, just put a new set in. But as my closing words, fuck Keemstar.
All right, well, I'm going to go.
Yeah, he blocked me too, by the way. Keemstar did.
All right, so let's put into...
Deb, I was going to leave too, but Sage asked if she could be added back. I guess she got bumped. So if you wanted to bring her back. Sage, she was talking a lot before. She shared the tweet, Sage Mama.
I just added Sage. I'm going to add a few more people on here.
All right. You have a nice night, and good luck on everything.
Thanks, Marty. Have a good night.
Good night.
Hi, Rich. I'm glad I got you up here.
Uh-oh.
No, I just wanted to say I wanted to get that clarification about the alt-right thing with Dennis. Dennis, thank you for clarifying that. I thought you should take the opportunity to clarify that with Rich. So
yeah,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we should get another YouTuber up here for context,
Keemstar,
I see.
Hey,
I know you're
hello?
gonna do real shit. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Am I interrupting?
Do your thing,
No,
girl.
welcome.
Hey, so Dennis, like I've been friends, not friends. That's a lie. Like I've been a listener of you for like a really long time, and I usually respect you, but like I wanted to use this platform for a second. Why are you not calling out like real predators like Hunter Moore from Is Anyone Up? Like this documentary just came out. It's huge. I was a victim. I was trafficked on this site. I had underage pictures of me submitted. Why not use your platform to like roast this guy? Like Hunter Moore's the peak of comedy. You know, he has like a little dick, whatever. But so why are you going after like random people?
Let me look up Hunter Moore. I had no idea. I try my best to keep up with everything. Where's it on Netflix?
Okay. I if that's your, you know, I mean, I don't know.
Is he the guy with the revenge porn website?
Yeah, Hunter Moore has a huge documentary right now.
Like this was like a huge news
yeah,
in
he's a piece of shit.
2012, you know, like this is an actual guy you could roast. Like one, he has stupid tattoos. Two, he has a small dick. Like it's ridiculous. Like you could just totally roast him. Just do that. Like, do you think maybe you could like dedicate your platform to actually calling out real abusers? Like that would be totally cool, and I would support that.
Let me look into the documentary. I haven't watched it. I'm hearing about this first time now, so I'm gonna educate myself in it. I'll make a commentary video about it.
That would be great. Yeah, like my DMs are open. You can ask me about it. I know Charlotte Laws is on Twitter right now. She's a big part of the documentary. She's a mother who crusaded and literally got this guy like in prison, and also helped to create federal laws against revenge porn. Like this is something huge. Like you could totally roast this. And like Rich Lux, like what, I don't understand why there's all this beef, but it just doesn't make sense. Like he's a cool dude. Like
I've got no beef with Rich. I really don't. And the whole thing with like I explained the alt-right thing earlier. It was I never actually said that he was alt-right. I said he fell down the alt-right pipeline.
I misunderstood. Okay, then all right, I accept that. I misheard. But like,
wait,
you're going after
Dennis. Just to let you know, Xylee, she's been waiting to speak. Just to let you know, she's got some questions.
Okay, you guys should actually go. I'm glad that I had this little opportunity, and you're gonna look into it. So I'll leave. You know, so continue on.
I appreciate Lena, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
How you doing, Dennis?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I have a couple questions though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one. You said, okay, so I came in late to this party. I came in when you were talking about what you were doing with Papa Gut wasn't vindictive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm pretty sure you've already covered this because I believe Keemstar came up here at one point or whatever. Aren't you doing the same thing Keemstar did with you?
So let me explain the difference about this again. I shouldn't be.
The biggest difference is you tagged the FBI, my dude.
So let me explain this once, because we already talked about this in fragments.
Okay.
So the difference between the only reason why I'm discussing it is because I've said this in videos before, right? So there's a very clear difference between what I did and what Keemstar did, right? What Keemstar did is he knowingly and maliciously, according to a confession of his, published this information, right? He published it on an account that from the banner, it says the most trusted name in social media interactions or whatever. He said this numerous times throughout the years that he is also a person who's literally put people in jail as a result of these accusations, right? Of putting out accusations like this. So Keemstar has a track record of putting out these allegations in a serious manner and getting results out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He published that tweet with there's no indication whatsoever within the context of it that it's a joke. In fact, if you look at hashtag drama alert, you will find 99.9% of the tweets that are under that hashtag are tweets relating to breaking news and serious news. Now, to contrast that, my account, you can go as far back as 2.5 years ago from an interview that I did where I told this, I told the Vulture, I said, I'm doing a parody news show. I'm essentially parodying Keemstar, Perez Hilton, other independent news personalities on the internet. So go to my banner. It says a comedian. I have a track record of talking about the context of it being my show being a joke. Also, saying that somebody looks like a pedophile isn't an accusation. Somebody can look like a fire extinguisher, and they're not a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, but you turned around and said someone who looks like a pedophile is a person who actively works going against people who are actual pedophiles. So you are literally, no, seriously, you literally called someone they look like a pedophile against someone who actively works against assholes like that. And mind you, listen, I started off defending you back in like probably a year and a half ago. I defended you until it got to the point where I got tired of hearing Keemstar in your videos. It was like you were obsessed. You were obsessed with Keemstar. And now, let me tell you something. Some people didn't take that as comedy. Some people actually took that tweet and go, oh my God, he tagged the FBI. Is he really trying to get Papa Gut in trouble? Because I know people who don't understand this whole drama shit. And they looked at that tweet and was like, oh my God, what is he doing? Your jokes are not landing, dude. They're fucking malicious as shit.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, some jokes are malicious. I mean, the hamburger looked like he's still hamburgers. Ain't
you know
nobody
what? With
canceling
all,
him.
with all disrespect, Steven, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Dennis. Okay, please.
If you want to talk about being disrespectful, what about you and your friends making fun of me for having an OnlyFans?
Honey, I don't know who you are. I don't make fun of people with OnlyFans.
I have the
that are
tweets
friends.
with you co-signing. Y'all are harassing me. I hope you're enjoying it, but
honey, I'm not harassing you. I thought it was funny you're up. I thought it was funny you're up here standing and sucking somebody's virtual dick. But I mean, I haven't been harassing you. I didn't know who you were until this Facebook party. So if you want to go toe to toe with me, let's go.
Why can't we
I am
spend
sick of
Why
you
are
talking
you
to
so
Dennis.
miserable?
I do not give a shit what you got to say. You got to say, or you got to say. I'm talking to Dennis.
Why are you so angry?
Because I can't be. That's why.
Smoke some weed
That's
and
his
chill.
wife.
You're too angry.
That's his wife.
That's his wife. Who's wife? Who's wife, Steven?
That's Papa Gut's wife, man. Y'all don't notice her voice, man. Come on, man.
You stupid man. Shut up. Anyway, Dennis.
So wait, hold up. Let's calm down for a second. Let's not derail this. Okay. So first off, please do not harass anybody who's.
I'm not harassing anybody, dude. I don't harass people. I've been getting on your ass for the last couple of days because of your stupidity, but I don't harass people.
I'm saying, in general, this is not directed to you. I'm saying, please do not harass, do not DM, do not, please.
No, I don't do that shit.
Let's be nice to people right now. It's not easy to be right here doing this. So let's be nice to everybody who's here, who's, taking their time to have this discussion. And so next thing, as far as FBI, I mean, what do you think logically? Tell me, what do you think the FBI is going to do if they were to see that tweet among?
Okay. Do I think? Okay.
Let me finish. Among the thousands of notifications that they get in a day, if they go and look at my tweet, you're an FBI agent. Tell me how you react to a tweet where somebody who's like, you think of my profile, nobody takes me seriously, as several people have said here. Tell me, how do you think an FBI agent going through that, seeing that I said somebody looks like a pedophile, they're mad, sus, do something about it. How, as an FBI agent, do you react to it?
Hey, Dennis. I get exactly what you're saying with that. I do. I don't think they're going to do anything, but I'm talking about the optics of it.
Okay.
The optics of it is you're trying to start up. The optics of it is that you are trying to start some major sit with somebody, and now all of a sudden you're on a fucking Twitter Spaces trying to explain your jokes when you have been malicious. What about the T-shirt? But come on, dude. Come on, dude. You didn't see the reason why he was crying? He was crying
Why are
because
you
one of
so
his good,
angry?
he was
For a second,
crying
just for a second,
because
like
one of his good friends had gotten maliciously raped and it hit him like a ton of bricks talking about that shit.
I mean,
That's
this is
why he
so
was
like
crying.
legit, but like as from a standpoint, I am an advocate because I am a survivor, and
Me too,
like
honey.
yeah, and everything you're saying legit. Like, and the thing is, Dennis, when you're asking what is the FBI going to do, there is somebody who has to respond to any allegation as if it is serious. So you are wasting government time. I mean, not that the government is great, like fuck the government, you know, but you are wasting by making an allegation. It is something that will be followed up.
Do you think the FBI considers saying somebody looks like
Any tip,
a
any cyber tip,
allegation?
any cyber tip, like, so if somebody, like one of your followers, for example, or one of his followers, you know, they're gonna submit a phony tip because you said something, like they're just being stupid, right? But
It
somebody
only takes
actually
one
does
crazy
have
person.
to use their time to look that up. So it's just silly, like, you know, don't I don't understand. It's like you make fun of somebody's appearance or whatever, I guess, like, or maybe not, you know, but like when you make allegations about crimes including sexual assault and especially childhood sexual abuse materials, it's going to be followed up. And it's not, you know, not I mean, it might not be serious, but it's still wasting somebody's time, you know.
So you believe that saying that somebody looks like a pedophile is the equivalent to a serious allegation?
No, absolutely not.
But you're setting them up
Absolutely
for.
not. You're right. Absolutely.
You're setting them up for harassment.
Your post
You're
is
setting
not a
him
serious
up
allegation.
by one of, but okay, listen, it only takes one crazy person to do some dirty shit.
Yes.
Okay. And it only takes one crazy ass person to see your tweets. And I'm talking a crazy person to see your tweet, take that shit serious. And before you know it,
Okay, but
before
DefNoodles
you
said
know
that
it,
he would
could
be
get
willing to
swat.
talk to Papa Gun.
I am not finished. I did not finish my sentence. It only takes one crazy person to see your tweet, take it serious, and before you know it, while Papa Gut is live, he could get swatted because they doxed his ass.
Here's my follow-up to that. Where was this energy when Keemstar made the false allegation against me?
Motherfucker! I was defending you back then.
Calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down.
Please,
I
you
am
need
grown
to
enough to talk
chill.
however
Like,
the fuck I want. And
I
honey, you
know,
know
but
this
this isn't
anyway.
this isn't like
Because you
your
just
arguing and
heard me
YouTube
mad
screaming.
channel.
before,
Chill.
Blossom. Blossom, go like your own tweets. I ain't talking to you. Anyway. Okay? Well, it only takes
Dennis,
one
did you or did you
person
not
to
say?
fuck somebody's life up.
Dennis.
One crazy person, and you set that crazy person up. Is what I'm saying.
I said it crazy. Nothing has happened as far as everybody knows. And
yeah, as far as you know. I'm saying it could have happened, Dennis. That's what I'm saying.
And not only could
Someone
it have
could
happened,
have
it's happened
seen that
before.
tweet.
So
Someone
get their
could
kids
have
taken away
seen
for
that
things like
tweet.
this.
Hold on.
Someone could have seen that tweet and took that shit serious.
So right now, we're talking about the speculative. We're like speculating, right? About things that could happen.
Dude, it's no different than you speculating thinking you're funny. It's no different than you speculating that you're funny. There's no
isn't there a defamation lawsuit
all the way
happening?
around.
Like,
There's
Dennis, did
speculation
you or
all the
did
way
you not
around.
say that you would, you know, you would be considered, you would talk to Papa, whatever his name is. Didn't you say that you would talk to him, right?
Yeah, I love how I'm getting cut
Can
off.
we get him in? Is he here?
He was here. He wasn't dragged
I think
in.
that maybe just let him, you know, speak. Like this shit can be damaging, and people get their kids taken away for things like this because of a false allegation. It's so silly.
I'm scrolling through right now.
You, like Dennis, I think you and me know it's so silly. Like what you said, it's so outlandish. It's satire, but like somebody is gonna like. There's weirdos out there.
Yeah, so essentially, we've arrived at a point where jokes hurt people. And I understand. We've already talked about this before. People can get feelings hurt or things can happen. At the end of the day, everything we're saying is speculative.
You're right. Dennis, I never, wait. Dennis, I never said jokes are evil. All right? I'm in a goddamn community where they do jokes all the time. Okay? They joke on people all the time. Jokes aren't evil, but there is a point in which you go too far.
It's a crossing the line.
Went too far.
Yes,
Is
it's
what
a
I'm
crossing of
saying.
the lines because, like, there's real people that you can be, like I said before, and I'm gonna bow out. But like, there's real people that you could be.
I'm looking him up, and trust me, I'm gonna make a video. I have
good, good. I'm glad. And
I
like,
don't think
wanna
people
be here
understand
roasting
comedy.
you. You know, like I don't want. I don't want this to
we were
seem like I'm just like hating on you. That's not it at all. It's just that, you know, like some of these allegations, like they can be super serious, and it is wasting time. It's wasting time because you know somebody is going to be like, oh, I'm going to send a bunch of cyber tips of Papa Guts tweets, and somebody is sitting there like, what the fuck? Why am I having to shift through like this bullshit? That's nonsense.
Okay, real quick, can we get past this pedophile part? Because I got another question. Can we get past this pedophile part? Because I have another question.
Hold on.
Can we get past this pedophile part? Because I have another question.
In the beginning of this, I just want to say in the beginning of this, Dennis, you did say that you were willing to talk to Papa, whatever his name is, to work it out, right? So so you said that in the beginning. So could we see that happening in the future?
I just looked through again. I don't see him on here. I know his tweet has been pinned up here for, I guess, half an hour now or more. I don't see him on here. I'll bring him on if he wants to talk offline, whatever it is.
Deb, I got another question that has nothing to do with the pedophile joke.
Go ahead.
Okay. How come you're limiting your come see me to people to people with 250K or more?
That's the people I'm going to pay for their tickets to come over. I mean,
okay.
That is. I mean, I actually extended it to Nicholas DeOrio yesterday. He said he didn't want to come because of XYZ and, a bunch of excuses. Whoever wants to come, they go up. This is going to be open. I'm actually in the process. Once I finish renovating the space next week, my business address is going to be public. So the location, anybody can stop by anytime they want, whether we're having shows or whether we're not having it. That's why I got a business location. Kind of like, No Jumper used to have a shop on Melrose.
No, I know.
So
yeah.
This is going to be the same thing, except the front end of my shop is going to be a stand-up venue.
But I think it's funny that you're paying for people who have 250K more or more subscribers. But like for me, example, you could fly me out there and I promise you everything I said about you in a video, I will say straight to your face.
Oh yeah, you want to fly out? All right, I'll fly you out for one of these. So DM me and I'll arrange it. I'll fly you out.
I'll say everything I have said straight to your face.
All right, 100%. Would love to.
I would love to come out.
So I can't. I obviously, folks, I can't pay for everyone. Okay, I'm gonna. I can pay for like some people. I can't pay for everyone. All right. So, well, like I'm not like rich, like I can pay for some people. We'll like arrange it so that we have it on a schedule and everything, and then you can.
All right, I'll DM you because I would love the opportunity to tell you everything I have said about you to your face. And you know what the sad part is? I used to say good things. I even voiced over before you lost your Twitter. I even voiced over a video that was defending you. And you literally have changed so much. I regret ever voicing over that video because you have changed for the worse. And it's sad to fucking see. It's sad to see.
I'm sorry to hear that, Riley. You're welcome to come to the roast. It'd be great to have you. Just make sure you make it funny. That's all that matters.
Oh, I'm not worried about being funny. I'm worried about just telling you exactly how I feel.
Okay.
In front of the camera, in front of everybody.
Okay.
That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck about being funny. I don't go around saying I'm a comedian. I go around saying I tell it how it is.
Okay, Steven, you hearing this? It's gonna be great.
I'm excited.
Like, do you think that Papa Gut might
I'm excited.
come to like debate you live? I mean, that would be really interesting because I feel like part of why this whole thing like popped off is because you saw a bearded man online and was like, oh, this is he looks like a pedophile, but there's no way for a pedophile to look. Ghislaine Maxwell is a
Dennis
woman.
won't do it live. Dennis won't do it live. He won't do it live on fucking YouTube. He won't do it live.
Why?
Because I'll tell you why. Because he looks like a damn fool when he does it live.
You're right.
That's why. He looked like a damn fool when he did it live.
I just don't understand because it's like this is so ridiculous because the people who abuse me, they don't look like Papa Gut. They look like ordinary people because
quite honestly, they look like Dennis,
people,
to be for
you know?
real. Just saying.
It's just like nonsense. Like I don't understand why you saw like some white guy and you were like, oh, he's a pedophile.
1 second.
So silly.
The question about whether I'm going to do it live or not is absolutely irrelevant because not only have I done it live, but I'm about to have literally a bi-weekly show that hopefully I can build every single night where it's going to be a roast battle every single night live.
But maybe we can like focus not on the roast and like the live shit. Maybe we can just not focus on that. And like, why did you, why as a person and a creator with a platform did you decide that you would say that somebody is a pedophile?
I am live right now. I have
so why did you?
I'm looking through the room right now to see if he's in the room. I see Rich Lux. I see.
But didn't you say the same thing with Keem?
A bunch of other people. I do not see him here.
I think Keem is live. Isn't Keem listening? And Nick?
Yeah.
Nicholas, he's listening. Didn't you say the same things about them or no?
Keemstar was on earlier. I said.
Oh, okay. I missed it. I'm sorry.
When did I say the same things about them?
No, I'm asking. Did you or did you not? Because like they're the same type of content creators that Papa Gut was, right? Or no?
So
I just don't know. Maybe I don't. Maybe I am missing. Maybe this is something I'm missing and you can explain. I'm missing why there was a conflation between a random guy with a beard and you saying because he looks like this, he must be a child predator when there is no definition for what a child predator looks like.
What you're doing is you're attributing something to what I said that wasn't there. I didn't say because he looks like this, he's a child predator. I said he looks like.
Oh dear God! Some people took it. You were saying that, Dennis. It's called context.
Yeah,
it's called going too far, my dude. It's called going too far.
It was taken out of context, man.
Again, disrespectfully, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
That's on y'all for taking.
Can you stop yelling, please? Can you stop yelling?
I'm not talking to you.
You need to stop yelling.
There's so many people listening, and you're just yelling like crazy.
What you need to do?
Go smoke a blunt and chill. You'll feel a lot better.
I mean, just like maybe explain because like maybe I'm
no.
Maybe
I'm just saying, just stop yelling. It's like you're yelling, and there's so
I'm
many
not
people
yelling,
listening.
honey. Listen. This is how I talk. I'm not yelling. This is just me being loud. Okay.
Learn how to
use being loud, not yelling, whatever.
Tell me
stop.
you gaslight.
It's so loud.
Steven, you're such a fucking joke. You're a side.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're a side man. Shut the fuck up. I only talk to main characters.
That's great. That's great.
No, we love Steven. Love the podcast.
Steven, I'm really sorry. Like that's not what I intended. I was asking for an explanation.
Like what we're trying to explain before Dennis is that people can take it serious. I know people who actually took that shit serious. I knew you were joking. I knew it was a bad joke.
No, you one of the people.
Is your name Karen?
And again, disrespectfully, I'm not talking to you.
Let's stop for a second, okay? I'm gonna bring in new people. I appreciate all the people who are here. Xylee?
Yeah, I have people to actually entertain. So yeah, you're right.
Look, hold on. I'm just gonna bring in a new group of people. I understand everything all of you have been saying. Xylee, it's funny she left. It's
so angry.
It was it's funny that at the very end before she left, she admitted that it was a joke. So that was just funny to me right there.
Okay.
Dennis, I'm glad that you have done this. Like I think that you are actually doing something good here. And I appreciate that you let me speak and totally derail things. And for Steven, who was trying to enlighten me that I was maybe taking things out of context, I appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone who's spoken. So I just, you can boot me off as speaker or whatever, but I've said my piece and I really appreciate you.
I'm sorry to hear about what you went through, Lena. That's very heartbreaking. And I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you. And I appreciate like this because we don't get a voice a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear what happened to you too. I'm going to look into Hunter more. Trust me, I've made plenty of jokes about like in the past. I don't know how long you've been watching my content or if you watch it, but I've made plenty of jokes about people who had like allegations like that. If there's a target, it's somebody who does. One of the best targets are people like that who should be brought down, who do awful things to kids. They shouldn't even be allowed to, do anything.
you.
So I appreciate.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bring in Technicals because he's been waiting for a minute, and then I'll bring in Keemstar in a minute. I'm gonna bring in
While
also.
you do that, Def, can I just ask a quick question and I'll leave if that's okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm looking at what you said about Papa Gut, and I just want to make a point. You said MF got famous on TikTok for, quote, joking about effing 14-year-old girls, then gets offended, someone jokes about him, and then you went on to say that he looked like a pedo. Now, my issue is that I think there's a conflation because that's not what Papa Gut did, though. When he said, he said something about, if it bleeds, then it breeds. And then there was a comma and he said, okay. And he addressed someone else. So, I think that even inside the joke, it carries a different connotation than reality because it makes the assumption that Papa Gut was making that joke himself when in reality he was addressing someone else.
So the whole joke is if I think if it's a 14-year-old, I don't remember all of it. The part he's addressing is Andreas Lopez, right? He says if she bleeds, she breeds. It's essentially talking about a 14-year-old girl fucking a 14-year-old girl, and he's like, "Thank you, Andreas Lopez, for the lesson," or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And look, here's the thing: do you think that a man fucking a child is funny?
Not at all. And I just also don't think that Papa Gut was making the joke.
We've established that if you're talking from the point of view of a man who's talking about fucking a child, that's not funny. To me, that's not a joke. That's
well,
why
I think,
put it in quotes.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
You say a statement, even if it is, like it's in that sense, it's not a joke. I'm not going to joke about fucking a child. That's fucked up. You see, even great comedians like ACK, he has a bunch of pedophile jokes. His most famous pedophile joke is about him getting molested by a guy in his neighborhood who took him to McDonald's so he could molest him. So it's different. Most comedians, when they make jokes about this, people who actually know how to joke, they joke from the point of view of the victim because you don't want to sound like the person who's doing the thing. So that's why
pedophile jokes objectively are wrong because they are affecting actual victims. So I think this narrative of being like funny or a comedian just because you throw out a joke to make fun of pedophiles is not landing. And this goes further into the point that yes, comedy is subjective and you're trying to be a comedian and I support you on that. But at some point, you need to listen to your audience that you are trying to reach. Because at this point in time, your comedy is not landing with them.
I understand what you're saying. My intentions have been the same since I started the channel. I mentioned here earlier, there's an interview you can go back all the way to 2019 that I did where I outlined all the intentions that I do, all my vision with the commentary that it was satirizing and parodying Keemstar show and Perez Hilton and other people in the space who are independent media creators and all that shit. You can go and listen to it. I've legitimately explained.
I know that. I know you. But you have to admit that at some point in time, people are not looking at you as a comedian, but people are coming to your channels and your Twitter feeds to look at you for information.
Yeah.
So the comedic aspect on all of this, I understand that you're trying to be something, but the actuality is that you are not for most people. Most people don't look for you, your feeds as something to have comedic relief. They are trying to look at your feed to find information they then can use in their articles or in their videos or wherever else.
Yeah, I understand. And people also used Colbert as a primary source. They would cite him and stuff. And it's kind of ludicrous when you think about it. But this is what it is. I built this business like this. And it's been the same. It's been the same for years. So the expectation for me to now be like a legitimate news source, like an NBC, is just like it doesn't.
It's not only now.
Especially
people haven't looked.
Is
I'm
already
sorry.
The format, the base of the pyramid was established years ago. It was set up years ago. It was set up in a certain way to be a certain thing. And there is a secondary use to it. Yes, I'm informing people through the stories that get shared and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm a comedian sharing jokes, sharing news as a joke. The fact that anybody, I've said this before, that anybody would take me as a serious news source is a joke in and of itself. And I said this 2.5 years ago. This is like not something new. So it's a commentary on the independent news, coverage, thing. That's
But it's not, because when you covered like James, hi, my name's Monica, by the way. But when you like covered James Charles or like the TikTok, I think Griffin maybe, the brothers that were creeps, like, yeah, like when you're covering that, you're not joking. So you're expecting your audience to know when you're joking, or like expecting us to understand your satire.
So Colbert also covered Epstein. Like serious topics get discussed in comedy all the time.
And he got shit for that too.
Yeah, so it is what it is. You can discuss serious topics in comedy. The thing is that the joke is the thing, brand thing of it just being, that.
I'm not trying to dictate what you are trying to do here.
I'm not out to be one.
Yeah, I'm not trying to dictate what you are doing with your comedy. Comedy is subjective, but at some point, like I said before, you have to listen to your audience, and your comedy is not landing with your audience. Your audience is taking stuff like pedophilic jokes, who are like abhorrent to begin with. They are taking these things seriously, and that is also what happened with Papa God. I understand that you tagging the FBI was a joke to you because you thought, okay, nobody is going to take this seriously, but you cannot know that beforehand.
I mean, you go through the replies and you see how many people are actually taking it seriously.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You don't know that beforehand. You don't know if somebody is taking you tagging the FBI or saying that somebody is a pedophile or not. Seriously, you cannot know that beforehand.
There's a difference for me saying he's a pedophile. I didn't actually say he's a pedophile. I said he
looks like a pedophile. The implication is still there.
Yeah. So, but it's not the same thing. I'm not saying he is one. It's different. It's different.
There's a difference for you, but like I said, your audience does not know that. Your audience is reading into that. And that is the same thing. No, please, I'm going to get off because it's 2 a.m. and I need to get my beauty rest. But what I'm trying to say is you don't know that beforehand. And it is the same thing that you are doing right now that you did to Kat Tambosh, because you are criticizing her for saying something that she didn't say. You said that she said that somebody is a pedophile because, or like she implied that somebody is a pedophile. And you implying that somebody looks like a pedophile is basically the same thing here.
So let me take 1 second and address one major difference between a journalist and myself. Do you put me on the same level as a Kat Tambosh as far as journalistic coverage is? Do you think that we're on the same level as far as like who's a journalist, who isn't, who's taken seriously, and who isn't?
Okay, but you are trying to be somebody like Stephen Colbert, or anybody else, or Jon Stewart,
the basic difference,
or like anybody else is trying to take news coverage and make it funny.
The basic difference between her and me is that she's a journalist. She works for a major news organization. She has certain channels and she has editors and things that she has to go through just to get a story approved. I, on the other hand, am a guy, comedian on Twitter, sharing news as a joke. And it's been explained for years that it's the joke in and of itself is that anybody would even take me seriously. It's commentary, broader commentary on the independent news sphere. Okay?
And your intro is irrelevant news.
People keep like clamping down on this thing that they want me to be a genuine news source. That's not the goal. That's like looking at a comic strip and wanting it to be a book. Like you're not gonna get Hemingway out of Dilbert. You know what I mean? Like that's literally what like people who are doing this are looking at a Dilbert strip and saying, this is F. Scott Fitzgerald's greatest work. Like, dude, are you like it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like literally, like if you want to put it in black and white, I literally produce a comic strip and people are looking at it like it's literature. You know what I mean? Like it's never gonna happen.
Yeah,
I'm not
but then you
at
have
the
to
level of
realize,
an
okay,
actual
I
verified journal.
understand. Okay, I understand you. I understand you. But
Yeah.
then you have to look at the audience and the reaction that you get, and think to yourself, hey, maybe that is not working. Maybe people are not like treating me as something that I want to be perceived as. Maybe I should adjust.
So this is the thing. Like I said earlier,
Wasn't this guy going to sleep?
my authentic self and sharing my
Yeah,
authentic ideas as a creator. I can't be something that I'm not. I'm trying to adjust it to make it as best possible, but at the end of the day, there are going to be constraints. There's going to be misunderstandings. Like people are, the more it grows, the more. And I said this even in my interview 2 years ago. The more context gets lost. I made one of my first viral threads that was a joke. It was a satirical, it was meant to be over exaggerated. It was this Charlie D'Amelio vaping thing. It was meant to be extremely exaggerated, that it was almost insane, the level of detail and all this shit, just because she was vaping. And that shit got fucking 150,000 quote retweets. People were fucking mad at me and all this shit, and context was completely lost. And I don't control context. I'm going to go through and explain to every single person, this was a joke, this was a joke. It's not going to work. It happens often, happened to other comedians as well, happens to a lot of people. Whenever you're creating something, you create it with an intention, right? And once it gets to the public is going to do whatever the fuck they want with it. And I'm creating actively, an insane amount of content every week, every day. I'm posting numerous times on Twitter. I'm posting a video every single day. I'm doing a podcast 3 times a week. I'm diversifying what I'm doing, posting in other platforms. I have a narrative piece that we're working on. That's we're going to start doing movies and all this shit. So it's there's so many layers to what I do, and I'm
but the
obsessed
audience
creative.
doesn't get to see that all at the same time. People don't see what you are doing behind the scenes, and that is all fair and well. Build your empire, be all of that, but with all of that you are doing right now, I think you got somewhere lost on the way. Your message that you are trying to be this comedic relief, that you are trying to be some kind of a Stephen Colbert or a John Oliver or something, that has been lost along the way, and people don't see that.
Hopefully bring it back and have this conversation and help people understand where I'm coming from, that I'm not a badly intentioned person. My goal,
I know that, but at some point
I want to enter.
kind of your optics became something of that.
Yeah.
People look at you and they see now, okay, this is a person on the internet who is mean, who is being mean, who is making vile comments, who is making fatphobic comments, and who is accusing or implying that people look like pedophiles. And that shit is not funny. Comedy is subjective, yeah, but that's not funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm on a roast mindset. That's where that came.
No, and
Honestly,
my last point, and then I'm getting off.
My responses have been
those roast battles in a good idea in theory, but I think there's also a huge security risk that you have to look into, because if people come to you or your place, that you need to look into security, because not everybody is going to be there and they are going to be nice to you.
Stephen has we're gonna have security there, so we know.
Okay, good.
It's
Fine.
not we're not gung ho. This is being very well thought out and methodical for the last 6-7 months that we've been building.
Okay.
Point, so it's not out of the blue.
Okay, good. So I'm logging off. Thank you for having me, and have a great night.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yo, what's poppin', Dennis?
What's good, E-Technicals? How you doing?
So I was listening for the past couple hours because I have nothing better to do. You're making a studio to fly people down to roast you?
I'm not flying them down to roast me. It's a roast battle.
It's a back and forth.
So essentially, I have a place already. I renovated. I spent the last month or so renovating it. I have to do one final build, which I have to build a wall, the partition part of the office. And essentially, we're going to have an event space in the front part where we're going to do screenings and have shows at night, have comedy shows. Steven hosts a bunch of shows throughout LA. He's going to host shows there. I'm going to have other comics that I know host shows there every night too. And part of that whole thing is that we're going to do roast battles. And I was going to do them regardless if YouTubers showed up or not. I'm not going to fly people out. I came up doing roast battles in New York. Some of my good friends in New York like host battles at the Stand and at New York Comedy Club. So that's how I came up, and I'm sure those guys will fly out and do them here too when I'm doing them. But the idea was to start integrating the beef that people talk a lot on the internet. I'm sure you know this.
Yeah.
Done to you. People talk a lot on the internet, but they don't back it up when you see them in person. So that's the idea of seeing like who actually backs their shit up and can talk shit and actually be entertaining as they do it, and actually entertain, get people to laugh. Because to me, that's ultimately the most important thing. Are you funny? Do people like you can say some great shit, but do you make people laugh? Because I look up to great comedians who had a message and would say some and still say some amazing shit and make people laugh as they're saying some really insightful shit. And that's to me, you can talk a lot of shit, but are you funny? So that's what we're gonna see. Can you entertain a room full of people?
You're gonna live stream that, right?
We're gonna live stream it. Yep. It doesn't have to be just YouTubers. I mean, the idea just happened in this past week. Like I said, we've been developing it like for 6 months, and in this past week, I was like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if some of these people who talk shit about me actually flew out and did it like to my face, and I responded to them, because it's not like I'm just paying them to come here, grab a mic and say, hey, you suck, you're a piece of shit. No, they're going to say something, and I'm going to say something, and they're going to say something, and I'm going to say something. There's going to be an audience laughing to see who's the funniest, and at the end, somebody's going to win the roast battle. So that's ultimately what it is.
All right, yeah, that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know about all this other shit. I'm just bored. I just wanted to follow up on that. I'll fucking leave. But stop letting these women talk for that long. That was annoying as shit. Next time, kick them immediately. Refresh the group. More men. That's all I gotta say.
Fuck off, technicals.
Yo, what's good?
Let me let Keemstar, because he's been waiting for a minute. Let's see what he wants to do now.
All right.
What's up? He's connecting.
Can I go after Keem?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
What's goody? Is he just going to be silent?
Unmute, Keem.
Anyway, what do you want to say, Monica?
Okay, so the first thing is that I believe it's like autistic people that can't read social cues. They end tweets with like /s for sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
That might help. I don't know, because
about doing tone indicators before.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
My only thing was, whether it's gonna just make it's gonna make it too obvious, or if it's like, I appreciate maybe I'll play around with it, because that's the whole headline thing was also a suggestion to somebody, but then like the double side of it is that, if there's something that part of it could be serious and people could think that, some part of it isn't, like, there's like, I'll figure it out.
I don't envy you, honestly, because you do report the news, even if you do it in a joking manner. So you do have to you have the platform, so you have to be responsible and manage your integrity to show people when you're being legit or joking. And so that is, I can tell you don't want your humor to be in your face. You like it more subtle.
Yeah, it was very dry. It's usually very dry. Anybody who watches me knows that, like especially with the, you just look at the Ace Fest. I mean, I walked up to him and I said in the most dry, I wasn't being like, it was just like having a conversation. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's my sense of humor. It's just dry. And
Anthony Jeselnik is my hero. If you've ever watched his specials.
I love him too. He's so dark, and he jokes about some of the darkest shit that you can imagine. And you take the laugh track out of his special, it looks like he's saying the most fucked up shit in the world, So,
right, but he's honed his craft so incredibly well that people automatically know he's joking, but you're doing a mixture of news and comedy, which makes it a little bit more of a tightrope.
Yeah.
And I do have to say, as a Papa Gut fan, and I used to be a DefNoodles fan, but after your guys' conversation, and I get that, like, you have to have a tough skin to like get negative feedback all the time, but
you had a meltdown on the thing. So then when this came up, it felt like it was out of nowhere. Like you were still holding a grudge.
I'm not holding. Look, here's the thing. It'd be stupid for me 4 months later to be holding a grudge. I said this on my podcast, like maybe like a week or so ago. Like somebody on the chat like said something. Said, "Look, folks, I'm not a debater. I don't have any intention of being a debater. I never. It's not what I trained for. It's like I literally like if I could just like if I have actually a lot of like video of this of me like coming up in New York and doing the hosting the shows that I did and all that stuff. But if you could have seen what my training was to get to where I'm at, like the years that I spent in basements, from basement to basement in New York, in like in the East Village, going from the Greenwich Village Comedy Club to the Grizzly Pear, which is down the street from the Comedy Cellar, where I hosted shows at the Grizzly Pear. Then going to Brooklyn, then going to fuck, I forgot the name in Queens, the place in Queens off the 7 line. That was literally my life, like finding 3
Paid your
minutes,
dues.
5 minutes there so I could tell dick jokes. So I could like make a room full of comics laugh at dick jokes or, you know, or like something else, you know? So that's my training. Like I didn't come up like, you know, like Hassan is a great debater, right? I didn't come up like Hassan, like training and all this, like reading up on all this politics, knowing the geo, blah, 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 blah. Like I have some knowledge of it, but like, I'm not going to, you know, like fool myself.
Excuse me for a second. I'm sorry. Someone messaged me that Kat wanted to talk.
Kat wants to talk? All right, let's bring her on. Keemstar was just on. He's back. Look at this. This motherfucker is just demanding to be on. Come on again later.
He blocked everyone that just even talked about just everyone. People who didn't even say bad things about him. He just blocked them.
He blocked them?
For fun.
All right, so what's up?
Hi, Dennis. In my original tweet that you said was implying pedophilia, I said that Addison Rae's dad had been accused of pursuing.
Wait, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to say, Dennis, I love you, bro. I support you. Keep doing what you're doing. You're a hard worker. I know you personally. You're awesome, and keep killing it. Later, bro. Love you.
I appreciate it, Kareem. Thank you so much, dude. I met Kareem years ago in New York. We shot a video years before I had any followers. I was like just filming videos for other YouTubers. Kareem was one of the nicest guys I met. Still one of the nicest guys I know. Still very, very nice guy. Go watch his stuff. I think we shot a couple of social experiments in Union Square. It was like so much fun. We also did some gameplay. So I'm sorry you got interrupted, Kat. Keep going.
No, you're fine. In my original tweet, I said that Monty Lopez had been accused of pursuing young women, which by definition, young women are over the age of 18, which you said was implying pedophilia. So I'm curious if you can explain how pursuing young women implies someone is a pedophile.
100%. So we talked about this earlier, right? So in the media, there's a lot of terms or keywords that imply one thing, but sometimes imply another. Young women and young men or whatever sometimes is used not just to imply people who are over 18. It's been used like, let's say you want to soften the blow of like a politician who's sleeping with like a minor. You may just put in young women in there. By the way, this woman, she's 25. You could have just said woman. I felt like the young part in front of it was purposely to infantilize and give the idea that she was younger than what she actually was to make it seem like he was a pedophile. That's just my perspective consuming media as much as I have to, you know, that's what I thought it was, and that's why I said what I said. Now, if that it was different that you're coming from, then that's fine. Then I see what you're saying. But that was my initial reaction to it when I first saw it.
Typically, people in media don't soften their accusations. They just state them outright. Like if someone is accused of sleeping with somebody under the age of 18, someone will say they're accused of having sex with a blank, whatever their age is. But in addition to the 25-year-old, the article also went into the allegations that he had pursued a 19-year-old. So a 19-year-old is certainly a young woman and not just a woman.
I got you. So just as far as the term young women, like let's say you're saying that, you know, newspapers will just outright say the allegation, they won't try to soften it. So this apply, for example, to the New York Post and the Murdoch, companies whenever they cover a Republican that they're trying to get elected. Is that something that they would probably do?
I mean, probably. I mean, if you have a specific example of a time that a journalist used young women to soften the accusation that someone slept with a young girl, then that would be one thing.
I honestly don't have one like right now. I could search for one and maybe DM it to you later, but we've already come to an agreement that a newspaper can do that. So, you already said it's possible for the New York Post to do it. So something that's possible, that can happen. So,
sure, it's possible, but I didn't do it. So why did you accuse me of doing it?
That's the impression that I got when I first saw it. I thought this is to clickbait it. This is to get more clicks. So if you're saying that that's not it, then I see your point 100%. And that's it. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Right, Kamira, then let me ask you. So, to be honest with you, this whole thing has just gotten so convoluted, and you're basically, like, not to be rude, but just genuinely, you're kind of talking yourself into circles here with semantics of like, this is what I meant, and this is my intention, and well, I'm a comedian, and this is that. So, just like, yes or no, do you actually think that you have done anything at all wrong? Either way, like, just what do you think?
I mean, that's like a huge, broad statement. Do I think I've done anything wrong? Like
in this situation?
In this situation, I've outlined my intentions. I was joking. I mean, if jokes hurt people's feelings, then that's what it is. If he wants to reach out to me via DMs, I've already said he wants to come on here. We can have a conversation and talk this out. Like I just had Kat on. She just explained what she was thinking. Keemstar was on earlier. I'm not opposed to conversation. I'm clearly here. I've been on here for hours at this point. So anybody can join. They can talk. That's that. That's what it is right here, right now. This is what we're doing. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's grand. Like, obviously, you're having people on, you're talking to them, and like maybe your opinion will change. But I mean, in this current moment, is your opinion that in this situation you've done anything wrong? And if it's not, then you don't think you did.
Making a pretty broad and blanket statement. Have you done anything? What's the wrong that
like, do you think you've gone too far with your jokes in this specific situation with Papa God? Do you think you took it too far?
All the time. I mean, I've done shows where I tell a joke, people are laughing. Another minute, I tell another joke, and they don't laugh. Then maybe I went too far. I mean, there was one time I was getting heckled, and usually people are on your side when you get heckled, and they were. I started cracking jokes with this guy who was heckling me because he started talking about his wife and stuff, and I thought it was weird. So I cracked jokes, and then it got to a point where I said they were going to get divorced, and everybody was like, oh, So I guess to a point, you crack enough jokes, you're going to cross the line. It's just what it is,
I get that, but it just feels like in every way you're just kind of trying to talk around it. And like, honestly, if you don't think you've stepped over the line or whatever, that's fine if you don't think that you have. But it feels like, I don't know, you're just trying to avoid saying that, or you're trying to avoid saying one way or the other just to like wait and see what happens. And
so how, this is something you've repeated. You said that you think I'm talking around it. So how can we get to the core of the issue?
Well, mainly if I'm talking about this one specific question, do you think you took it too far? You start talking about intention and comedy and this and that. Like, it's a very simple question. Do you think you took it too far, or do you not think you took it too far? Like, let's take, for example, the T-shirts. Do you think the T-shirts were too far? Because I personally do.
Here's the thing. That's it. That's your interpretation of it. I may ask someone else, and they may think that I didn't take it far enough. My job isn't to judge how far I go. It's to go. Other people say, you've gone too far. That's how it works in my business. That's how it works. That's how it works with comedy. That's, if people it's reactions. So you think I went too far. We may ask somebody else. They may think, dude, you didn't go far enough. So the line isn't for me to decide. From what I decide is, do I go to it? How far do I go? Where does it end?
I have a question real quick. Do you know how you were saying earlier how comedy is punching up nowadays? Do you feel you punched down because he was sitting there minding his own business and you judo chopped him out of nowhere?
So here's the thing. He wasn't just sitting there minding his own business. We need like a little bit of framing here.
Okay. I didn't know if he did anything to start it. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. So he's been making videos about me since December, right? And I started responding as of a few days ago. right? Because he's been making videos about me nonstop. I made one video, I think, responding, and then I had the conversation with him. And then I haven't made any videos about him, period. Haven't made any statements on Twitter. And then after months of him making video after video after video after video, and then numerous tweets about me, like on the day, there was one day that he tweeted about me maybe 6 or 7 times. And I responded with one tweet. And there was a joke in it and pissed a lot of people off. But at the end of the day, it was one response to 6 of his tweets. So there's some disparagement right now of like how people are interpreting.
Okay. I get that from your perspective, but to be fair too, he is like a commentary guy and you are a news guy. So that'd be like saying you talk about Charlie D'Amelio too much or Trisha Paytas. Do you know what I mean? And she doesn't respond back. And then if she responds back and goes under, punches below the belt,
here's the thing. I just corrected the framing because you said he was there minding his own business, and now we're
No, you're right, and I apologize for saying that.
Now we're shifting what he was doing, so we have to acknowledge that first, right?
Right, you're right.
He was publishing. That's fine. That's his job. But he was publishing video after video after video and doing all this stuff. My response was the way that I respond to things. I made jokes. I made memes, and some people on the chat clearly think that I took it too far. Other people don't think I took it far enough because there were people telling me they thought it was hilarious and other stuff. So it's a difference of how people are seeing it.
I get it. And that's my point too, is that people didn't see him doing the bunch of videos, because I watch him a lot and I see him doing videos on a bunch of different people all the time.
I mean, I invite you right now to go through his channel and screenshot all the videos. Just go and search DefNoodles and see how many videos he's made about me. You'll see. Search his timeline to see how many tweets he's posted about me. I invite you to go look.
But the internet's not seeing that, so they're seeing. Do you know what I mean? Even somebody who follows him doesn't see it like that, because they'll see you sprinkled in with a bunch of other people as well. Like he goes.
So let me just finish, and then
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm punching up or down. So I choose my targets, like I said. If somebody's making enough videos about me, and I feel the need to respond, because there are people who make there are people who legit have made numerous videos about me, and I haven't ever responded, and I don't know if I ever will. But if I felt the need to respond, I'm going to go and do it. So at the end of the day, if you're going to make a video about me, whether it's punching up or down, I have the right to retort. I have the right to put in my 2 cents in there. And the way I put in my 2 cents may bother some people, but it's the way that I do my 2 cents. So it's, it may be a quarter instead of 2 cents. It may be a couple of, pennies, which is 2 cents. It may be 5 nickels, which is a lot of.
Okay, so I feel you, and I understand now a little bit more. So it's not more of a holding a grudge for 4 months. You feel like constantly video after video against you.
Dude, for these 4 months, I was building a space. I was painting it. I rented a place that was unkept since the 70s. I had to renovate the whole space. I wasn't thinking about this shit. I have better shit to do.
Wait, but then how did you notice he was making all these videos and tweets about you?
Because people send me stuff. They DM me all the time, and I see it. I may not watch the video, but I'm like, oh, okay, made a video. I move on. People who are in my life, Steven's here, he can attest to this. The other day when he posted this, I think he posted a 20-minute or a 30 whatever minute video. We watched a clip that somebody sent me, and that was it. I don't have time to be sitting through and watching every single video that's been made about me. There's just today, there's probably 15. I don't have time. But
then how do you know if they were good or bad videos on you? Because he's been fair and negative about a bunch of different people.
I don't know. I don't watch his content. I can't tell you, but based on his reaction, based on the DMs that I see, that's usually how I know that
indicator. Okay.
All of a sudden, if I'm getting death threats, if I'm getting a bunch of people telling me to go hang myself, a bunch of people telling me that I suck for whatever reason, then I'm like, okay, what happened? Did somebody post something that I look through my DMs, it's either in there or I do a quick search for my name and I see if there's anything. If there's nothing, then I'm I move on. That's what it is.
Okay, there was a few more, but I'm going to let somebody else ask questions for a minute while I gain my thoughts, because there's a few more things I wanted to ask you about. That's okay.
Yeah.
Man, this has been great. This has been fun. It feels like the conversation, it keeps going back to just people losing the context of what happened and you acquiescing to you doing wrong. And I think that's fucking really ill that people are taking it in that direction. Don't acquiesce to shit.
You think
You're gonna make a
I
shitty
agree to
husband,
that.
Steven.
you think I acquiesce, Steven?
No, I think they're trying to get you to, and I'm telling you, keep doing, man. Like, I don't care, bro. We gonna keep running this shit. Like
Dude, we
you
all
said,
fuck
bro.
up though,
It's
and the point is that when you fuck up, you gotta admit you fucked up. Like,
yeah, but that goes with the people that are involved. Like, we invited Papa Gut into the chat. There's all the Papa Gut apologists in here trying to get Dennis to acquiesce. He said he would talk to Papa Gut. Okay, it's over. It's done. The conversation should be done. Wait till they talk,
it
and then they
happened
can
on the
have some
internet
type of
though. We all
reconciliation.
have thoughts.
I
Like,
find it funny that his fans are like legit harassing me now and calling me Dennis's
Right,
dick rider.
right. That shit is crazy. I got his fans hitting me up. I've never heard of the dude, and it's like everyone in the room is circle. Okay, Dennis, we get you. You're being funny. You're being a comedian, but would you just admit that you crossed the line? Well, would you? Well, what? No, like
no,
just like
they
he said, he jumped on the bomb. How is someone
Evangelina
who
asked
jumped on the bomb?
if
How
you
is
feel
someone who
you did
jumped on
mess up
top of
or
the
you
bomb?
didn't. She just wanted to know. She didn't make him like that wasn't a forced question. That's
Honestly,
not fair.
they're both annoying me. Like, I don't have any not impartial, I don't have any kind of views either way. I just want to know what they both think about the situation. Like, I don't have any favorites here. I'd never heard of Papa Gut before in my life, and DefNoodles I've watched about like 3 videos. So that's about it. I just want to know, like, if he thinks that he's done anything wrong or not. Either way, I don't actually care what his opinion of himself is. I just want to know what it is.
Okay.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna bring in a couple more people, fill out the room a little bit more.
Come here, can I just say one more thing to you before you kick me off here?
I'm not
I
gonna
just
have more people.
yeah, no, and just I want to say to you, and I don't like. I'm trying to figure out a way to say it that it doesn't come across as rude, because it is actually just going to sound rude. But I just mean, in the most honest way, it just the way you're tweeting at the moment and the way you're talking about everything, it sounds a little bit, and it's coming across a little bit like you're just high off the rush of all the attention you're getting. Which, like, good for you, get your attention. Any of us that do YouTube, we all want a bit of attention, but like maybe just take a second. Like, I'm not telling you log off, go touch grass, whatever. Like, genuinely just take a second. And maybe I'm completely wrong and I'm misreading it, but that is just how it's coming across to a lot of us.
This is a common conversation that a lot of influencers have. There's this idea, right? Like, every price is good price. No, you don't want to get negative attention. I'm just tweeting funny shit, and I'm not like, honestly, I plug out a lot of the times. I don't have time to keep looking at everything. I think of something funny and I tweet about it based on the information that I have in that moment. Like, I don't care if I get attention or not about it. It's like, if I were caring about attention, like, I would be doing something else. Trust me, that gets good attention instead of all the negativity that I've been getting recently, which I guess is coming as a result of me sharing the side of me, which is like the funny shit that I think is funny, you know? So right now, the shoe's on the other foot, because I made fun of a lot of people when people were on my side then. Right now, the shoe's on the other foot. I'm making fun of someone, and people are clearly on the side of this other person. So, you know, it happens. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I'm living my life one moment at a time and trying to be my most authentic self. And I can't really do anything other than that, because I don't know if anybody wants to watch like a fake person, a person be something they're not, you know. So that's I'm you know, doing that to my best. Yep, and I added a few more people to the room, so if they want to speak or whatever.
Hey, Dennis, I don't want to keep you too long, but I just want to, chime in for a quick moment to say I don't really have an opinion on this situation. However, I do know that you have that ongoing lawsuit with Daniel, and I just wanted to say that even though I do think you have a good, solid case, I would say try to avoid talking about it publicly and don't engage with them. I would hate for you to be in a situation where he can come out and make some sort of BS issue out of it with you and cost you a little bit more legal trouble than it should be. Legal stuff is not really about who's right or wrong. It's about who has the most money and who can, really stretch it out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, look out for you from that direction. But when it comes to this whole situation, I think so many people have so many opinions. I don't really need to weigh in on it. But yeah, man, I just want to let you know I think you have a good case, and I just don't want you to be in a situation that you really don't need to be into as you try to figure this whole thing out.
Well, I appreciate that, Zach. Thank you so much. By the way, I've been loving the video. You do the Yo Mama videos, right?
Yeah, that is definitely our flagship. And I know that we're both in Los Angeles, so if you ever want to shoot the shit and link up, let me know.
Do it.
Yeah, we can make it happen.
I'll reach out in DMs. I'll love to have you over by the office. Want to stop by or something else?
Yeah, totally, definitely. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out because I'm at an event right now. But it was good to speak with you. And Kat, it's always good to hear what you have to say too. So hopefully I'll catch you around soon. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
Bye, Zach.
All right. We got any more? Anybody else who wants to talk? I'm gonna start winding down in a minute.
Yeah, I've got.
Why
I
wind
want
down
to
yet,
say
Dennis?
something.
2 hours.
Wow. So I'm in the UK. So this has been really interesting because I should have gone to bed by now because it's nearly 2 a.m. But what's really amazed me tonight is how many people, and I don't want to be offensive here, but who I picked up on what you said about there are news channels. And I do appreciate we watch YouTube and we go down wormholes and we watch stuff and we watch commentators and we all do that. But the people where I've had glimmers of people that are actually trying to put on not even just you, but people that are so blatantly just doing commentary or comedy or whatever bits. And they're saying this, if they watch this, they're going to take it all at face value. Well, at the end of the day, I'm gay and I'm left wing and everything, but I will still sometimes go and watch right wing media because I think I have to kind of know what the other side is still saying. So it's amazing to me that some people are trying to put the ownership on one YouTube channel to be feeding them all of the knowledge that they take with them in the world about, like you say, some irrelevant news. And also, I'm just going to say this, I'm going to go. I've noticed a lot of sad fishing is going on as well. And I think we sometimes do hold people up too much to account. And you've kind of already addressed and said you're going to speak to someone privately or whatever. So I feel like people are sometimes just they're only going to be happy if you actually say, do you know what? Yeah, I'm totally wrong. I'm a shit person. See you later. The space is ended. Was it funny? Was it not? Obviously, I think this Twitter space has shown different sides, but I think it's some people outraged. Some people just like to hang on to some sort of outrage, and I'll leave that there because I do genuinely believe that you are going to probably end up having this conversation with this guy somewhere somehow, and yeah, there you go.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I think he just published a tweet a few minutes ago that somebody pinned it on here. It says that he's not talking to me on the Twitter Spaces. He says it's a very clear attempt to minimize the amount of exposure to him, trying to backpedal on slandering me because he realizes he fucked up. So this is.
Oh my god! So basically, you can do it on his live stream because he wants the views, whatever. Mate, it's nearly 2 a.m. It's just all a fucking circus. If you all can't sit in here tonight and see that for what it is right now, Dennis, go there, go on that live stream, take him a box of chocolates, buy him a bottle of wine, do whatever. Everyone's just trying to get from day to day at the moment in life. So yeah, there you go. That tweet's just proven it all. Welcome to the circus, everybody. And you've all danced to it for the last 3 hours, including me.
Yeah. So I appreciate you, Steven. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's I guess he's not on. I guess he does not want to have this conversation now, which is fine. I mean,
hey Dennis, Adam McIntyre is listening and wants to talk. Apparently.
Oh yeah, he wants to talk. Okay, one sec. I don't see him in the list here. Let's see if I can go through and.
I've already had about 6 DMs asking me to ask if Adam McIntyre can come on.
6 DMs? Oh man, it's a lot of people. Let me
specifically about him.
Here we go. I see. He just moved up. It's like expression.
Real quick, would you ever go on Papa Gut's live stream?
I've been on his live before.
Like, again.
If that's what he wants to do, that's fine. It's whatever it is. It is what it is. I've been on his live before. It didn't go so well on my behalf. Not that it would have to go the same way, but like I said, I'm open to a conversation. If he wants to DM me, I'm here right now. So whatever he wants to do. I don't see Adam here anymore.
I'm getting messages from Sarah Ann who would like to talk. She has something to say. Tendies, Kabocha.
Looks like he left. If anybody sees him, let me know. And I'll add him. I'll add. Oh, here we go. Just see. He's just like, okay. All right. Just invited him to speak. Just found him. Okay. All right. Anybody else got anything they want to say?
Hi, Def.
Yo, what's goody?
It's good. I am a little curious about your comedy past, because I think we both did a lot of those same open mics in New York, and it feels a little bit like you're trying to romanticize that experience.
Sure.
Sure.
So yeah, what's your point?
Well, I'm just curious, like, why do you think that struggle is pertinent to, like, you know, being the comic YouTuber?
Okay, so first off, which mics did you do in New York? Just so I can know if we ran into each other or not, because you're like making a bunch of assumptions already.
Well, I mean, we could do Laugh Lounge, Stand Up New York, Eastville,
Right.
Creek.
I did a bunch of shows at Eastville. I used to host mics at the Grizzly Pear. I used to host mics at I guess it's called the Buddha Lounge. It used to be the Climate Lounge in the Village. I think I hosted Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays there. Like I did that maybe 2-3 years. I'm good friends, or haven't talked to him in a few years, but Jeff Lawrence, who runs those mics, I'll get into a lot of those shows. I'm also good friends with the Taya brothers, who own the Stand. Did shows there as well. So, I mean, I'm trying to understand what your point is.
I just, like, doing those open mics in itself is a difficult experience. You're trying to make other comedians laugh, and it can often feel like you're just pulling teeth. You know, it's antagonistic. It can be angry. So if you're trying to take that same approach to, like, being a YouTuber,
not the same approach, because any comic who graduates up to other, shows, whether you're doing Bringers or any other kind of show. I did a lot of club shows in New York. Like I said, I performed at the Stand at Eastville, and like actual nights where there were like headlining comedians. Like I've also even my own like open mics that I've used to host back in the day. I had like major comedians, like people who are on Last Comic Standing, come and do. Like I was even telling Steven this story the other day. I had a guy who was one of the finalists on Last Comic Standing. He came up, did 15. He bumped a couple of open micers. He did his 15-minute set, bombed the whole time. So yeah, I'm familiar that there are different rooms and that you play to these different rooms. And I've done clubs there. I've done clubs here. It's like I've done clubs in DC. I've done shows in DC that were some of the best shows in my entire life. I also did a show that absolutely sucked in DC that I was awful. And it's what happens. You know, you get used to it just being what it is. Each room is a different room. You try to tap in. Sometimes you start off bombing and then you end up on a good note. Sometimes you start off doing amazing and then you can't even find your closer. And then you run the light and then you're just trying to chase the laugh. Like, I don't really know what to tell you because I'm unsure of what point you're trying to make. But each room is going to be a different room.
I mean, I'm not really trying to make a point. It's more just I'm a little curious on, like, you weren't headlining those rooms. You were doing your 5 to 15 or posting, which is fine and normal.
I know comedians now who work on TV shows and aren't headlining rooms in major clubs. I have a lot of friends who write for MTV, write for every fucking crazy show that you can know of, and they're not headlining the main rooms at these clubs because a lot of it is who you know. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. Headlining, the business of it, like, I've gotten a lot of check spots. That's one thing, like I got bumped by the last show I did before the end of the pandemic. I got bumped by Jeremy Piven, of all people. He's been doing stand-up because he got canceled. So a lot of that was what was happening.
Yeah, but no, it's just, but that level of comedy isn't necessarily succeeding as a comedian. That is still the struggle. Like, I understand there are a lot of comics.
I'm sure that Steven can also attest to this. He's been doing this for fucking years. But that's 99% of comics are not on a level where they're getting paid headliners, and sometimes these headliners are going to places they're getting paid $400 to do one show or whatever. It's not like enough for you to survive. Like they have other jobs. They have writing jobs. They have freelance gigs that they do. They have acting jobs, and they have a bunch of other ways to supplement their income. So it's very hard to make a living. Like not everybody's Bill Burr or Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock that get paid millions of dollars to do a special. A lot of these guys are living paycheck to paycheck. I know, like I said, I know guys who were on Last Comic Standing who don't make a living as stand-up comics, who like make a living off of writing jokes for other people. Neil Brennan for a long time made his bread and butter writing jokes for other people. So it's not really a clear-cut career path as a comic.
Of course. Yeah, I did my struggle for 5 years and learned how hard open mics can be. But I don't also call myself a comedian because I never made it past that point. I don't think
is that
it's
your
fair
whole
to use all of
point to call, because he's calling himself a comedian? That's the point you're trying to make? Like, you're saying he shouldn't be calling himself a comedian? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying...
Yeah, what's your point?
It's just that struggle is like very integral to growing up in the open mic space. And if you just say that you went through this comedy world, people not in it might not necessarily understand that, you're not necessarily a comedian in the full sense of the term. You just went through...
I call myself a YouTuber and I have like 6,000 followers, or subscribers. Like, I'm trying to understand. You're saying he shouldn't call himself a comedian because people he doesn't really understand the comedian world.
Doesn't reach the upper echelon of comedy to where he's headlining.
I guess
Yeah.
He's trying to say that he only maybe considers like Bill Burr or people who are headlining to be comedians. Look, my first paycheck as a comedian writing sketches, I used to write sketches for Univision. I mentioned this earlier. I mentioned this in my interview. I was interviewed on one of the biggest comedy podcasts in the country a week after David Sedaris. So I feel like that attributes a little bit of credibility to my comedic background. But I was literally, one of my jobs in New York, I was a sketch writer for Univision for their online digital content. And I used to pump out 50 sketches a week. We would throw away 99% of them and keep 3 of them and then work them to the fucking ground. And then we would go on and film them and ended up improvising 99% of it. It's just what it is, and I did that job for a long time. I also edited and did a bunch of other things for them. But yeah, that was my job. I also, I was involved in a bunch of different comedy communities in New York because it's how it works. It's how, you bring each other up. I was an improv.
But that's what, so that's what he's saying though, right? Like, Verified Steven is saying that you shouldn't be saying like you're a comedian, like you were a big shot. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I'm clearly not a big. I have a niche audience on the internet. I'm not like a Bill Burr. I'm not saying that I'm Bill Burr, but if that's where we're establishing the line of what a comic is, I mean, you're just doing a great disservice to a lot of really talented comedians who haven't made it. To essentially 99% of them, because it's a very hard business, and the breaks come. It takes a long time sometimes for the breaks to come. It takes a long time. That's why I started myself so that I could kind of control my own career. So,
Yeah, I think that's the same
I'm
with
not
any
saying that
profession.
remotely. All I'm trying to get across is that describing your time in the open mic pits is not the same as being like a full-fledged comedian going through.
So what are the standards for you for somebody to consider themselves a full-fledged comedian?
You get paid for it.
I got paid for it. I got paid to write sketches. What's your point?
Okay. I guess I have no point, Dennis, and good luck with this.
Great. Thank you so much.
Wait, Dennis, I want to ask you something, and I want to completely take it away from the conversation of if people think this about comedian, and even going further, like, if I'm not speaking about the Papa Gut, to give a different conversation here because it hasn't been kind of focused on, especially as a drama channel. kind of the pivot you've made in the past couple days on how you no longer identify as a drama channel, and I would love to hear more about that.
What's your question?
The question is, what's the sudden change? Because you tweeted out that you're now grateful because of this, because more of those kind of audience are leaving you, and you've spent.
I've been trying to pivot to less YouTube drama oriented content. I've been trying to pivot to more pop culture politics.
What does that mean? You've uploaded 4 videos about James Charles in the past 2 weeks.
So here's the thing. A lot of the content that I've been posting that's pop culture politics oriented, you can go through. I've done reactions to Ben Shapiro and other thing. It just hasn't picked up yet on my channel. I haven't been able to bring in this new audience. It takes a while. So I have to still cater to the interests of my audience who's there presently.
You can cater towards them, but you're fully making content for that. So to say fuck you, like, oh, all those people are leaving anyway, that's what you built your channel off of. Agree or disagree?
That I completely understand what you're saying. That
okay.
That was the same way you could say this. You know, when I first started doing this channel, I started doing it mostly. I was reacting to music videos and things that were completely unrelated to drama, and then I started reacting and commenting on memes and other things like that. And it evolved around the end of 2019 into talking about YouTube drama and covering internet scandals and all this stuff. And then the character started being developed as well around that time. The character play the cat in the Minecraft house thing. So the channel has gone through a lot of different phases. Even phase of me talking about internet scandals and all this stuff, it's gone through a lot of different phases.
But it's still circled back to you making videos about like James Charles. So we're back to square one.
So in my understanding of how the algorithm works, I can either kill my channel by essentially just serving my audience with none of the content that they want to see, or I can do a slow pivot, which is what I did when I was moving away from the other content I did. It took like 6, 7, 8 months for me to start getting picked up by the algorithm. So I had to try a lot of different videos, a lot of different titles and thumbnails and things. And so it's not easy to pivot to anything, especially when you have like people who consume politics or pop culture, like general American pop culture, don't want to hear about YouTube drama necessarily. And people who consume YouTube drama don't want to necessarily hear about the Kardashian drama or the Kardashian situation or that, you know, Ted Cruz is a scumbag. So it's, you know, it takes a minute for me to be able to position the channel and have the algorithm distribute my content to this new audience. I have to have enough of a base to get the. You want to get technical? I have to have enough of a base of people who are going to consume the content off the bat, so I can get the view velocity I need, so that the video can rank in the algorithm in a way that people find it, that it's discoverable, and it actually builds this new audience base that I'm trying to reach out to. So that's getting very technical.
Yeah, Dennis, I'm doing the exact same thing, and that's a lot of words for something that's very easy to describe.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I've learned throughout the years in my conversations, not only with people here in LA who, you know, are specialized in this, but also, you know, I at one point I have a really good friend who's very good friends with somebody like who's an engineer at YouTube in New York. I got to ask him a bunch of questions, you know, like years ago before I even had followers. So this is like just my understanding of it. I'm not saying it's correct, but this is what I'm trying to do. And, you know, I wish I could just pivot completely, but here's the thing. You know, essentially I need to serve the audience that's there. Some of the content, so I maintain my channel.
Wait, Dennis, sorry, I really don't mean to cut you off, but if you're there to serve the audience, then why are you telling them that you're glad to get rid of them, which you tweeted yesterday?
I'm moving outside of that. So by having
Dude, answer the question. You tweeted yesterday that you're glad to get rid of them, so why are you still catering towards them?
I'm explaining to you exactly what's happening. So by having less of the people to serve who want the old content, I'm clearing up a runway for me to actually be able to place the content that I want with just the people for the people who are there solely because they want to watch my content. So if people are there solely for the drama content, then they're leaving because of the change. And there have been a lot of people who left because they were like, either apolitical, or when I started talking about politics, they were more conservative. This has been happening since like March, right?
Mm-hmm.
This has been happening. When I started like making fun of Ted Cruz or talking about other situations, there were a lot of people like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. A lot of people got very angry with me because I had never really been that political on my channel. But then I started talking about politics and these things, and it pissed a lot of people off, understandably. And those people
Totally
left. So that ends up opening up a runway to the people who are my core audience, who actually identify with me beyond just what I do, like talk about, that they stay. And from there, I can build up this new audience base that actually aligns with the things that I'm trying to talk about now.
I totally get that. Okay, my final thing I'll say to you, and then I'll leave, is I completely understand about garnering an audience. I completely understand about different subgenres and stuff. In terms of you now building up this new audience, and you have this runway of old audience, why would you still, especially this week, like clickbait, like YouTube drama, like Jenna Marbles coming back when she didn't? That's gaining a new audience of the old content, which is contradicting what you just said.
One sec, you cut out because I just got a phone call. Sorry, can you say that again? My dogs are like, my friend's coming here to pick up my dogs. So,
okay, don't worry, I can repeat. So whenever you said about that you're now making content that's catering towards the new audience, and the old audience can watch videos when you put it out, why would you even this week clickbait like Jenna Marbles coming back, which is YouTube drama, which didn't happen, which is almost gaining the old audience a new version?
We're kind of going around in circles a little bit. I explained this.
We're not. You say that to everyone. Like, Dennis, I've been listening for a while. You're saying that to everyone.
Okay. So explain then to me what is going on. What's your deal?
I'm now repeating this for a third fucking time.
So hold on. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're telling me that you're annoyed that I'm posting the same content that I said that I'm moving away from. I explained why I'm doing it, and I'm trying to understand what your point is. You want me to stop posting the content that I post, and you want me to post just the other content? That's what
I think
no.
sounds
What the hell?
I think
he's trying to understand why you're clickbaiting drama if you don't
Yes.
want the drama viewers.
Exactly.
Well,
you said that you're trying to get new videos on the newer content, but you're not.
I am. In fact, I am. You can go back and see how often I've been posting videos, and go through and see that when there are things that I can legitimately cover, and I've been experimenting with a format, I do cover them, and I do.
Okay.
I don't understand specifically how you want me to do it. So,
is your whole point basically? Is the whole point like if you made your statement of how you're moving on? Is the whole point like stop posting about YouTube drama? Is that it?
No, the point is you just said that you like introducing new content to gain a new audience, and you had this runway of the previous audience with older stuff. So why would you continue clickbaiting drama, getting more of an audience of the older content that you no longer are making because that's the runway?
So just to clarify, I'm not really gaining a new audience because I'm losing subscribers. So that's
because of this.
Yeah, that's fine. So the reason why is because there are people who are there. I have over 500,000 people who still, and I look at the analytics and I know this, still want to watch that content. So I'm still serving them to the best of my abilities while on the other side covering pop culture stuff. I just covered the Will Smith apology. That's more broad pop culture stuff. So
he's trying to do a slow transition rather than a cliff breakaway.
Yeah, essentially it's a slow, gradual transition until I can build that new audience. Because if I just go jump off a cliff in that sense, it'll just kill my channel. It'll kill it. I've done it before, and it's it did to some extent. It has been part of the reason why I've been losing subscribers and viewers over the last few months. I started talking about politics and talking about topics that I didn't cover before, and naturally that's going to cause people to go and look for something else. That also changing the setting. That was also something that caused a lot of people to leave. Reading off of a teleprompter, which is something that I've been wanting to do for a while. Typing out my scripts and reading it off a prompter. That's all things that have caused people to want to either stay or just go. And at the end of the day, look, I'm doing my best with the knowledge that I have. If you know something better than I do, feel free to recommend, and I'll try it out. I don't really know, like what you specifically want me to do. If you want me to stop posting videos about a certain thing, and
Dennis, it's not that dramatic. I'm not emotionally involved with your content. I'm just answering something that you literally just said.
yeah, and I answer that to the
Barely.
best abilities.
But you are super aggressive, baby.
You just seem very invested in like me publishing content in whatever way you see that I should, or if I should
But
stop.
did you offend people when you said you weren't going to do drama anymore? Did that like offend some people? Like, oh, drama's, I'm too good for drama now.
Probably did. Everyone's getting offended at everything.
Because I feel like
everyone
Adam, you
cries
sound like
when he
you're
obviously does that
offended.
tweet.
I'm not offended, but it's ironic for
Not
a
him
lot of you to be. No, let me speak. It's ironic for a lot of you to be on here being like, we're talking about the same thing over. We're going in circles. You main people that are speaking, and then someone provides a new section of conversation, and then you're like, oh well, come on. Like,
No,
all right.
I'm trying to understand
I thought your
you.
question was great. I just think you were a little aggressive.
I thought your
No,
question
not
was
being
great too,
horrible.
Adam. I'm actually like talking about your question. I'm trying to figure out like, were you offended, by like when he said he's not doing drama anymore? Were you like, oh, are you too good for drama, DefNoodles? Like, I'm just trying to figure you out because of your tone.
I went. It's a stupid as fuck tweet.
Also,
sorry.
To clarify,
I just went on Hi Noodles. I just went on your page because I was like, I follow you, and I was like, what is he talking about? He's making a change in his stuff.
I pinned it to the top of the space.
Sorry?
I pinned the tweet to the top of the space. I don't know if you can refresh it. It should show up there.
So when I just went to your channel, the only two changes that have happened on your channel is you talking about the allegations that were made to you and you apologizing. And everyone here, I hope, has seen them and knows that that's why you've been losing followers. It's not because you're changing your content. It's because you went on an insane rant on Twitter, and then we go to your normal content to see if you're still okay, and you're not okay there either.
100%. So I've been losing followers because of this, 100%. But I've been losing followers for months, since March.
Of course.
When I started losing them.
I'm not debating that. I'm just debating that you are now losing so many followers because of the behavior that you're showing. There have been several YouTubers that have switched their content several times. I mean, you tweeted about Logan Paul today, like how many things did he do? And his followers are still following him. Even after the forest incident, people still stay.
That's a weird juxtaposition because if you just compare the follower account that he has on his vlog channel, which is over 20 million, versus what he has on his podcast, he's been working longer on his podcast and he was only able to get a fraction of the followers he has on his podcast. So whenever you do a pivot like that, you're not going to appeal to the same audience, and it's harder to build it back.
Of course not. But what matters more to you? What matters more to you? Money or being genuine?
No, I'm already authentic 100%. The thing that's to me is just right currently, I just have a broader interest in politics because of the state of America. That's one thing that I wish I could talk about every fucking day. I even had Vosh on my podcast past week, and I'm having more political stop by on my podcast talk about. That's something that I'm very interested right now because
Loki, can you mute?
Now,
Thanks,
that's one thing. And now, as far as like the pivot itself, I did 2 videos over the past month where I was like man on the street. I went and did this thing. I had 2 other ones that were planned. I had the Juggalo Fest. I'm going on Thursday night, filming on Friday, and then uploading on Saturday, I think. And then I had the other one that I was going to do at the Jake Paul event, the Jake Paul fight, but that he canceled it, so I can't do it. So the plan, essentially, I would love to do more videos where I go to events and where I get to have a story that I tell, and then I can supplement those with the irrelevant news segments, which are more broadly focused on broad pop culture and politics, this is all stuff that I've said on my podcast. You can go back, even last month, we were talking about this, all these changes that I'm making. So this isn't something new that came out of left field. Anybody who watches it, I know it's not the same, like with Logan Paul, like, you know, I have, there's only a segment of my audience, a very small segment of my audience who's currently watching the podcast, but people who watch it know that this is where we're going. And then also the roast battles. So that, you know, the comedy aspect, the shows that I'm gonna live stream from the event space that I got. I'm essentially building a comedy club in the front of my office, and that's, you know, that's pretty much what my content is going to pivot towards. That's what the vision is for like the next year, you know. And I have other stuff that I'm working on behind the scenes that I can't like talk about right now, that I can't like divulge. But in the next like 3 months, you're going to see something. In the next 2 years, maybe you're going to see something that I'm working on with a bunch of creators behind the scenes. That, you know, it's like there's some midterm and long-term projects that I'm developing. So there's a lot, you know. And honestly,
okay, but then what Adam just said is not that hard to understand, right? Because he's saying if you are telling your audience, right, it doesn't matter if they follow you for who you are, or because like I was following you from when you were like 100K, you know, so you were very small back then. And I just keep following. However,
I have one question. So you watched, what content was I posting at the time? Curious.
Well, I got to you because of Kavos. So, but yeah, I rolled in watching you when you started doing drama.
Hey, I was still posting music video reactions. I was still like reacting to K-pop and reacting to other stuff. Around 200 something K is when I started doing the transition where I actually started reacting to Onision freakout videos, and those started doing super well. And then I think after that, it was Nikocado Avocado got in a scandal. I started covering that. And then I started doing a bunch of Trisha Paytas reactions. And then that's how things started building. But around 100K, I was mostly reacting to music videos from like even Thailand. I was reacting to music videos from Thailand and the Philippines and K-pop and like all this stuff. So I'm curious if you were actually watching me then, because you would know.
Yeah, no, I was watching you around the Onision parts. So if you say that that's 200K, then you just hit 200K. However, look, it's very simple. Your audience grows with you. The people that leave, you know, they'll always leave. Like, look at Nicholas DeOrio. I follow him as well. And he used to make these whole massive hit pieces that were really well researched, but he's streaming now. So I just watch like the clips of his streams because I just don't have time to sit there for 4 hours and watch a stream, right?
Speaking of, he wants to come on next.
When you switch over from the what's it called, the Minecraft cat, right? When you switch over from him to the guy that you are now, right? And you started just swearing up a storm constantly. I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, is he okay? And you were like, this is just me. I'm leaving that behind. And your audience, we didn't leave. We just stayed because we liked the content and we liked you as a person. However, I unfollowed you here now and on YouTube because I just cannot bear what's happening right now. And I know that it's most likely because of like the new team that you have around you, you know, because it's not their money that they're messing around with, right? But you cannot sit there and say to me that the situation with Papa God was just one joke, because it wasn't. It wasn't just one joke. You said that he looked like a pedophile, then you called him a motherfucker here and there. That's what it is, right? But then you also had the whole "this is his van," you know, plus the tag of the FBI. Like, that's taking it too far. That's like saying, like, to me, it was just bullying, right? When you have a kid in class who is being, like, you know, his dad died, and you cannot get him, like you can get Papa Gut on, oh, you're fat, oh, you have glasses, oh, you're bald. Instead, you went for something that is him. It's his person, right? He's this guy that's going up and trying to get other people to understand that sometimes you need to step back as a guy when it comes to a relationship and not be abusive towards your partner. And then here you are calling him out, saying that he looks like a pedophile. You didn't just say he looked like a pedophile. You showed a free candy car, you know, a white van. You were literally implying that he is a pedophile. He is that thing that he hates so much. And I don't like, previously, I don't think you would have gone this far. I don't think you would have doubled down this much. But you went too far, and it's okay to admit to that. It's okay to say, oh, yo, I think I went too far. You shouldn't have people like Stephen Marcus saying, yeah, no, but he jumped on the bomb. Yeah, because it's your body jumping on the bomb. It's not him. You understand?
Hold up. So, yeah, 100%. I'm doing this. I never said that I didn't do it. Like I said earlier, I'm not the one who defines the line. You're defining your line where other people have
No,
said
but
that.
what you did do was kept saying like, yeah, we're like, I'm like Stephen Colbert, and that's just how I play things. It's a comedian thing. It's not a comedian thing. Plus, Stephen Colbert has 17 writers. You have Stephen.
So hold up.
Like,
You've talked for a bunch of minutes. We all listened to you. So let me just get in my word for a little bit. 1 second. Stephen doesn't write for me. Stephen is just a co-host on my podcast. He's also a very good friend. You know, he also knows a lot of other people, you know, in LA that we know and all this other stuff. So he's a host on my podcast. He's a very good friend. So I write the jokes myself. Eventually, maybe I'll hire writers, but I'm writing everything myself. I'm just now starting to find somebody to edit the stuff for me. So I've been editing and filming, doing all this stuff. At the end of the day, I understand what you're saying. I don't define the line. I walk to it. And if somebody sees a line, where you see a line, somebody will see it at a different place. And you know, I understand everything you're saying. I don't really know what it is you want from me, but I understand what you're saying.
I want you to be accountable for what you did. Like, I don't, for me, you know, you don't, there's no thing like lines. I listen to Tommy C on a daily basis, right? I know you know Tommy C. I listen to him on a daily basis. That guy makes racist jokes, all the jokes, because he's like Howard Stern type of stuff, right?
Not Howard
But
Stern.
what you're doing, what Tommy doesn't do, right? Or what Howard Stern doesn't do is keep pushing like this and still not be funny. Because it wasn't a
Wait,
funny
real
joke.
quick.
It's okay to say
Real quick.
sorry.
Hello, Papa Guts in the chat now, and he's ready to join. I believe he's home now.
Okay, I'm going through. Let me see.
I can step down.
Here. All right.
Real quick, I just want to say, leave Steven alone. He's a sweetie.
I just
Sweetie, but if he's wrong, he's wrong.
I just added him. Let's see. Let me see. Where'd he go? All right. Just tried to add him again. I don't know if he's got to change something or what it is, but. I mean, I see he's here listening. I keep inviting him to speak. I don't know if he has to accept it on his end, but I guess we'll.
He did make a tweet saying that he wasn't going to join. You can join him on his live.
Okay, well, we've done that before. If that's what he wants to do, that's fine. We'll like go live, I guess, later this week or something. We'll figure something out. All right. So what else we got?
I know Nick DeOrio said that he wanted to go on, or someone just sent me something saying he wanted to go on.
he can replace my spot. That's no problem.
Okay. What's good?
Hello.
What's up?
How's my audio?
It's fine.
Perfect. I don't think we've actually spoken before, in like the full year that we've had like an issue. It's weird. I just kind of want.
Hold on. So
sure.
Understand what what issue do you think we have? Because I think you're
Oh, you
kind
like
of
me?
assuming.
Wait, you like me?
I honestly, I don't know you, so how can I form an opinion about you?
I don't know.
It's
You
kind
seem
of
to
weird.
be pretty uptight about it a lot, so I don't know.
So what leads you to that conclusion?
Probably like the 4 tweets about the Michelin Man that you didn't know it was like made out of tires, so you thought it was soft.
When you meme stuff, you according to your interpretation, you are doing it because you're tight with a person.
Yeah, I typically don't like a lot of the people I make videos on. That's why I say mean things to them online.
All right. Well, I guess we differ in that sense.
Sure. I guess I kind of just wanted to ask you if you're like, are you self-aware in this? Do you kind of understand why people think you're a little crazy?
Look, I've been talking to people for, I don't even know how long this has been going, but I'm listening.
I almost feel bad for you because a lot of these
whether or not
conversations have been
people
insane.
think I'm crazy, like you mean like mental institution
No,
crazy?
no,
You
no,
mean
no,
like
no. But people just think that you're like kind of
crazy,
off
like
your rocker recently.
beat? Like how crazy? Like what do you mean?
I mean, like just off your rocker recently, not like fucking put this guy in a cage.
Off
He's
my
gonna
rocker.
hurt somebody. Crazy.
Okay. What makes you think I'm off my rocker?
Because I feel like we've been looping for like the past year or so. I feel like the same critiques that I've made in I don't know, like fucking December of 2020 was that, are like the same ones that you're hearing now. Like
Yeah.
it's the same thing.
What do you think? Like I mean, I pretty much outlined everything I did before you even made, I think, your videos. I don't remember specifically when you published them, but I remember end of 2019 was before a lot of people on commentary started making videos. I did an interview
with John
where I
Swan,
literally
right?
talked about the exact same things.
Oh,
that I'm
you're talking about the
about.
vulture one, right?
So this actually circles back to a point that was made hours ago, which is, to what extent do people want to accept what I do or place what they want it to be on it?
Okay, yeah,
Like
yeah,
I
but Dennis,
really
I watched. I'm the
news
only one on the
source.
call who's listened to your vulture interview. I'm the only one here who has.
Okay.
Have you ever seen my videos on you?
No, actually I haven't.
Okay, because I covered this in the second one. I have a quote from the guy that you talked to, from the I think his name is Jesse David Fox.
Yeah.
Okay.
So explain. Talk about it.
All right. So this is the quote that he said. It's not always clear which part is real and which part is a joke, and even what the joke even is sometimes. As much as he says it's just a character, I don't know if I always believe him. He clearly gets something out of reporting in this world. And even after talking to Dennis, my producers and I were unsure which parts were real and which parts weren't. So you're saying that this is like the biggest comedy podcasters. I heard you say that earlier. And even they don't understand your gimmick. So, I mean, at what point do you kind of go insanity?
I mean, that's fair to say about Colbert too. People thought Colbert was 100% real when he was doing his shit.
Yeah, but there are people who also think Colbert is like funny.
You're getting right now. You're getting like a summary of what he said, and if you go through, he actually asks me that. He asks me. He said, "Are you serious?
This is his
Are you not?"
post-interview summary.
Exactly.
So he doesn't believe
of course,
you.
He's teasing his interview with that summary, right? Now, I mean, the full context of everything I explained isn't presented there because otherwise you wouldn't listen to the podcast. But I explain it very clearly from A to Z, how I arrived at the concept of the channel, how it evolved, and what is real and what isn't. And that's fine that was his conclusion. That seems to be the conclusion that a lot of people arrive at. That's totally fine. The intention is still the same. Now,
but it's not just a lot of people that arrive there, Dennis. Like, there are people who are like ontologically like they're like opposed to each other. If I'm agreeing with somebody on the H3H3 subreddit and Adam McIntyre and Cat 10 Barge, people who are completely different than me that I disagree with almost everything else they say, there's like a large sample size of people who have this issue with you.
Like, what do you want me to do?
I want you to realize that you're the problem, not everyone else around you.
So when did I say that everybody else was a problem? I mean, then I'm the problem. That's
what
fine.
the hope on this stream is. It's like, oh, everyone just doesn't get my jokes. You've been doing the same bit since 2020. If the joke was that everybody else is stupid and I'm the funniest comedian that's ever lived, you know what? Fuck it, dude. Let's start a frenemies and I'll hand you an award right now. I think we'd be great together. But I don't think that's true.
I never said I was the funniest comedian that's ever lived. All I did was say that I wanted to tell jokes every day, and that the news made it easy because there's news happening all the time. So here's the thing.
And you talk about news, but real news.
I've explained what my intentions are. Like I said earlier, I created a Dilbert sketch. If people want a Dilbert comic strip, if people want to see it as Hemingway and expect it to be Hemingway, then that's on them. That's my problem for creating the Dilbert comic strip and only being talented enough to create a Dilbert comic strip. I wish I was Hemingway or F. Scott Fitzgerald, but I'm not. So this is what I'm giving people, and this is what it is. I mean, people are legitimately asking me to be something that I'm not. This is my authentic self, my ideas, and I don't know how else to be something else.
All right. Well, we're not going to agree on this one. Want to move on to the next point?
Hold on one second. Here's the thing. If you don't like what he does or what he says, you can block him, mute him, don't watch him, and then stop complaining about it.
Preach. Yeah, that's fantastic. All
Yes
right,
and no. Sometimes he says things that are way too inflammatory. Like that still reaches
I don't
out
care if things
after
are
the block.
inflammatory. I don't agree with everyone who got on the stream tonight and said that your joke was too mean. I don't think that you can condemn him for calling Papa Gut somebody who looks like a pedophile just based off of that one comment. I totally disagree with the allegedly Angelo guy. I think that he sounds the way that DefNoodles thinks Papa Gut looks. So I'm not condemning Dennis for that. I'm not condemning Dennis for any edgy jokes. My problem with Dennis is that the joke, quote unquote, that he made isn't just, oh, Papa Gut looks like a pedophile. I'll read it to you. Motherfucker got famous on TikTok for, quote unquote, joking about fucking 14-year-old girls. Then he got offended that
Did he, though?
about him.
So
the
here,
implication
is that how he got famous?
is that he was serious and wanted to fuck children.
So here's the thing.
And then tag the FBI.
We covered this before, but I'm happy to walk through it again.
Sure.
So, is fucking children funny to you?
Could be in certain circumstances of a joke. Absolutely.
Okay, so talking about a grown man from the point of view of a grown man fucking a 14-year-old child is objectively funny to you. That's
depends on the
funny.
Context of the joke. Absolutely.
So tell me a context. Where it would be funny.
I think that it's funny that you made a joke about Papa Gut fucking children because it makes you look like an idiot.
Okay, so here's the thing. First off, I didn't say he fucks children. I said
no. You said that he was quote unquote joking. The implication is that he wasn't joking when he made a comment about fucking a 14-year-old girl.
So his joke. We're talking about the quote unquote joke part, which is what you brought out.
Yes, that's.
You're clearly not getting it, dude.
His joke was, if she bleeds, she breeds. Shout out to Andres Lopez for the life tip or some shit like that.
And your implication is that he wasn't joking about that he actually wants to fuck children if they bleed.
Okay, so essentially the joke is, thank you for teaching me that I should fuck children, Andres Lopez. So now my question to you is, objectively, is fucking children funny to you from that point of view?
I mean, I don't think Papa Gut's a fucking comedian. But my point is, you're saying that statement that you were describing to me.
Is it objectively funny to fuck children?
Wait, I'm so
confused.
A 14-year-old girl.
Wait,
what does it matter if a joke is funny? Is your like ethics on whether you can make it, whether the joke is funny or not?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. To you, is it objectively funny to fuck for a grown man? Imagine Papa Gut to fuck a 14-year-old girl. Is it objectively funny to you?
No, I don't like going to sleep at night thinking of Papa Gut having sex with a child. Is that your thing?
Okay. So that's why I put it in quotes, because I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's a joke to say that.
So why didn't you put fucking a 14-year-old girl in quotes? Why did you put joking in quotes? Because the obvious implication is that he wasn't being serious when he said he was joking. You're calling him out for joking.
Saying that somebody looks like a pedophile is it's called a...
I don't care about the looks like a pedophile part. I think that joke's fine. I care about you with the implication that Papa Gut actually wanted to fuck kids.
You're literally talking in circles, dude.
Yeah, because he's not answering the question. That's how the fucking circle goes.
We did get to a point where he said he doesn't think it's funny. Now, so I'm trying to understand
jokes literally,
where we're going.
Jokes aren't like created whether someone thinks they're funny. There are going to be people who find every single joke not funny.
objectively, you would laugh at every single joke like that if somebody told it from that point of view of a grown man fucking a 14-year-old girl. If it's a different one, if it's like written differently, you would objectively find one that's
We're not
actually
having
funny
a
of a
conversation whether Papa Gut's
who looks
funny.
like Papa Gut fucking a
Like,
children.
what is your point, Nick? What is your point?
My point is he accused Papa Gut of being a pedophile because he was mad that Papa Gut was making videos on him. It's pretty fucking
How
obvious.
is that an accusation how is that an accusation when you yourself said you don't think it's a joke for him to say that he's fucking a 14-year-old girl?
What are you talking about? You're putting parentheses around joking. The obvious implication that everyone is drawing is that you're saying he was serious about wanting to fuck kids. And when people are saying this to you multiple days in a row, you've yet to correct a single person on it. So, I mean, like, I'm not the only person who came to this conclusion.
So wait, you came to the conclusion that he was fucking girls?
No, I
little
came
girls?
to the conclusion that you're saying he wasn't actually joking and he actually wanted to fuck girls.
Where in my tweet did it say that?
Motherfucker got famous on TikTok for quote-unquote joking about fucking 14-year-old girls. The part that you quoted is joking.
I explained my logic behind it, and you supported it by saying that you don't think it's a joke.
Yeah,
so
I
what's
think
your
that.
point?
Wait, I said I don't think it's funny. I didn't say I don't think it's a joke.
Okay, so I guess we kind of agree. We kind of have
No,
somewhat of an
this is
agreement.
objectively bad. Like, and I know that you fucked up multiple pedophile stories.
You don't sound like you know what you're talking about.
Okay,
at
thank
all.
you very much. But can we get the peanut gallery to stop? So I don't understand how you're also categorizing.
Can
this
you guys hear me?
Not like a spite-driven move.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So you were complaining previously on this stream.
Can people hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
thank God.
Can you still hear me right now or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you still? I'm just testing my microphone. You hear me still? Good. I'm testing.
Yeah.
Can you still? Okay, loud and clear.
It works great.
Cool. Okay, so what's happening in here? What are we doing? Like what's up?
We're in the middle of talking about the tweet.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Is that where you want to start, or maybe the two of us should start like fresh here, Def? Like, where do you want to start here?
I don't know. You just dropped in. What do you want to talk about?
Okay. So, what do I want to talk about, Def? Probably that you've been once again trying to slander me on social media as a way to silence me, rather than engage intelligently in what we've been talking about.
Okay, so first off, let's break that down. How have I slandered you?
By heavily insinuating that I'm a pedophile.
How was that insinuation made?
Constantly, through constant harassing tweets insinuating that I look like a pedophile. That quote tweeting, like, what were you saying, that you think I got famous on TikTok for quote unquote making jokes about children. Saying that, I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. So talking about how you're going to go live on the street, prime people by asking them in from a pedophile. And then, of course, you're going to edit it up so that you're only going to cherry pick the people who say, oh, sure, and then make a slanderous video about me. You've been obsessed with me for no reason other than I can assume is that you saw that Ethan Klein said something nice about me, and you've been on a meltdown since that's like your guy. I don't know why. You're the one who re-engaged this entire thing because somebody said Papa Gut owns you.
Hold up.
And you decided to like come out here saying that you created my entire career, despite the fact that I blew up on TikTok through my own efforts, and now it's spiraled out of control to a point where you're mocking me getting emotional for expressing a situation where somebody told me about their violent rape. So like this whole angle where what's going on? You've already outed yourself for not caring about assault survivors. So like where are we right now with this like ridiculous like slanderous fucking campaign? That's pathetic.
Hold up. There's a lot to unpack here. First off, I had no idea that Ethan even complimented. Congratulations. I mean, what?
Cool. All right, let's move on. I don't really want to play the Let's Be Friends game. We tried this before, and you spit on it. So
waiting for that's kind of weird. That's anyway. Congratulations on that. I don't know why you would think that's like
because
motivation.
You're obsessed with Ethan. That's your entire moral focus is what people think about you online and what Ethan Klein thinks about you. If you actually had a moral center, you wouldn't be going through this like ridiculous disinformation campaign about me.
So wait, I gotta understand what your thing with Ethan is, because that's like really
I know
weird.
that you're trying to change the whole framing to make it seem like I'm obsessed with Ethan, but we all know that you're very much obsessed with what he says.
Why did you even bring him up?
Because I can't explain any other reason for you to have an absolute unhinged meltdown for a week obsessing about me as a content creator.
So let me ask you a question.
Sure.
When you run your business, do you base your business decisions on someone else?
No, because I'm not a bad businessman.
Okay, so there's your answer.
That's an answer for
why
me.
would you assume that I'm basing
why did you decide to engage in this weird 1 week long slander campaign against me completely?
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back.
Sure.
Let's see. How many videos have you made about me in the last 7 months?
In total, I counted today. I made 21 videos about you. Overall, these videos, we're not moving past the point. Overall, these videos consist of you, first of the time, trying to actively slander me, as well as a couple of ones in defense of you. And then again, with this situation of you slandering me, you talking about how I made a lot of videos when you consistently post on Twitter about me. Just because you put it on Twitter and don't make it a YouTube video doesn't mean you're not making a response to me. This is a really, really shallow and pathetic attempt to try to make it seem like I'm obsessed with you when you were the one re-engaging this whole thing. And you have, for a week, been obsessed and hyper-focused on trying to destroy my credibility, just like you did the first time. The only difference is nobody thinks that you're serious. Nobody takes you seriously enough for it to have any real impact. And now you're doubling back because there's nothing else for you to do, because nobody agrees with you. Your platform is going away because you're unjustifiably targeting me and invalidating sexual assault survivors. And now you realize you fucked up because the act of you pretending to care about people has gone away. That's what's happening right now.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, you keep saying
there's
that,
a lot.
so unpack it.
So
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, Dennis, you're saying, like, you know, it was a joke. Like, I've been on here for, 5 hours now? So you're saying, like, you know, it was a joke and everything. And let's say, you know, Papa Gut has expressed that these things actually hurt him, like, you know, A, B, and C. So even though you thought it was a joke or whatever,
I honestly don't.
would
I respect you and everything for coming in here. I don't want to run defense to try to make Dennis seem as charitable as possible. If we deter from the conversation of me pushing him on his bullshit, it's going to make him come out in a way that he feels.
Wait, is that an honest conversation?
My question. Let me finish. Can I finish my question?
Listen, we're in a one-on-one. I don't want anybody fielding for me. I don't want anybody fielding for Dennis. This is the way to. I would really like to just kind of get back to the point with myself and Dennis. This is one of the reasons why I didn't want to do this, because I kind of knew that something like this was going to happen. It's me and Dennis.
Okay.
So I want to stick to the
point. Okay. I was just saying, would Dennis consider apologizing? Jeez. All right, I'm done.
That said that Gabby Hanna wishes she was raped.
I don't know what that's about, but I want to get. So where were we? What is a lot to unpack? Let's keep on the point.
Okay. So first off, it seems like you're very heated. Maybe take a.
Dennis, this is what it's like when somebody is just blunt with you. That's not. I'm a little heated, I suppose. I'm being blunt and direct. I'm not being charitable like I was in the last conversation. Please stop trying to prime your audience to make it seem like I'm having an unhinged emotional reaction, despite the fact that for the past week that was what you were doing. Please stay on the point and stop trying to play this bullshit game with me, because it's very disingenuous. It's very shallow, and everybody's gonna see right through it. So let's stick to the point about what's been going on.
Okay. Are you gonna let me talk though? Okay. So take a drink.
You're continuing
relax.
to do it, but okay.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot that was just said. Honestly, we've diverted away from it. My friend just brought my dogs back, so just re-enlighten me. What do you want me to talk about right now?
Well, Dennis, you're the one that seems like you want to make some kind of, I guess, apology. I was told that you wanted me to pop in here, so I wanted to see what you had to say.
Well, I wanted to talk about it because there's clearly been some kind of, misunderstanding.
Sure,
right?
What's the misunderstanding?
So you said you made 21 videos about me in the last few months.
Yeah, in the last initial engagement, so for about a year, sure.
So for the last 7 months, I guess, would you say that you've been, as charitable as possible with the way that you've responded to my statements?
100%. Yeah, I've been as contextually accurate as possible on every single time I've covered you.
In the video, the very first video where you reacted where you took sides with Keemstar about the.
I didn't take sides with Keemstar. I took sides with a child that was dying of cancer that you rolled over because you hate Keemstar so much. You wanted to reframe this narrative. I don't really particularly care for Keemstar, but there's times where he gets it right. And again, your refusal to acknowledge that at the expense of a young girl's dying wish is pathetic. I really don't want to talk about that scenario because it's a fucking disrespect to that young girl who passed away. But if you really want to talk about this, sure, we can. It has nothing to do with Keemstar. I don't side with Keemstar. Every single time I engage with Keemstar in a conversation, it is in disagreement of a topic. So this whole idea of you trying to attach me to him to lazily walk past the point is very disingenuous.
Okay, so I mean, at some point I have to be able to conclude a thought. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard conversation. So okay, 21 videos. The first video that you ever made about me, you said you were charitable about me when you in my coverage. So I'm going to the very first video because that's something I noticed because it was something that somebody sent to me. It was it was my introduction to you, right?
Sure.
So in that scenario, did you ever reach out to Sniper Wolf to get her side of the story?
No, everything was pretty clear. The mother released all the documents. It was like 3 days of her stalling.
Cool.
Sure.
Well, I did. I spoke to her. I spoke to her. I got her side of the story. I saw what was happening. She told me exactly why having issues with getting in touch with a girl, and she eventually got in touch with the girl.
Well, she had issues because she was blocked for ignoring her and then tried to double back on it.
Let me just finish. One of your major criticisms in that video of me was that I demonetized my video and that I should have just taken the money and donated
No, that's not my. That wasn't my criticism. Wasn't my criticism of your video. That wasn't my criticism of your video. We're not. You can finish after. That's not your criticism because you're trying to get away with bullshit. My criticism was that you can move on after I make the point.
You're not.
My criticism wasn't that you demonetized the video. My criticism was that you made sure you told everybody you demonetized the video to try to make it seem like you were more morally and right, like virtuous and righteous. If I remember correctly. Okay. I don't care if you monetize it or demonetize it. That doesn't matter.
So
if I even
here's
made
the thing,
that
though.
criticism.
Let me go back. Let me just circle back to that because it's very important that you made that criticism because in your criticism, you said that I should have just monetized the video. You said that you yourself would have taken money in that situation, which is totally fine. Do your thing. Yeah. However, you never acknowledged that I had a fundraiser next to the video that I raised, I think, about $1,500, which is way more than I could have made in that video. Also,
I mean,
at one point, you open her GoFundMe, and it pops up on your screen that I'm the top donation on her GoFundMe, which I donated. I donated money to her before I even made the video, and you close it really quickly as soon as you see my name. So that was one thing that
I just doubt that's correct. It sounds like you're desperately trying to reframe this. Go back to this is what you tend to do is you disingenuously reframe things. If I remember correctly to this situation,
this is going to be impossible to talk if you're talking.
Okay, continue, Dennis, and then I'll respond. Go ahead.
Okay. So you did that. That was my first impression of you. Okay, that was my first impression of you. You did that. You can go back. People can go back right now to the video and watch it. And watch it. It's on video.
You should watch that video.
Okay?
But that's not a true framing of what happened.
So it comes up. I'm the top donation. Great. You close it real quick, and you never acknowledged it, that I actually donated. And you continue your point that I'm virtue signaling, that I actually don't care about the situation, that, here I am. I actually talked to the person who was the center of the story. I got her side. You, on the other hand, never got her side. You took Keemstar. In fact, the title of your video is Keemstar was right.
Yes, because he was right.
That's the title of your video.
So
yeah. So you took Keemstar's side, and that's why I framed it like that. That's why I said, "Oh, you took Keemstar's," because your title is literally Keemstar was right. So you told me that you were charitable to me in my coverage. So I want to know from you, why did you not mention that I raised $1,500 for cancer charities, and that I also donated $500, and it popped up on your screen and you closed it? And why did you not acknowledge that in your video and keep painting me as a person who was just trying to virtue signal?
Okay. So first and foremost, I hadn't watched it in a while. I guarantee you that's not the framing of the situation. This whole idea that I would try to hide that you donated, absolutely not. I don't remember the specifics. I know that you had a donation tab at the right, but a lot of content creators play this game where they say, I'm going to demonetize my video and do a charity. It's not a bad thing, And then I talked about how it would be more effective, generally speaking, to leave your monetization on and then donate that money. I don't absolutely at all remember shitting on you for that. I focused very heavily on the story. I focused very heavily on the story. I guarantee you, I talked about the fundraiser. So I don't really know, like, what you're reframing something. It just didn't happen the way that you're saying it, and now you're trying to assert that as a way to shoot my credibility down because you don't want to talk about what's going on currently.
People can go back and be the judge of that. I'm taking this step by step. You want to talk about how we got to this point? You have to
but it'd be nice if you were honest about your framing of the situation.
You can't just paint the video's there.
Yes,
people can
you should watch the video
because
because I know that I didn't do what you're saying that I did.
Exactly. So what you're telling me is that then you didn't do the research necessary to even see that I was a top donation, which shows up on the screen.
If it shows up on the screen, I showed it in my video. Then how are you trying to say that I hit it? I just this doesn't make any sense.
You framed me as a person, dishonest person who was just seeking to virtue
I framed you as a person. I framed you as somebody who was so obsessed with Keemstar and being disagreeable with him that you completely ignored the context of the situation of this mother continuously trying to reach out after Sniper Wolf agreed that they would have like a little one-on-one FaceTime type of a thing for multiple days, making up multiple excuses, even though she was out to eat and all this other nonsense. And then once she was blocked by the mother, then all of a sudden Keemstar talked about it, and that's when Sniper Wolf did the right thing.
You didn't talk to
you didn't talk to her. I don't need to talk. I don't need to because the mother released all of her information. We saw all the DMs. I don't need to talk to the person who's doing the bad thing that's going to be reframing it in a way that makes it seem like she did the right thing. That's called a biased source. You talk to a biased source. I looked at it, the objective facts of the DMs, the times between the DMs, all the excuses Sniper Wolf made. That's what I look at. I don't need to go to the source. That's insane that I would have to go to the liar, Sniper Wolf, in this situation to get the real information.
You're telling me that when you cover a story, you don't try to get all sides
Dennis,
of it.
I'm telling you that all the information we needed was available, and Sniper Wolf doesn't need to be asked about the situation to know the objective truth of her dodging the situation based on the leaks.
Okay.
If the DMs are fake, then you got me. But if they're not fake, which nobody has said, I have the information I need.
Do you consider yourself an unbiased person?
I am as unbiased as a person I think can be.
Okay. And now, however, you just said that you didn't want to get somebody's side of the
You're
story.
harping on this point. The objective truth was out there with the DMs. We don't need to get her side of the story other than a reframing from her perspective to make her look as good as possible. We should move on to the next point because we're just going to go circular. We're just going to go circular on this. I disagree. I have the objective. I already have the DMs. That's the truth. Let's move on to the next topic because you're trying to harp on this so that you don't have to talk about how you invalidated sexual assault survivors. So let's move forward.
I can talk about it all you want. You don't want to admit that you're saying that you're unbiased. However, you literally just admitted that you don't want to get all sides of the story. You also said that you were charitable to me. Okay. However, you never mentioned the fact that I essentially raised $2,000 for children
I didn't mention that at all.
in that video.
Can we move on to the next point? Yeah. Let's move on to the next point.
You said, okay, next point. And then there was the whole, the EB family.
Yeah, the EB family, when they leveraged a fake, like they tried to call a 17-year-old boy a rapist, a predator, and pedophile for trolling a girl inappropriately, of course, but they had a disproportionate response and tried to deplatform him because he made a mistake. So you want to talk about that, how that you avoided that whole part? I tried to have a conversation with you about like the potential racist undertones of what the family was doing, the fact that they were intentionally over-maturing him because they intentionally misrepresented his age in order to over-prescribe punishment. We had that conversation. Doesn't mean they are racist, but there were a lot of racist undertones because I actually watched both of their full videos, which is something that I noticed a lot of commentary content creators don't really do, right? So that's what happened next, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened next. That was the video that you made your commentary about. I made my response. You made a response. And then we had the discussion.
So you didn't just respond. You tried to slander me by calling like an incel. You tried to assert that I think it was funny that I like a bunch of other shit. And then you desperately apologized.
So let's take a moment right now and let's see. How is calling you an incel slanderous?
Yes. You were calling me an incel. You suggested that I think it's funny when like young girls get hurt. Like you were saying a lot of like fucked up shit.
How is that? How is calling you an
So
incel
Dennis,
slanderous?
I talked about this. What you do in your videos is you prime your. A lot of people do this in general, but you prime your.
Okay, let's
cool.
define
So what you do is that you prime your audience.
Wait, don't change the subject.
I'm not
Don't
changing
change the subject.
Okay, Dennis,
No,
let's see.
don't
Disingenuous framing. Is that better? I will just drop the word slander. So I don't feel like going on to this like side talk conversation because I know you're trying to flap.
We should define what slander
Okay,
is.
Dennis. So anyway, you had a very.
Hold on, dude. Let me say something, please, for the love of God.
Yeah.
You. Let's define what slander is because you've actually been titling some of your videos as slanderous.
Yeah.
So define what slander is to you, and maybe we'll find a definition where we can, I'll ask Alexa over here.
Okay, so slanderous, false and malicious, right? So your statements about me were objectively false, and we can only assume malicious based on your just the way that you operate because you're a very dishonest content creator. So yeah,
there's more to slander than just false and malicious.
That's just what came up when I googled the dictionary definition.
The action or crime of making a false spoken statement damaging to a person's reputation. So tell me, how is being called an incel damaging to your reputation?
So Dennis,
how has it damaged your reputation?
Basically, at this point it didn't because I'm not a small content creator. I'm very articulate, I know how to defend myself. But you could have rolled over anybody else, like I was saying.
So
saying before. Yeah, I'm going to answer it.
The person's reputation.
So, like I was saying before, right? You engage, and a lot of people do this, but you engage in very dishonest priming of your audience.
So don't change.
We're doing it again. I'm definitely like explaining my point about how this would be considered slanderous. You want to think that's a bit over a prescription of a thing? Sure, fine. But you have dishonest framing to try to prime your audience against me, right? So again, what I was trying to say is the way that you title your videos is in a way where it's like Papa Gut's an incel. Papa Gut doesn't care about this, that, and the other thing. Suggesting that I think it's funny when like little girls get hurt. This is like when you in the first situation. Okay, I'm still going. So that you were trying to get your audience to think I was some kind of like woman-hating incel right off the bat that like people don't like and all this other stuff because you didn't want to like actually engage with what I was saying. And I was trying to have a nuanced discussion about a topic, right? This is why you came into the live saying, well, pretending to apologize because later on you just recently admitted it was all a joke just to call me an incel, more like a weirdo. This is where we're starting because you already you pretended to apologize, but you already admitted that it was disingenuous, right?
I get you want to get a lot off your chest, but this is gonna be, you gotta have some kind of conversation, otherwise it's just gonna be you yelling at me like trying to interrupt it. Anyway, so just explain to me how calling someone an incel is a slanderous claim.
So like I was saying before, again, Dennis, if you think that the term slander is too loaded, I said about 4 times now, we can doubt.
No, don't redefine the conversation. Don't redefine the conversation. Just answer the
Dennis,
question.
I will retract in this instance the word slander, but I will still hold to the fact that you had a very dishonest framing to try to pin me out as somebody who just instantaneously hates women and like can't have sex. I guess is some kind of a virtuous win, right?
All right. So here we go. All right. Let's take a pause. So, few points. You admitted to not doing research.
I never admitted to that at all.
You admitted to not doing research or seeing that I had made all the donations. You admitted that you didn't reach out to Sniper Wolf and that you don't like to get both sides of the story. And now you just admitted to over-sensationalizing something and then immediately taking it back. It's not slander. So those are 3 things.
Yeah, but all those are effectively lies.
Now
everyone's watching, so they know that you're.
Now, please elaborate. Please elaborate. How was it dishonest having incel in my title?
So Dennis, it's more than just incel, right? It's the fact that you called me like an incel. You framed me as some kind of a woman hater, so you can dismiss my point. You went on like a whole tirade about like being fat, ugly, blah blah blah. It's a lot of different. Dennis, you apologized for this. I don't know why you're acting like this is coming out of left field.
Where did I say that? Where did I say that?
In your videos, Dennis. This was your audience agreed that you had a very disingenuous framing.
Let's get it right. I didn't make 21 videos on you like you did on me. I made one
because
video.
You like to use Twitter because you don't want to attach a YouTube video for it because for some reason you think that just because it's on Twitter doesn't mean it's not a response.
Don't make excuses. Just
own up to the fact that it's proper framing of the situation because you are framing it incorrectly.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine. It's fine. You can say that, but the truth is the truth.
I know
made one video
is the truth.
I'm not gonna make it seem like it was.
You just deleted like 15 tweets about calling me a pedophile, and you're acting like my number of videos was like overbearing. I called you out on other things as well, but this was a long. This was this was an elongated situation originally because you kept trying to weigh your audience against me until you couldn't get away with it and you were forced to apologize on stream. Look, did that happen? Did you apologize to me on stream?
For anybody who's been here for the 5 hours, they've heard me say a whole bunch of stuff.
I don't care about what was said when I wasn't here. It's irrelevant.
Hey, all right. Fine. I think that what people were saying before you joined was relevant, but it's fine if you want to discount it. That's up to you. Anyway, going back to the conversation, you said it was dishonest, or I just want to get full clarity on that.
Yeah.
Because you walked back to the planter stuff, so please tell me, describe how that was dishonest.
Dennis, I've described it. I know that like you're really trying to like lay the points to get to where we need to go, which was you like insinuating heavily that I was a pedophile. I already made this point. You can disagree, but I don't feel like going into a circular thing. You being dishonest, and then you apologize for it in the live conversation. So I don't really have to do anything because within the first minute you're like, I'm sorry. Then you made a video about how I'm quitting YouTube, and it was another apology to me. Like, I don't really have to do this for this situation because you apologized for doing the wrong thing, which means that you admit, even if it was a dishonest apology, that you did these things, right? You admitted you did these things. You admitted you were wrong in that entire scenario. So what do I have to prove to the people who don't know what's going on? Because all you are doing is you're catering and pandering to people who are not going to sit through, and I understand why, a very elongated interaction. But the reality is there's a reason you apologize. And while it may not be because you're genuine and actually are apologetic, which you admitted recently, it's because your audience shit on you so hard and you lost so much credibility that you've been steamrolling out of control for the past 8 months or whatever since our interaction has happened.
Sure. Are you done? Yeah. Okay. So just to, I guess, keep moving forward, since you want to get to the part where we've been discussing for the last 4 hours.
But you want to skip past the racism part where you decided to boil down Tumet to just a black first person, took away his entire autonomy because he decided to, as a joke, have fun with Belle Delphine and dress up like Donkey Kong, and you pretended he was some kind of like he was being manipulated by the evil white girl about that. And so I called you out because you didn't even name him in the title. You boiled him down to a black person with no agency or autonomy, because that's a really weird one to move past, especially since when we tried to have our first conversation, you moved past the entire race argument when I was trying to talk about the killing situation. You don't want to talk about that one?
So,
you want to move past that one?
We can have this conversation 100%. We can have this conversation. It was, in fact, one of the almost 20-something videos you made about me. So here's the thing. It's a clickbait title. In the video itself, anybody who watches the content will see that I don't even mention that.
Yes, you do.
Anybody who sits and watches the content notices that I don't mention it. It was a clickbait title.
You mentioned
so
it. I watched the
anybody
video.
Who actually follows me sees that not only do I actively speak against racism and use my platform for that, but I also platform people from all different backgrounds. Cool. People on my podcast come from all different backgrounds.
Wow, we're getting into the I have a black friend territory, which is probably not a great one. I could say I have black friends too, guys. I can't be racist. Are you kidding me? Do you know how in-depth and nuanced race issues are? Having a black friend doesn't mean you can't be racist. You talked about the situation. You explicitly talk about how Belle Delphine forced him to do this thing because too bad is a black guy that can't make up his own decisions. You robbed him of his own agency as a person, boiled him down to his identity just so that you can make clickbait about how a black person was being oppressed when he wasn't. You talked about it in the video. I watched it.
Look, the fact that's immediately what you jump to says a lot about you.
It's not immediately. It's based off of like a conversation we've been having. I know you as a person.
I was talking more about having people from different backgrounds. I have Tiana, who is not black. She's from, she's Latina like me. Cool. Okay? There are people from all different backgrounds that I invite on my show, that I try to talk to. But if that's immediately what you wanted to go to,
well, Dennis, because you just lied to people. You just lied to people and said you didn't talk about Tumet. You talked about it in the video. I watched the video. Are you trying to gaslight me or yourself at this point?
Look, I talked about the thing in the video. I didn't
You just
talk
said
about
that
it in
you
the
didn't
terms
talk about it.
I didn't talk about it in the terms that you're framing it as.
Yeah.
That's family. Look, you're the bastion of honesty,
Absolutely.
but
Absolutely
you're
not.
presenting it in an absolutely dishonest way. The title was clickbait. The title was clickbait. It was pure clickbait. A lot of people talked about it. You weren't the only one, okay? But in the video itself, I don't repeat that same statement. I say his name. I say two men.
Yeah.
So
And then you
I'm
said that
trying
he
to
got
understand.
forced into doing this thing, and that it was a bad look for him in some capacity.
That I never said that in the video. Never said that in the video. So that's just in the title because it's meant to be clickbait. That was it. Was it the best clickbait? No. Not every clickbait is the best. I'm trying my best to do what I can, and sometimes I fuck up. So that wasn't the best clickbait. Anyway, I mean, are you satisfied with the way that we just discussed the situation?
I'm
Do you have anything
absolutely
else?
satisfied. Don't worry, brother.
Great. So there are numerous other videos that you've made. You've been making constantly videos about me. You've been tweeting about me a whole lot.
You were the one tweeting about me, and then I responded to some of the tweets.
Well,
you said that you created me as a content creator. You remember that part?
What happened?
Remember, you literally rehashed all of this by saying that you created it. Like, if you just decided to respond to what I said in my videos, that would have been fine. But you like, for whatever reason, months later, decided to be like, I created Papa Gut unprompted because some random person said that like Papa Gut and Cabos were cooler than you.
Great to talk about this because here's the thing. I never said I created you. I said that people in the commentary community learned of you through our discussion.
Wow,
so
incredible.
And it's actually true. You go back to their if you want to go back and see how they reacted to what happened in our discussion, you will see that they say like, I don't know who this guy is, but here's the thing. So
yeah, so that's just a dishonest framing of the entire situation. You had an
that's
you had
not
an
actually
unhinged
true. We knew who he
meltdown.
was before that.
What did I say? What did I say?
You said nobody would know who Papa Gut is in commentary had I not given him
I don't
crumbs.
have the tweet in front of me.
Nobody would.
I don't have the tweet.
Nobody.
So say what.
Hold on. Let me go. Nobody would have known who Papa Gut is in commentary had I not given him crumbs by doing a debate with quotations, whatever.
Exactly.
Hold on. I'm not. It's not finished. With the sole. With the sole. Hold on. No, not done. With the sole purpose of calling him an insult to his face and laughing about it in his face. This is a suggestion that you somehow created me. People already knew who I was. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Because of how...
No.
Go ahead.
Wait a second. Please. Wait a second. I never said I created you in that tweet. I said nobody in commentary would know who you are.
That's objectively false, though, because like a lot of people already knew who I was in commentary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't know. Maybe I didn't know who you were. A few of the other people that I follow and know, they didn't know who you were. So maybe I was.
So this was just like an honest mistake that like you weren't showing that you're crumbs of cloud for Papa Gut, poor Papa Gut, and that you weren't trying to dunk on me in the original debate where you got plastered unintentionally.
How am I dunking on you? You
say that you only went and had the conversation with me to call me an insult to my face and laugh about it.
Oh, jeez, this is like crazy.
Is it possible for someone to be a mediator? I'm sorry, but is it possible for someone to be a mediator?
No.
I'm shutting up now.
Continue. I know just because Dennis is saying that like he's getting an unfair shake doesn't mean that he is.
Can somebody
please
be a mediator?
To continue what you wanted to say, Dennis. This is why I wanted to
let's have Keemstar
I'm not having Keemstar do it. I do not want to have Keemstar be the mediator. Def, continue with what you wanted to say.
Nicholas, you want to be? Can you be the mediator?
So pathetic.
Can I replace Papa Gut instead?
Dennis, just so you know, he's live streaming this.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. I figured he would.
Because this is like, I know Papa Gut's trying to get it across, but it's like, this is like, you need a mediator because this isn't.
Oh my lord!
It'll be more helpful.
This is why like the really big problems with this being like a live thing. There really doesn't need to be a mediator. I'm not talking over Dennis in this way that you think I am. I'm calling him on his bullshit without him letting see roll. I've talked to him before.
Papa Gut, in his defense, which I don't usually say often, this is really going nowhere. It's just like you're putting out 6 paragraphs, and then Dennis responds to the first one, and then we get bogged down by like 6,000 more paragraphs.
Okay, so go ahead, Dennis. Because he's I mean, like not for nothing, but like it's a lying about everything that he's saying.
Can we all agree? Can we all agree? Nick is somewhat of an impartial mediator. Can he be the mediator?
Yeah, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, Nick, please mediate.
Okay, sure. Can we try to get on something that's a little bit more relevant than
Well,
like...
listen, the framing of the conversation is where Def wanted to start. We're pretty close to the point that we're trying to get to, so why don't we just continue going through the chain of events? This is the way that he wanted to operate.
Sure, but I'll stop you guys if this keeps going into the weeds.
Okay, so where were we?
I was reading the tweet to you that you had made about how you got my career started.
So nowhere in the tweet, I mean, it's pretty evident. You read the tweet. Nowhere in the tweet does it say that I made you. It says that nobody in the commentary community would know who you are. And that was my impression. If you're telling me otherwise, then that is fine. I had the wrong impression, I guess. Maybe it's the people that I knew who didn't know you. I don't know what it is. But
so what was the intention of the tweet then?
Just to fill in context there, because hi, commentary community here. We knew Papa Gut because he reacted to a lot of our videos. There's probably no way you would have known that, Dennis. But I definitely remember bitching about Papa Gut specifically for that reason before this.
So what's the intention of the tweet then? What was the point of you trying to say the tweet?
I don't know. I was saying something tongue-in-cheek, replying to somebody who has no followers. I don't know how that's a dunk. You thought it was a dunk?
Well, no, I didn't think it was a dunk. I think that it was you trying to say that like, you created me as a coach because like your career is spiraling out of control because of the way that you've been acting. People have been seeing the real who you are.
So let me see if I understand this correctly. So you're saying that because my career is spiraling out of control, the only thing that I have left in my career is to claim your success. That's what you're saying.
No, I think that you have a grudge against me because we can probably directly see like a lot of people realize like the bad person you are from our first interaction, and now you like hold a grudge against me for that reason.
Okay, so why do you think I'm a bad person?
Because of the way that I see you interact. I don't think that you were genuine in general. I think that you can directly point to the fact that you don't see the...
Why do you think I'm not genuine?
Well, Dennis, because I see you talk about social issues, like when it comes to like women's issues, and then laugh at somebody who is getting emotional over listening to a traumatic rape story.
So you think that a person has to be 100% serious? They can never crack jokes if they're serious, or if they're cracking jokes, they're only cracking jokes. They can never go and be different.
Okay, so two things. First and foremost, the cracking jokes. Like, I make a lot of jokes on my platform as well. I don't make jokes about like I don't laugh at people who are expressing like real traumatic situations. That I don't think is funny. Do you think that that's funny? Like
you're saying you've never done.
What I'm saying is I don't do that. I don't.
Somebody can go through all your videos right now. They can go through every single. You haven't done that in like the last month.
I've never personally laughed at somebody's trauma.
There isn't a single instance of you doing that.
You could probably talk about the B family girl when I initially had like that bad reaction where I thought she was being disingenuous, and then after people said I think that you're.
Oh, so you're saying now you're backtracking.
Well, not really
and you're saying that
I'm talking about a failure that I made as a content creator and very quickly owned up to it.
Okay,
You're still sitting here pretending like you didn't do a bad thing.
But you see how that's contradictory? You see how that's contradictory because you just said you're trying to hold me to a standard that not even you can hold yourself to. This is what you're saying. I'm exploring the hypocrisy of Papa Gut right now.
Not really.
Because you're trying to hold me to a standard that you just admitted you can't hold yourself to. So help me understand why it is that you can laugh at a young girl's trauma, but I can't do what I do for her.
So in instance number one where I had laughed at her trauma, right? It was really shitty. The reason I did is because if you look at it from a real world perspective, nobody's going to have a trauma from somebody talking shit about you to their brother when you don't even hear it. I failed to account for the fact that it went viral. I'm literally in the middle of this conversation. Because she wouldn't know about it. That's why. Because this is like shit talking. It's wrong, but you wouldn't develop a trauma from shit talking indirectly.
So wait,
okay.
Hold on, because it's a little contradictory.
Not really.
Because
you were begging for a moderator, and now you won't let me.
Papa Gut, you gotta let DefNoodles.
Wait. I'm in the middle of answering his question, and now you're moderating as if I need to let him finish, but he's interrupting me, which I would be fine with. But you guys begged for a moderator. I don't understand the framing of this situation. I'm in the middle of answering his question of how is this not hypocritical. So I'm now defining both instances. So this is I'm fine with the back and forth, but like I've let him speak, and now you want to cut me off because he wants to cut. You guys aren't doing a very good job moderating. So what's the point here?
So 1 second, okay, 1 second. So you just said that you laughed at her because of her trauma, and yet you went so far I forgot what the point was. But you said you were talking about. So So what's the difference between her trauma and you laughing at her versus you? I think you made a video. I didn't watch it. I saw a clip of it where you talked about your situation, talking about someone else's experience. But here's the thing: you're a secondary source in that experience, and she's a primary. So you're literally laughing at a victim and then talking about standing up for victims. So help me understand that.
I was going to. Can I actually talk this? I was in the middle of doing that when you cut me off, and then we got off the track. So let me start over again, right? First and foremost, the difference is that I'm apologetic and you're still leveling down. Second of all, in this instance, right, we have a situation of this girl being indirectly, somebody's talking shit about her. Now, in the real world, she would never have heard that, and it wouldn't be a source of trauma because you can't be traumatized if you don't hear something. However, I failed to account for the fact that it was made public, and she's now the center of all this attention that she doesn't want about her and her body. So that was me acting inappropriately, and then almost instantly after I was called out for that, instantly after I was called out, said, you know what, that was actually really wrong, right? That's owning my mistake. Okay. Scenario number two,
about that.
In scenario number two, I make a video that you claim that you didn't watch, which, by the way, it's really weird that you're commenting on a video that you didn't watch, but in a video where I'm expressing how somebody very close to me, a very intimate story that I'm very tired of having to explain, but anyway, you should have seen it already. An intimate story about somebody that I love very much expressing to me a violent rape trauma, about how my initial reaction was to get angry and saying, I want to hurt this person, and then her saying, are you okay? Which really fucked me up because now I'm unintentionally personalizing this story, which makes me really upset. And then moving on after hearing these horrific things that she told me, asking me if she was actually raped. That doesn't mean that I'm traumatized, but it's invalidating of that person's trauma to continuously, even after people have explained to you the context, for you to be doubling down and saying it's just a joke. Why? That's the entire context.
I want to understand again. So as far as I remember, when you were talking about the EB girl, you repeated it a little bit earlier. You said that bullying online wouldn't cause her trauma, the type of bullying that she got.
I literally did not say that.
So what did you say? Have like the exact quote? Because as far as I remember,
this is
and
really
you said it a few minutes ago.
Literally 30 seconds ago. This is the third time I'm explaining this. I don't know if you actually don't understand what I'm saying, or if you're being dishonest, because this is an insane gaslight. Okay. Can I explain it again, or would you like to continue talking?
Bro, let me say something, because now you're just throwing a whole bunch of stuff. So, okay, this is what I remember you saying
30 seconds ago.
And you said it. You may have not said it just a minute ago, but you said it like a few minutes ago, where you said. And I even asked you, said you can't be traumatized from being bullied online.
That's not what I said.
A minute, and you said no, you took it back. Okay, so that's fine.
I never said you can't be traumatized.
People can go back and watch the video.
So can I reframe this correctly?
I want to understand your lack of charitability, because this was like 4 or 5 months ago.
No. I'm not playing this game. No. Reference you mocking me for expressing a rape trauma. I want you to stop trying to go back in time. We're on this point. Talk about this 5 months ago nonsense. Comment directly on what you said. Are you apologetic, or do you still think it's funny to mock personal rape victims?
I'm getting there. We're getting there. If you don't let me talk, then I can't make my point, and you're just talking over me the whole time. So here's the thing. 5 months ago, you literally just admitted that you laughed at this girl's trauma. You laughed at it.
And then I apologized immediately.
And now, that's fine that you apologized. Now you're piggybacking off of someone else's trauma, so that you can drum up sympathy for yourself.
Dennis, because I don't want to move past this point, because this is like really something. Dennis, have you ever loved somebody before?
Nicholas.
Don't, Nicholas. You're.
Yeah, man. I don't fucking.
No, don't. This is like a really dishonest thing. No, Dennis. This is a really good question. Have you ever been in love before?
Okay, look,
Dennis, you think that if somebody that you loved told you that they were violently raped, that you would go, oh, you're piggybacking a trauma? Is that how you would interact with that situation?
Let me finish my point.
You're saying I'm piggybacking off of trauma, Dennis. This is pathetic.
Okay. Let me finish my point, and then you can, you literally just a few months ago in March of this year, 2022, you did that. You admittedly said that you made fun of this girl for her trauma. This trauma that you're using to cry about on the internet is not your trauma. I understand that you stand for trauma. I stand against trauma. I said it earlier here, I have a lot of fucked up trauma in my own life. I know
So
a
then
lot
why
of
don't you
people
care
who are
about anybody else's
traumatized.
trauma?
I know a lot of people who are traumatized. I think all of us in the chat right now know somebody and carry our own traumas. Okay, so it's very different to use somebody else's. What you're doing is you're using somebody else's trauma as a shield so that you can get sympathy. I understand that it's somebody you love. I love a lot
I
of
don't think
people
you do if
too,
you don't
and
understand
a
where I'm
lot
coming
of them.
from. I think you're just very emotionally immature if you don't understand where I'm coming from. And that's all I can really say.
Trust me, I was in a relationship for 8 years before this. Okay, I know love. I know what it's like to live and be with somebody. Trust me, I know exactly what it's like to share your life with somebody. Okay, I know exactly what that's like. So I'm just drawing the parallel of you laughing at this girl's trauma and now using someone else's trauma to drum up sympathy for yourself. I mean, would you, without that being, how would you confront or respond to the joke that I made without using the trauma as a shield?
Well, Dennis, the joke is the trauma, so how can I not use the trauma as part
Not
of
your trauma, though. Someone else's trauma. Please talk about it. Like, how would you respond without using that
I
trauma?
wouldn't because
Without bringing up someone
it's
else's
something that's
trauma.
very real that is very upsetting to me. What are you talking about?
You understand what you're doing. You're weaponizing
I'm not
someone else's
weaponizing
trauma.
anything. I'm not weaponizing.
You're
You're
weaponizing
telling Dennis
trauma. You're weaponizing someone else's trauma to try to score sympathy points on the internet.
I'm not weaponizing anybody's trauma whatsoever here.
So respond to the joke that I made without talking about the trauma.
It's impossible because the trauma is what upsets me. I don't understand. Like, I just don't think that.
So how does me saying? So explain to me then. How does me saying that you look like a pedophile make you think of somebody else's rape?
Oh yeah, let me bring it up. So, this is like, again, when our first interaction. There seems to be a history of you supporting incredibly over-exaggeratory rape accusations. For instance, with Killick, who was like called a pedophile, a predator, and a rapist for being 17 years old.
Where did I support the? Hold on.
Dennis,
this was months. This was first off. This
Whoa,
was
what
months
happened?
before
I can't respond. Where's the moderator, huh, Dennis?
Huh?
So, Dennis, let me. You like this? We're doing like the back and forth thing, right? Okay. So we had that interaction. My big primary point was that they had a massively disproportionate response, calling a 17-year-old a rapist, a pedophile, and a predator for making a very inappropriate joke about a 15-year-old, right? And you supported them. Then you recently admitted in our live together that you just went in there to troll me and that you didn't actually mean anything you said. So I can only assume that that's part of your rhetoric, which is just pretending to care and not really giving a shit enough to look into actual situations, right? Moving on to, despite the fact that you've been specifically explained. Oh yeah, additionally, joking about pedophilia. I don't know why anybody would do that. That's invalidating to survivors of molestation.
Okay, so,
my God. And then following up.
You made a lot of statements.
You should let him finish.
Dennis, I'm fine with like the shouting back and forth, but you can't do it too. The reason that I'm being more upfront is because you did not stop screaming in our first conversation, and you need to be talked to like this, or else nobody will get like an edge in. Okay. So again, that's how you interact.
Our conversation with like 50 different people, and it wasn't like this. So maybe
because
it's just
Dennis,
the dynamic.
They're not me. What do you mean it wasn't like this? Like if you shouldn't have been like going after me if you didn't want me to confront you.
What are you talking
You're saying
about?
it was so much nicer when the other people weren't here. I'm not going to be nice about this. I'm being blunt with you because our first conversation, you screamed when I was charitable. I have to interact in a way where I stand strong here because this is how you operate. You scream and you yell and you interrupt people and you dishonestly frame things that happened 30 seconds ago. So like, let's stop getting off onto these tangents when like you try to play these like weird framing games, and let me finish and then you can respond, or we could just yell. I don't really care at this point.
Hey, I'm not.
Okay, Papa Gut, that was your thing. All right, Dennis, go.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Okay, so I love it that we've arrived at the pedophile joke section of the conversation. I want to know from you: is it funny for a grown man to fuck a 14-year-old? A grown man like you.
No, I don't think that jokes about rape are appropriate at all.
Okay. So, do you think it's funny? Do you think it's a joke to fuck kids?
No, not at all. I think it's disgusting. That's why I wouldn't joke about somebody being a pedophile.
So you don't think it's a joke? You don't think it's a joke to fuck kids?
No, I think it's disgusting.
So you agree with me putting the word joke in quotations in that tweet? Because I don't find it to be a joke.
A really disingenuous move here. Yeah, so you were trying to... Dennis, the joke wasn't... the joke wasn't about me fucking kids. The joke was, in its full context, which you still can't get right, if she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. Thank you very much, Andre Lopez, for the advice. Now, it was an inappropriate joke I never should have made, which I've been saying for a year now. But the intention was to call out somebody who was, when they were 23, allegedly raped a 14-year-old, slept with a 14-year-old. So the intent is very clear that that's what I'm calling out. You, on the other hand, are calling me a pedophile because you're unhinged and upset because your career is spiraling, and you point to me for the reason.
So here's the thing. I'm happy that you admitted at first that it's not a joke to fuck kids.
Sure.
I'm happy you admitted to that. It was interesting to see you backtrack and try to then claim that it's a joke. It's interesting logic there. But
who do you think is going to look at this and go, wow, Dennis is so smart?
I can't finish the statement. This is crazy.
Well, because you're being a dishonest piece of shit. Like, you're gaslighting everybody in real time.
This is going to be impossible.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you already are refusing to talk about how you're joking about someone's violent rape. So, like, this is where we're at now. Like, there's no... Like, there is very little productivity because you are so wildly dishonest about everything that we can't have a reasonable conversation. The only reason that... How Dennis, is it... You're trying to say that I think it's funny to rape kids when I have used my platform since its beginning to deplatform actual pedophiles. Actual pedophiles.
How is it dishonest?
Dennis, you're trying to make it seem like I wasn't joking. You were insinuating that I wasn't joking because you want me. You want to do everything you can to label me a pedophile because you want to deplatform me. But the reality is, historically, I've deplatformed people who use TikTok to try to rape children. That's what I've done. While you sit down and talk about how big of a shit Trisha Paytas made, I'm talking about real things and putting my platform on the line. Okay, educating people about sexual assault culture. Like, that's what I do, and like. This is what's happening. You can, oh boy, but like, what do you do all day but talk about bullshit, drama, irrelevant news while pretending to be funny? Like, it's insulting to like, it's just an insulting thing. And now you're pretending like anything you're saying is an honest framing while desperately trying to walk away from talking about how you are still doubling down on joking about my wife's violent rape that led her to bleed for a week. That's what was happening because you are desperate to not. You're saying I'm piggybacking on this trauma. Dennis. It's insane that you're saying I'm piggybacking. Dennis, I am recalling an experience of my wife sitting down in the car. The first moment where she really opened up to me, talking about how she was violently raped. How much it upset me because I handled it the wrong way, because I got so angry I made it about me and about her asking if I'm okay. It shattered me as an individual, Dennis. This is what I'm talking about, right? And then asking if she thinks
I'm gonna get so much shit from this.
That it was really rape. Have you? This is the fucking situation, and you're saying I'm piggybacking a trauma, Dennis. This is horrible.
Are you too emotional to have this conversation?
No, this is why I didn't want to have you guys fielding this situation. Because I know that you got no. Stop.
We're not getting anywhere here. This is like victim Olympics.
No, this isn't victim. This is
back to actual
Jesus Christ, Nick, you need to stop. I understand in the commentary sphere, you guys have different types of conversations. This is a big conversation. Like, I'm 32. I know.
Okay, but you're not owning him.
I'm not. Because I know the way that you guys are framing it. Oh, damn, Papa Gut, you're not owning him because you're expressing a real trauma. Dennis is trying to make the assertion that I'm piggybacking a trauma while desperately avoiding the situation. And you guys are running defense because this is how you talk. That's fine. I'm trying to have a very real conversation here with a lot of stakes. It's okay if you think less of me because I'm expressing this. I'm okay with that. But this is why I didn't want to get pulled into a Twitter space with hundreds of people on it, because I knew we were going to play a game where everybody was going to want to get their 2 cents in. But this is distracting from the conversation. If you think that I'm going to...
I'm just saying, but you interrupted my argument with him that was more productive than the conversation you're having right now.
You mean what? With the one when I wasn't here? If you guys would like to go back to talk about that, that's totally fine. This is supposed to be a conversation between me and Def. And again, the fielding of everybody else in here weighing that they're putting their 2 cents in is completely unproductive. And this is why I didn't want to do it in this style, but this seems to be the only way that it's going to happen. So you guys need to stop weighing in. It's okay that you have your opinions. Totally fine. But again, it's distracting from the core argument. I went off and I was talking about this situation. This is an oppression Olympics. I know maybe it looks like some you guys, you probably don't, but maybe you know people who are trying to do this to be disingenuous. I hate bringing up this point. It's an embarrassing point that I bring up. The fact that I have to keep reliving my wife's travel, like showing it on the internet. She's not happy about this. She's sitting here listening to. Do you think that we're like jerking off? Oh my God, I can't wait to talk about this thing that's so sensitive and private. No, but the reality is that this is the center point of it. And Dennis is desperately trying to double down on making a joke about my wife being raped. And I just don't really understand, or at the very least, excuse me, let me frame that properly. Doubling down on my emotional reaction to like relaying that experience. And that's what this comes down to. So let Dennis speak. This is not going to be productive if you guys keep butting in.
All right, I agree with you. Let Dennis speak.
Sure. Okay. All right. So there's a lot that just got said. Like, I don't even know where to begin.
Begin with my wife's rape.
Yeah. First off, I mean, I please tell me where I joked about.
You had said that I'm piggybacking on her trauma, and then
tell me how that.
Sure. So again, you're belittling the situation by suggesting that I'm piggybacking on it.
How my observation? It's an observation. How is it a joke?
Because you keep showing.
You called it a joke.
You keep showing my face crying, Dennis. That's the joke, right?
How is it? No, that's you. I'm not.
So you weren't joking by showing that face and making a T-shirt out of it?
Hold on. No, I didn't. I didn't show your wife. I didn't mention your wife. I didn't talk about her. I showed your face.
Yeah.
I showed your face. And by the way, I didn't even watch the clip long enough to know that that's what you talked about. I watched the part where you said, "This isn't a joke, Dennis," and then you go and you start crying, and then I have to get back to work.
I didn't start crying until I finished talking about my wife.
Here's the thing.
So I don't really know what you're talking about. If you watched that, you know what it was about.
That was the clip I watched. That's the clip somebody sent me, and I've already explained it here earlier.
Well, now that you know the context, do you think that maybe it was an insensitive that you'd be like, you know what, Papa God, I didn't know that that's what it was about, and now that I do, I'm going to retract that. It was kind of shitty, even if it was just a joke. That's all you have to say. Like, yeah.
You know what? I took the T-shirts down. I talked to some of your fans earlier. Like, so, I recognize the lines. The lines are in different places for different.
So what you're saying is, do you apologize for the joke? Do you apologize for making a satirical display of me for that, or are you doubling down?
Like, I'm trying to understand what it is, because you've made several accusations.
Yeah, we can talk about that right after you answer this very simple question. Do you apologize for it, or are you doubling down? You can certainly double down.
You
just literally say it. Double down, apologize. Two options.
I want to be able to conclude a thought, because
you're trying to walk off of the primary situation because you know that if you give a genuine answer, you're going to look stupid. So just answer the question, move on to anything you want to talk about, but stop trying to pivot away from the initial conversation.
Okay. Can I get a word in?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So you said I was joking about your wife's rape. I explained exactly. In fact, for people who have been hearing this for the 4 or 5 hours that I've been on, you know that I said this like 3 hours ago, that I said this exact same thing. So you know I'm coming from an authentic place. This is exactly what happened, because I didn't even know the full context of this until you just told me right now. So I'm just literally repeating what I said 3 hours ago. I was sent this clip. I watched it for like 15 seconds in my office, and I got a screenshot, and I have to go back to work. So here's the thing. I wasn't making fun of your wife's, sexual assault. That was not the intention at all with any of that. In fact, your fans asked me to take down the shirt. I took down the shirt. I took down a few of the other posts. At the end of the day, if you're feeling personally, I can't speak for your significant other, but if you're feeling hurt by these jokes, I'm more than happy to talk to you about them, okay? And I'm more than happy to understand everything that's going on. At the end of the day, if it really hurts you and it hurt your feelings that I joked about you looking like a pedophile, then I apologize. I am sorry.
Thank you.
Feelings hurt.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I appreciate it. But can we quickly? Yeah. I just want to be very concise here. Or are you still going? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to finish my point. I just want to finish my point real quick. Sure. Now, you should know that we are on the internet, and as entertainers, people are going to say a lot of shit. Okay. In fact, I've done a lot of different shows and things, and I've had people in different shows call me crazy things, and it just maybe a thought for the future, because people, the more you grow, the more shit people are going to say about you. But, maybe prepare yourself as you grow to hear some of these other things from other people. You know, because not everyone is going to reach out and try to have a conversation with you about it the way that I'm doing, and a lot of
Well, you didn't
people
reach out.
will
I
in
came
fact
into here, but okay.
double down, huh?
Continue. The only
Yeah,
reason you're having this conversation is because you realized that like this was a really bad look for you. Like you would have never done this if people were agreeing with you.
How do you know?
Because it's a very reasonable assumption considering you doubled down for the past week. But continue your point. Like this isn't an appeal to emotion, but like you would have never done this if it wasn't for you getting completely plastered for the past week. Like you don't actually care. Same thing as last time. You didn't talk to me until you felt.
Oh my god.
So continue your point.
Dude, you're like the fact you're like jumping to conclusions and like putting words in my mouth is like the weirdest
I'm
thing.
just holding you accountable for your shitty actions.
How are you holding me accountable? You're literally making stuff up.
No, I'm telling the truth. You're very easy to read. You're not a very like, you're somebody that like a lot of people meet. Like you're the guy who's very full of yourself, very egotistical, and then you will generally get away with whatever you kind of want. But like when you don't, then you have a hissy fit and you cry, and then you go on a tirade talking.
So tell me, have you ever met me in person?
No, I don't think that I need to. This is the age of the internet, so I don't think I need to meet somebody in person to know you personally. Even if this is just an app that you're putting on the internet, it's very transparent.
So you're telling me that when you watch a movie, you think that Tommy Lee Jones
have conversations with Tommy Lee Jones. I've had conversations with you multiple times before. It's not the same thing. Let me finish my point. I've already blasted your point. Finish it, but it's a dumb point.
So you're telling me that when you watch a movie,
this isn't a movie.
You believe
we talked before. This isn't a movie. Bro. You don't need to finish a point. It's a garbage point. You look like an idiot. Dennis, we are talking now. We've talked before. I see you live interacting constantly in the way that we interact with each other. You're not Tommy Lee Jones. You're not Stephen Colbert. You're Dennis. And we talk together, and I see how you interact with different situations in the real world. And I know you as a person because you're an easy read. You're not a complex individual.
Can I get a word in?
Out so I can say the same thing again. Oh, you've never met Tommy Lee Jones. You just watch TV about him. It's a good point.
Okay. Go ahead. You just said I could talk, and then you interrupted me. You're gonna let me talk? Okay, cool. So here's the thing. You're basing all of your assumptions on who I am as a person on the sliver that I show on the internet. I upload 8 to 10 minute videos on the internet. I do a live stream 3 days out of the week. That's 2 hours. There are 24 hours in a day. You literally get to see minutes of who I am and what I do. And you're basing an entire assumption of who I am on this microcosm that I present on the internet. So, I mean, with that being said, do you feel like you just, for yourself, everything encompasses everything that you, like, the way that you present yourself, I don't know anymore.
If you watch my content, this is for the most part the way that I interact. If someone said, Papa God, I know you because I watch your content, I'd say, you're right.
You're essentially saying I'm like a bad person based on 8 minutes that you don't even watch.
Based on a 2-hour-long conversation plus this interaction where you have an unhinged meltdown and decide to call me like a pedophile constantly because you can't cope with the fact that your career's dying. Like, yes, Dennis, I know you, especially when you see somebody in their rawest form, their most emotional form. You get to really know who they are. I know you. You're not complex, Dennis. Okay? You're a walking red flag.
I'm a walking red flag? And you do this for everybody across the board. You see them, and you immediately judge them
I've been interacting with you for a while. We had a whole 2-hour conversation. I've talked to some people in here. I know them pretty well. They know me. If Nicholas DeOrio said, Papa Gut, I think this about you, there's a good chance he has a reason for it. Probably because he watches my content and he's interacted with me before. So I can make the same about you. The difference is, Dennis, is that you're niche.
So here's my thought on this, right? My first impression of you was that you weren't very charitable towards me, that you just literally hid parts of what I had done in the video.
Why are we getting so off topic about, like, why don't you want to talk about this stuff? Because we've gone back to this, and Dennis, I was like, Dennis, I'd really like to push you. I'd really like to push you on this whole thing where you were joking about, right? I want to talk about that. You keep going back to this. I don't really care, mostly because like we were really on this point, and you've done it about 3 times now. And I'm looking for a very simple answer. I got very upset and emotional because I was recalling my interaction with my wife, expressing to me her horrific trauma, which kind of fucked me up a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm traumatized. I had a genuine response. You took a picture of me saying that, made it shirts, whatever. Now that I explained the full context, let's say you didn't know the full context. That's totally fine. Now that I've explained it, would you say, you know what, Papa, that I probably should have done that. My bad. That's all I need. Yeah, you know what, that was kind of shitty. That's okay. All you have to say is that, and I would say, Dennis, I understand because I've been there too. We've all made mistakes. That's all you have to say.
Can you just please for a second let me talk? Like, you don't let me finish any of my points.
I let you finish all of your points. You just don't like them pushing you really hard.
No,
yes,
that's not what it is.
You steamrolled me. You had 80% of the conversation.
God, can I respond? Nick, please.
Somebody else.
In.
I can't defend myself.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Def, if you want to have a conversation at some point soon, I'd love to talk to you. I feel like I could have a nice, calm conversation. Yeah. I can't do this moderation shit. This
That's fine.
crazy.
Listen, I really want to stop getting off the point about this, like, you know, the picture. Yeah. Then, Dennis, again, I've talked to you before, and you do your best to try to, like, pivot. Again, let me just say one more time, and I want just a genuine answer. I'm giving you an out. I'm saying, Dennis, I've been there. I've made jokes that are unintentionally bad because I don't understand the full context. Are you apologetic about joking about me getting upset that my wife was raped? That's it. Is that still funny to you?
Are you going to let me talk?
Yes. Answer the question, Dennis. You got it. Floor is yours.
Okay, great. So what you just showed to me is that you're not listening at all to anything I'm saying. Because 3 minutes ago, I asked you about the joke. I explained exactly what happened, exactly, that I did not know. I didn't watch the full context of the video, that I just got the screenshot, and that was it. And then I said that I apologize.
Oh, no, you didn't. You said that no. Now, I accept your apology, Dennis. Thank you so much, even though I was lying. But here's the thing. You kept saying that. You didn't apologize. You kept saying different people have different joking lines. That's you desperate to not answer the question. Don't give me this disingenuous bullshit. You never apologize. You said everybody has a different line. You were doubling down. And now I ask you a very basic question. You apologize, and now you say you do. So you apologize for being insensitive, right? We're good? That's cool? You don't think it's funny that my wife was raped anymore?
Here's the thing, dude. I'm going to end up having to mute your mic if you're not going to let me talk so that I can actually respond.
Go ahead.
That's how, since nobody else wants to moderate.
I'll moderate.
Is Paige Christie here? Because then she can jump in as a moderator.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's what happened?
Did you apologize?
Is Paige?
Who's Paige?
You want to add Paige Christie on so she can moderate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Is she wants to moderate? Where is she?
Yeah, I think she'll do a good job at moderating.
Okay.
I doubt she's here. She's in the UK and it's 3 in the morning.
She's here. She's here. Don't worry. She's coming. I think.
She is here.
Is she on her way? You guys.
Okay, I'm looking through.
So she's also in your chat. So I think she'll be.
Are you guys confirming that? Because I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick if that's what's going to happen.
All right.
I'm going to pee really quick, okay? And then when she comes in, she can...
Hey, I'm here if you want me to help out.
Can you moderate?
Sure.
Can you help moderate?
Sure.
Okay. Great. All right. So this conversation got all out of whack. Is he here?
Oh, he's gone to the toilet now. So if you give him a moment, and by that time,
toilet?
Paige might be here.
While he's at the toilet, like, there's a circle of apologies. Can you guys, or can you just state, like, what you're apologizing for, or if you apologize for anything? Because I feel like it's the circle of, well, you're not sorry for this, and you did this, and it's like, I think...
I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's like, it's kind of difficult to keep up because he keeps, like, leveling accusations against me and, like, changing the conversation into
are
other
you
things.
Are you apologetic for anything? Because I think that will, like, okay, yes, I apologize, you know?
I said, I mean, you'll remember, I said it just a couple of minutes ago. I said that I apologize because I didn't know that had anything to do with his wife rape or any of that. That was not my intention to make fun of her rape. So I apologize to him for that. So
I know, but I don't think it's clear when you guys are going in circles. I think it's not clear. So I think if you just upfront, like, I apologize because I said this, and I apologize if I did this. Like, you know what I mean? Because I think that's
from what I understand, there was a picture that was clipped from a video where Papa was upset listening to a story about sexual assault, and that photo was clipped and used for a T-shirt. Dennis didn't know that that's what that was from. Is that correct? Am I following correctly?
Sure. Yeah, that's what he says. Sure.
Yeah. So, and I followed up after explaining that I apologize for doing that because I didn't know the full context of the video. So
I
that's,
appreciate the apology.
I mean,
like the first time for context, let's understand that you said that everybody has a different line for comedy, and now you're finally apologizing. I want to be contextually accurate because that's exactly.
No, that's not what I.
Okay, you can say that, but that's what you were saying.
That's not what I said.
Sure.
Okay. Anyway, either way, whether or not I said that, this is where we're at. Okay, that's the apology right here. Okay, I apologize for that. You know, I did not mean to hurt your feelings with that situation. So,
oh, wait a minute. Wait. You said you apologized if I felt upset? Is that what you said?
Honestly, I've been talking to people for like 6
hours.
Just
restate it again, because people are telling me that you said that you apologized for being upset. That's not an apology. That's actually passive aggressive.
Wait,
you apologized for posting the picture, or because I got upset?
Can I get a thought out? Can I please get a thought out? Hold on, my dogs. I apologize.
What are you apologizing because I'm upset, or because like what you did was wrong? Now that you know the context.
Look, I've been doing this for like 6 hours. I apologize if I get fogged up. What I literally said before that was that I apologize for the photo, for sharing that photo, putting it on the T-shirt, that I did not know the full context of it, okay? I don't know what else you want to get out of this situation, so I want to make sure that we're only...
I was just clarifying, because apparently earlier you said that you were apologizing because I got upset that you did that thing, not for the actual thing. But it sounds like what you're saying now is that for doing the things. Okay.
We're like getting in the weeds of like these words.
Well, that's what
semantics.
This is about, right? Semantics, because like if you play a word game, that's kind of what we're talking about. I'm literally. I said it seems like it seems like you're apologizing now. I was just making sure we're accurate. I don't know why you're getting so upset about it.
It's totally fine. Like I said earlier, I've been doing this. I don't even know how many. Somebody know how many hours I've been doing this?
Okay.
So that point I think is handled. He apologizes for posting that and not knowing the context. I guess what else do you guys want to cover?
Yeah.
I think it might be good, I guess. If you want to do like a closing statement or something, we could do that. I'm totally fine with all that. I can do one, and then I can like let step out because it seems like we exhausted the conversation. You can continue to do your live.
No, honestly, I have my dogs here. They want to eat. That's why they're barking. Sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we reached a conclusion. It feels like I guess.
Well, we never really reached why you thought it was funny to constantly call me a pedophile.
Oh my God,
so we didn't actually reach a conclusion.
Please, let me finish a thought. Please. I know you're like hyped up that you're like that you got a lot going on, but like please let me finish a single thought, like single one.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
If there's nothing else that we can accomplish, I mean, we've already like talked about so much stuff. You kind of addressed the whole thing with like the pedophile joke.
We didn't really. You never said it. Like you've been doubling down about saying like insinuating heavily that I'm a pedophile for like the entire time. We never actually talked about that. We talked about.
Yeah, we did.
No, we talked about the picture. We didn't really talk about like. Do you think it was okay to constantly label me a pedophile?
I mean, do you think it's okay to fuck kids?
No, Dennis. And I made my joke, and that's why I apologize. And it wasn't about fucking kids, Dennis. So this is what we're doing. You're deflecting. I apologized vehemently for a joke for a year ago, and now you're getting called on your shit, and you're back. You saying that you joked about raping kids, the same thing as I said you got banned on Twitter for fucking exploiting children. If I just kept saying that out of context, I look stupid. That's how you look right now, constantly reinforcing a lie. Dennis, do you think it's appropriate to constantly call somebody a pedophile? Jokingly, do you think that's appropriate? Because you're suing Keemstar for doing something. And by the way, what you're doing is worse than what he's doing to you. So how is it that you can exist in this world where you think it's justifiable to sue Keemstar for what he said, but somehow it's not justifiable for what you said? I'd really like to hear your answer on this. I'd love to know the mental gymnastics and the hoops that you're going to jump through to try to explain this insane level of cognitive dissonance.
Okay, So I explained this earlier.
I wasn't here.
In the
I don't
video.
care.
Live. Yeah, 100%. So there's a very clear difference, okay? And the only reason why I'm actually going to talk about this aspect is because I've already talked about it publicly numerous times, even before anything was filed. So the difference is, let's look at Keemstar's statement, right? Keemstar published a statement saying that I had groomed girls, numerous girls. There were victims who were going to come forward. And then he said, he labeled it as he usually labels his news pieces, #drama alert. At the top of it, if you look at his profile, he has his, it says trending breaking news, social media interactions, and leading name. And he presents his show as a news show. In fact, he's already said numerous times that he's put people behind bars while covering these allegations. That's Keemstar. That's the context of his tweet that he published as news without any indication whatsoever that it was a joke. And if you look at the replies, in fact, the quote retweets, you'll see that all of that supports the idea that people thought it was real. The accusation that false accusation that he made against me. In fact, he even later admitted that it was made falsely and maliciously. The difference between me and Keemstar goes all the way back to 2019. I did an interview, and this has been something that I've repeated over and over again. I did an interview with Vulture, New York Magazine, where I explained that my show was a parody of his show, of Perez Hilton, and other news shows, that I have a parody news show, that it's satirical in nature, but it's a parody of a news show, that I'm not an actual news source and shouldn't be considered as such. In fact, at the top of my bios everywhere, it says, so, you know, there's that aspect. Also, would you say that saying that somebody looks like a pedophile is an accusation?
You constantly asserting that I look like a pedophile over and over again, talking about going on the street to ask people if I look like a pedophile. You're doing everything you can to play the plausible deniability game.
Okay,
yes.
So
I know that you want to play the legal game, but
so
morally you know that you're incorrect. If Keemstar, if it said comedian in Keemstar's bio, would what he said be appropriate?
If I say that you look like a fire extinguisher, are you an actual fire extinguisher?
Could a person ever be a fire extinguisher?
Could
a person ever be a fire extinguisher? It's a very simple question. Can a person be a fire extinguisher?
Okay, you want a more practical example?
Can a person be a fire extinguisher? You tag the FBI.
A chef. If I say that you look like a chef.
Yes, then people can think I'm a chef. Yes, because people can be chefs. So if you said I look like a chef, people can think I'm actually a chef. That disproves your argument. You saying I look like a pedophile is an insinuation that I am a pedophile, especially with a absolutely insane, unhinged rant that you've been going on.
Saying that you look like a chef, you're I don't know if you're purposely missing.
No, I think that you don't have a point to miss.
But saying that you look like a chef, saying that you look like a chef, doesn't mean that you're a chef. Saying that somebody looks like somebody or like something, I can say that you look like Robert De Niro. Doesn't mean that you're Robert De Niro. I can say that you look like, the Tower of Pisa. Doesn't mean that you're the Tower of Pisa. Okay. At the end of the day.
Didn't you show a picture of me having a pedophile van and saying that that's my car? Isn't that a heavy insinuation of a pedophile?
It's not. I mean, can you admit that saying that somebody looks like a pedophile doesn't mean that they are a pedophile?
Oh, absolutely. But you're heavily trying to insinuate that I'm a pedophile while playing plausible deniability.
Oh, it's
hey guys, I think you guys can kind of agree to disagree on this point.
I don't think that we should agree to disagree on a point where he's trying to call me a pedophile.
I understand what you're saying.
Because this is again, Dennis is heavily insinuating that I'm a pedophile. And so, for whatever reason, we're playing respect Dennis for using malicious accusations that are invalidating to victims
of course. Yeah, and I actually just wanted to say something, Pop. I just actually want to say something towards your side of this.
it's really unfortunate that I can't press Dennis because you guys like run field for him every time we get to a point.
She's the mediator.
I'm not running. Actually, this is what I was going to say. I think in 2014, Stephen Collins, the guy that was the head actor in the show Seventh Heaven, he does not look like, I guess, what a typical, I don't know, what is the typical look of a pedophile? This guy looked like a priest, you know, a good-looking actor. So I understand your point, Papa, of being, you know, of feeling that is derogatory. I am not an attorney, so what I was about to say is it sounds like you didn't like the gist of the joke.
Because he was using it to try to suggest
Dennis,
that I was a pedophile while playing plausible deniability.
Of course, which is understandable.
What I don't think understand is that jokes are constantly used by people as vehicles to assert particular points. Not always, but they can be. Dennis references Stephen Colbert. That's what Stephen Colbert does, right? So the idea that it's just a joke isn't something that you can just say to immediately dismiss the potential harmful nature of the joke, right? So like that's something that needs to be made clear.
So tell me what the harmful nature of saying that someone who looks like a pedophile. How did that harm you?
So Dennis, no. So it didn't harm you because you don't have any credibility, right? But the reality is, hold on, I'm answering your question. I'm going to answer your question.
No.
Okay, so you don't want me to continue because you know it's going to look really bad for you, right?
You just said that you said it had no harm.
Sure.
So what's your
Dennis,
point?
calling somebody a pedophile can have harm. Thankfully, since you
but there was no harm in this.
Dennis. Thankfully, Thankfully, since you have no credibility, it doesn't cause harm. But I was answering the question of what the harm can be by falsely labeling somebody a pedophile. I want you to understand that people, real men, will kill pedophiles, Dennis. That is a call to violence from where I come from. So I don't take it very lightly. So that's the harm of accusing someone's a pedophile. You should understand this. Like, I don't know why this is weird that you guys like to play everyone's a pedophile. It's fucking insane and unhinged. Not only is it called a violence, but it's invalidating of fucking molestation
100%,
victims and survivors.
Here's the thing, though.
One second. Can I add one thing? Because it didn't end there, Dennis. You also wanted to take it to the streets and ask random people on the street if this person looks like a pedophile.
And you tagged the FBI.
You know?
I understand. So, but you literally just said it had no harm.
In this instance, thankfully, it didn't because you have no credibility as a content creator.
But
it could.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, all it says is that it had no harm.
So you think it's appropriate to make pedophile jokes? That's okay. Like, I just want you to say it.
I think it's appropriate to do any joke about anything. I think everything is fair game. I've said this before.
I disagree. I think that's kind of shitty. But if you want to do that, that's fair game. Can I? No, I think it's totally fine. Dennis, I think it's totally fine. You joke about anything. I personally
let me, bro. Please, please let me finish one single point. Please, for the love of God, please let me finish like something. Let me get one single thought out. I understand that you're like hyped up and you're like all emotional and stuff. It's totally fine, but like let me get a thought out. Okay? So we've established the joke had no effect on you. No effect on you whatsoever. Zero. And you said it's because you have no credibility. I mean, that's the whole joke of my channel. I said this back in 2019. I said this back in 2019 in an interview with Vulture that it was commentary on this, that I shouldn't be considered an NBC, that I shouldn't be considered a news source that's taken seriously by everyone. That I shouldn't. That's the joke of what I do. And the fact that people like you keep trying to take me seriously is, in and of itself,
we can tell that you're playing a game. There's no way that you want to be seen as a guy with zero credibility, because that's how you're seen right now. It's not because of your humor. Nobody really understands the jokes that you make, because I don't even know if you're making them. But like, this is like you're saying things. I don't see why it's funny to call someone a pedophile. You've really been trying to. I don't know why. This is weird. I honestly, I think it's really weird because people have been like, Dennis, you need to take a break, and I think it's shitty for people to constantly like, you know. I guess you have. I don't know, man. I think you do need to take a break. I think that you got something going on. There's probably a reason, because that's why you're talking to a therapist about Keemstar, and you should like legitimately take a break, because dude, this is fucking unhinged, dude. This is insane that we're even here talking about this.
I've been here for 6 or so hours. I talked to like 50 different people. We had very polite and pleasant conversations. Even when people pushed back on me, the only person who's been like literally yelling at me is you.
Because we've had a conversation before where you screamed at me, and this is how I have to treat a child, is I have to speak up. right? I'm not going to have a fun, nice conversation where we drink tea from somebody calls me a pedophile and makes jokes about like invalidating different traumas, et cetera, et cetera. Like, dude, like the fact that you expect me to be so nice to you, I'm being nice to you, by the way. Like, this is me being assertive, but I'm being nice. This is just what happens when like somebody stands up to you being fucking insane, right? But like, stop trying to play the game. Well, you're the only mean guy here, Dennis. You fucking constantly call me a fucking pedophile. You want me to be nice to you? You poisoned the well. Why would I be nice to you? I'm here being incredible. Considering who I am and how aggressive I can get, I'm being very nice to you, but I'm not letting you get away with your fucking bullshit. That's what you're upset about, because everybody else is sitting here listening to every fucking nonsensical bullshit thing that you have to say, going, Dennis, I agree. You're a good person. You're not. Those people are incredible because they have the patience for you. I've interacted with you more personally. We've been here. We've had the conversations. I've seen how you sneak your way out of incredibly slimy fucking scumbag takes. I know you. Okay, I've seen how I was massively charitable our last conversation. I know you're not a good person, and I'm not going to sit here and be charitable and let you constantly pivot onto 17 other points to avoid everything. This is how you need to be talked to because you weren't disciplined as a child. That's where we're at.
Okay. Now you're taking the role of my dad, I guess, quote unquote.
Hey guys, I guess we can't put a blanket on whether someone is a good or bad human. I guess
what is blanket? I've interacted with him. I think Dennis is a bad person. That's how he interacts with me. So that's my opinion.
You're entitled to your opinion. Yes. So, are you just trying to sort of do you want Dennis to say that joke, to agree that joke was in bad taste, or I guess what are we trying to accomplish here in this particular point of this thing about the going around and
in general? My point is I'm trying to interact and he's constantly pivoting, so I'm holding him to a point. That's the entire conversation of what it's been. It's a constant pivot to different points, very dishonest points. That's what I'm engaging in, right? And now he's like, Papa, that you're being mean to me. Yes, because I know that this is the way that you interact. So that's why I went on this tangent, is because he was trying to appeal to emotion, saying, guys, Papa Gut is so mean, as a way to try to subtextually say I'm a bad guy and I'm arguing in bad faith. But what I'm doing is I'm holding him to his points. I'm responding to his points that he doesn't realize he's making because he's being dishonest. That's what I'm doing. I'm picking apart everything that he says. I am playing semantics because this is the conversation. I'm not going to be charitable to somebody who calls people fucking pedophiles constantly. So, this is the point of this conversation, is to keep Dennis held accountable for the shitty things that he has done and that he'll continue to do if everybody runs defense for this guy. That's where we're at.
So, here's the thing. I just want to be able to get a single word in, because this whole conversation, I don't even know how long we've been, just you and me here, but it's just been you railroading the whole thing. So here's the thing. You said several different things. First off, you insulted everybody in the chat right now, saying that they've been just sucking up to me when
I love them a lot, and I think that they're really kind-hearted people. You're already doing the dishonesty game. But I know you more personally, so your phrasing is already disingenuous. I'm holding you to your shit. You're actively lying to everybody, so I'm going to correct you. Don't lie, and I won't have to interrupt you. Continue.
Let me talk. You insulted everybody.
I did not insult anybody. I said they're really great people, but I know you more personally. You're lying again, right off the bat.
You don't know me more personally.
Then Ari, probably, because I've interacted with you.
Bro.
Listen, here, let me just try to interject. I watched your entire YouTube video, Papa. I understand where you're coming from. Nobody wants to be called that they look like a pedophile, that they look like anything that's derogatory.
This is the second time Dennis has done this, and so he's being pushed to accountability.
I understand. Let me just finish. I totally understand.
Instance, but again, this is an 8-month period of Dennis.
Of course, and I want you to know and this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll let Dennis talk, but, I think a year and a half ago, Dennis did something very kind and charitable for me behind the scenes without anybody watching, and I won't even say what it is, but it was something incredible towards me, and it really changed my life in a positive way. And he didn't tweet about it, he didn't talk about it. So I disagree that he's a bad human being. I think potentially that I do think that these jokes were made in poor taste. But I don't think he's a bad human being, and I don't think you're a bad human being. So how can we actually resolve to just do something? I guess. I mean, if you just think he's a terrible person and you're just here to prove that point, and that's all the reason why we're here, or is this to try to get something positive out of this conversation and say, hey, I need to work on this. I heard you apologize for what you said, what you tweeted before, and I think that's good. Listen. This is the internet. I mean, you have to be able to apologize and move forward.
and agree to disagree on some points, or what is it that we're doing here? Just trying to cancel everybody?
So I'm not trying to cancel
I would love to
anybody.
know.
I'm not trying to cancel anybody, right? So here's what I said before. Let's just do a closing statement, and I'll just walk off. That's totally fine. That Dennis wants to keep engaging in the conversation, but like if you want Dennis to do a closing, I'll do a closing. You can keep your live going, and then we'll walk off. Like that's all I really care about doing. I came in here to hold Dennis accountable for what he said, right? So if you want to do like a closing thing out, we can bang out. That's totally fine.
Sure, I think, Dennis, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I honestly, I appreciate helping mediate and everything. I just don't think I don't know if we can get anything else out of this conversation. Plus, like, I gotta be completely honest with all of you. I'm a little tired right now because I've been talking so long. But yeah, whatever you think is easier. Let's if we want to do that, then let's do that. Do some closing or whatever it is, and move on.
Sure. You want to go first? Well, you should go first. Go ahead.
No, it sounds like you want to go. You got a lot to say.
Could I just interject really quickly? Because I just think it would be conducive for genuinely for you to just explain what made that a joke, what made the pedophile joke a joke, because I don't claim to understand comedy. I don't. I'm not funny in any way. So explain to me and the people who don't understand what makes that a joke and not just a shitty statement.
Of course. There is such a thing as labeling jokes. Joke is a genre of jokes that typically used in improv and in roasts to label something or objects certain things. So by saying like one of the roasts there is roast jokes is one of my friends like said this joke like they said it at a roast. It's like the video has like 5 million views on YouTube. You can probably look it up. It was at the stand. So she essentially says that the guy she's roasting looks like a Santa Claus who touches kids at a mall. That's a labeling. That's essentially saying that he's a pedophile. It looks like Santa Claus. So that's a labeling joke. That's the kind of jokes you get at roasts. So what I essentially did was that type of joke. It was a labeling joke. So it was more on the nose than something left up for you to come up to that conclusion. But that's what made it a joke. It was
Why was that a joke, and not what Keemstar says? Now that he says it's a joke, though, wasn't it just a labeling joke? No, but he says he was joking. So if he had comedian in his bio, would that have meant that none of it would have mattered?
I mean, I can't litigate what's going to happen, right? Like this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think we should do that.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's relevant to the conversation since it shows an incredible cognitive dissonance between the way that you're interacting with me and the way Keemstar interacts with you. But I understand why you can't talk about it because you have litigation. But thankfully, this whole interaction is going to make you lose your case, though.
Let me just finish talking real quick. I explained this earlier to the best that I could explain it, okay? And you're free to go back and listen to the difference between my statement and his statement, okay? I explained it very plainly. I walked you through it. This is maybe the 5th time that I explained it in this whole thing. There's a very big difference. And that's
the fact that you did it for like a week and you did it for like one post, right? That was the difference.
Look, I thought we were doing closing
statements. Then close the statement.
Let's move forward. Let's move forward. I think that and by the way, it sounds like he's saying that this could have been a labeling joke, same as if somebody looks disheveled and they said this person looks homeless or something like that. I mean, I'm not saying whether it's funny or not.
Okay, then it's just
of course, I agree. I don't disagree, but let's move
forward.
forward.
Paige knows what this is about, and you don't, and I'm very sorry, but it feels very one-sided towards Def. In your defense towards everything is more in like Def's favor rather than Papa Gut. Def didn't make just one joke. It's the way he worded things. It's the way that he kept on going on and on and on and on for days. So it's not about these things.
And he's still doubling down that it was okay. I mean, that's something that nobody's really acknowledged.
He still
right.
is.
I don't want to say I'm not taking anybody's side, and like I said, I did think those jokes were in poor taste. But
you are, and I understand. Def did something good for you, so you want to have his back. But in
I really felt for Papa when I watched that video. I didn't think it was cool, and it really made me feel like there was a lot of miscommunication going on here, and there's a lot of potentially there's just a lot of distaste for each other, and when that happens,
true. But the
I
thing you
think
have to understand is that this distaste from Dennis doesn't come from this isolated incident. When we had our first interaction, it really comes from a conversation where he's yelling and screaming at me while I'm trying to have a conversation with him. There's a lot here. There's a lot of history, and I understand that you had a really good interaction with him, and I think that's great. There seems to be times where Dennis can be a good person, but for some reason, he's just not a good person when it comes to me. I don't know why, but like he's displayed that, and that's like the reality of what's happening here. And it's very much all like it's just all over the internet. You can watch my videos. I go in depth on every single thing, right? So that's the biggest issue.
I understand that, and I'm empathetic towards that. And I apologize if it sounds like I'm skewing one way or the other. I'm just really trying to let you guys have a conversation. Like I said,
I'd like to end like Dennis, just closing statement. I'll close, and then
do your thing.
No, you go first.
Obi, I'll let you go, gentlemen.
All right,
go.
All right, so here's my closing statement. Here's the reality. I've interacted with you for quite a while. After our first interaction, you made a massive mistake that you admitted, right? You've apologized multiple times profusely. At that time, I was being very charitable, and I was taking it as you were being genuine, right? I DM'd you. I said we can get like a beer, this and that. Like I was trying to really resolve that thing, despite everybody saying I shouldn't. Moving forward to this, your unprompted targeting of me in this weird way where you admitted that like you were never genuine in the first place has absolutely triggered me understanding, at least when it comes to your interaction with me, that you are wildly dishonest, at least when it comes to me. I don't think that you can, I'm never going to accept the apology because it doesn't come from an actual place of honesty. You've been doing your best to frame this conversation in a really dishonest way. And I don't think that you really care. I think that if nobody gave you backlash, your own community didn't give you a substantial amount of backlash, you would have doubled down and you would have felt powerful about it. But the reality is that I don't feel powerful going after people that I think are weaker than me because that's what a pathetic person does. I would never do that to the smaller content creator, and I would never disrespect somebody like that. I don't think it's funny to make these types of disgusting jokes. I made one before, even though it was in good context to try to call out a predator, which is something, or an alleged predator, which I've used my platform to do multiple times. It was still inappropriate, and I am the reason why people still talk about it, because it is something that I talk about as a failure in my career. Okay, but you continuously are doubling down, thinking it's funny to invalidate, and this is what happens when you joke about these things. It's invalidating to abuse victims. Now, I get it. In your sphere, you do you. Anybody can do whatever they want in their sphere. I'm not part of your sphere. It's not appropriate to make pedophile or rape jokes. Other people might think so, and if you want to do that, be my guest. But I think it's disgusting and invalidating, especially as somebody who purports to care about social issues. Right? If somebody else who didn't give a fuck about any of the politics or something made these jokes, like a lot of the commentary community, I don't really take it as personally, but you pretend to care, and you've shown time and time again that you don't. I don't think you're honest. I don't think that you're genuine, and I think that moving from here, you're going to do your best to reclaim your career. But I'm telling you, Dennis, stop trying to interact with me, and I won't interact with you if you stop talking about social issues. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about, because you are actively having a harmful impact on the social sphere. Your conversation with Christian Walker was insane. You let him get away with everything under the sun. You pushed back like one time. It was disgusting. You didn't push him back at all with like the homophobic shit he was saying whatsoever. Like, you've proven time and time again that you shouldn't be talking about these topics, and it's totally fine. Some people don't have an interest. I think that's totally cool. You shouldn't have an interest. It's fucking insane. But I do, and when you assassinate conversations in like different social narratives over and over again, you've proven yourself that maybe you should stick to talking about how big of a shit Trisha Paytas has taken. That's my closing statement. I'll never accept an apology because I don't think you can be genuine. But if you show me that one day, I'll cut my leg off and I'll send it to you. How does that sound?
Well, that was surely a lot.
That's a closing statement, Beth. Thank you.
Okay, you gonna let me talk, or you gonna interrupt me, even in my closing? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, all right. Sorry, going into the other room. My dogs. So, I mean, you said a whole lot of stuff, and like honestly, there's a whole lot of it that's just like trying to frame me as like the most evil human being in the world and like the worst person ever, and I'm like such a bad person, and you know, like I'm just awful, completely awful, right? According to you, you know, even though we really have never interacted. I mean, we had like that debate, I guess, and then later on we like had, I guess, just about this past week had like somewhat of a Twitter interaction. the people who actually like know me and have met me and are around me like daily know that I'm not like a badly intentioned person. I don't do things to like with the intention of like harming someone or destroying their lives. I try to as best as possible, and throughout these hours that I've been here talking to numerous people, not just you, I've been talking to a lot of different people today and hearing them out and trying my best to like explain where I'm coming from so they can understand where I'm coming from. At the end of the day, I honestly just want to make peace. And if you don't want to accept it for some reason, that's fine. That's your prerogative. Honestly, I don't really want to create more reasons to have conflict, especially on the internet. There's already a lot of negativity, and and surely some of my jokes or some of the statements that I made, have helped propagate some negativity. So, at the end of the day, not perfect. Gonna do my best to have better statements in the future. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I just want to. I think it was cool to have you on so that we could essentially, try to make peace and come to an understanding. I know this at certain points was very confrontational. I hope everybody who's been listening, and voiced their thoughts feels like they were able to voice everything that they wanted to voice. I hope everybody who's, been following along for the last few hours was able to, get some insight into what's going on. I really appreciate everybody who stuck around. I appreciate, everybody who spoke. I appreciate Nick, who was a host for a certain time. I appreciate Ari. I appreciate, you, Papa, everybody else. I like my own tweet. Thank you for stopping by.
Hey, Dennis.
Yeah.
Before you close out, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to moderate. I know, Papa, you don't know me, but I think it was appropriate since there was horrendous and untrue things published about me in the New York Times by Taylor Lorenz. And I am basically the biggest advocate here for people who are unfairly smeared publicly. I lost my career and I was in probably the darkest place of my entire life after it happened. So I'm extremely sorry that you were both in this situation. And I hope that everyone has a chance to heal and learn from it and maybe change and do better moving forward. But anyway, I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Yeah, and hopefully this was a sign of like the things that can be done on the internet. Two people who don't agree with each other come together and try to have a conversation and work things out in public. I recently did that with Christian Walker, even though I got a lot of criticism for it. I don't agree with anything he has to say. He is kind of a basket case. There's a lot going on there. I did my best to push back. And at the end of the day, I think it's important to have conversations like this because we all end up kind of understanding each other a little better, and kind of hopefully moving towards a more positive direction as far as discourse goes, because everything is just so divided nowadays. It's just so A and B, and you're the enemy, you're the villain, you're the good guy, So I think it's better to just talk things out so we can all get along, hopefully. So yeah, I want to thank everybody who took the time to listen in and stop by and talk and do their thing. And yeah, any final words? Anybody who was here as a speaker? Anybody else want to say anything? Okay, I'm going to take that as that's the end of it. So I'm going to end this very long Twitter Spaces. I think like I said, I think this has been productive, even though Papa Gut and I don't really see eye to eye. I hope there's somewhat of an understanding of where I'm coming from when I do what I do. And yeah, I appreciate everybody who stayed, who stopped by, and I'll see all of you very, very soon. I'm going to go feed my dogs. Hope all of you have a wonderful end of your day. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.